So when you're referring to a thing like what I wrote, it was the idea that there's essentially two types of analysis. There's fundamental analysis, and there's technical analysis. Technical analysis about the short-term trading patterns. Back then they would, these charts say, hidden shoulders top, hidden shoulders bottom. But it was really more about, the trend, so to speak. It could be that the everybody was buying. There was a time when you just not selling. Most of the things that were not based on the actual hard fundamentals of analyzing the balance sheet, the value proposition, and long-term plays. So that was sort of like when you realize that fundamental analysis or fundamentals doesn't really hold up. These are short-term plays you need to make important. So basically the story, that's exactly right. The short-term story. Really good interest in, if I have $30,000 in the market, I think if I can turn that into like $1 million, that really would. If I get $1,000 in that, $5,000 or $10,000 a week, then I can start playing at my fantasizing what was possible. And here we go. By the way, I gotta stop because here we go. This is the issue. Because it conflicts with the family. I'm not sure if you realize it, but because obviously, if you were to look at this thing, like, at 10,000, well, you have this arm up in sort of long-term fundamental value, long-term value proposition, buying ETFs and all of that. Arm up, so you better align with the market, the S&P, and all being out there. Because the problem is, that strategy might work for Warren Buffett, who has billions of dollars at his disposal. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's say it doesn't really move the ball for an average investor. You have a couple of $1,000, okay, so you make 14% a year. Big deal. Like what's the path you need to be on everyday life with your family, paying your rent, buying a home, your dreams? So it's the disconnect, I think, occurs right there that it might make a lot of sense to do the Warren Buffett play. What do you get from that? That's your side of the story, but and the beauty of it is they're not mutually exclusive. Remember, I had my Warren Buffett retirement account, and that was what I was going to hit. That's one excellent point. My job is here, someone else's talent and stuff, but I want to speed that up. I want to get rich faster. I want to be able to have, whenever I get anyone is looking for money, and or maybe learn, right? Like I realized it was risk, I already know risk and return are very in their own company. And so like, if I lose a few $1,000, I would bring up the fact that I was single, or I didn't have to wait for kids to get set up with risk that I was happy to take. And nobody likes all this money, but I was cool with it because the shorts of it. You hit it right on the head. It's time to buy this whole thing at home. Now there's a whole new piece that participant in this market, which was to me really fascinating. We had the fundamental analysis, analysts, and the technical analysts. Now there's a genre that I've predicted, which is I don't think they have a name, but need traders. Closest like, well, yeah, I think when you're moving older, because it's a really good point. Probably should be going to the good point of phrase, but what it really is, it's the collective mind now. Admittedly, I know this area of the market is real built in my 20s and 30s. This whole psychology of what drives people to take action, why they buy, why they sell, why people bail out on the way up. This FOMO, we have different words for it. We call it the greater fool theory. Comes the biggest one, like what's a stock worth? Well, it's worth whatever a greater fool. Like just look at the different delay, $10.10 is worth $10, right? Theoretically, right? So like what you're saying is there's this new genre really, which represents the collective buying power of people connected on a social platform, that share a common investing philosophy and are willing, without it being collusion, to generally stick together with their sort of paradigms and their ideas. Because without that, it doesn't work. Am I right? Yeah, but it's only a part of the story which you've just described. There's a lot of people buying this side of people shorting, but the overall theme that I see with this market is, in this case, they did a short squeeze. Let's just go ahead and call it that. But previous to that, it's just millions of them either game savvy or just trusting the stock market. It's also probably why the whole cryptocurrency fixed their in the first place. Either looking for weaknesses in in the system to exploit them. So, I'll tell you about it. You may have heard of a situation that happened in 2019-ish, 2019, where some guys figured out that on Robin, if they saw a double call, that when you got from that call was not collateralized for they allowed you to connect with money. They should be locked up, right? They have to use it again, essentially. They should be, and they put deep in the money calls. Sorry, they sold deep in the money calls. So they basically got their money back times two, right? And so they would give it again and again and again, and it would keep doubling the size of their buying power until they would take a $20,000 deposit, turn it into $1 million, right? And it just killed all the way on some earnings call, which is pretty crazy, right? Well, that's fascinating and whatever. But that was an exploit that they found, and the net result is it was a temporary inefficiency. There was a gap, and now it's closed. Now you can't do that on this anymore. So there are all the constant things. Sometimes it's the price of, sometimes it's let's get it done with leverage, sometimes it's other opportunities which are really creative. And in that sense, though, I don't think it's any different than traditional Wall Street, because Wall Street is all about what is the inefficiency in Wall Street. Essentially, the market exists to close inefficiencies. And so my hope with the GameStop is that it won't last very long, because once you close that inefficiency, that the obvious inefficiency of people in a chat room getting behind something in Wall Street being caught, I think they'll now be in the chat room themselves, again, watching what's going on and making sure that they're either on the right side of this thing or out of the picture in general. So I think that, that's an example of doing that inefficiency that you could, like you said, I don't think people thought it was possible, could it be, that you can get that many small investors to stick together on something and they would all start to bail like right on a sinking ship as soon as the ship hit the fan. So fascinating. It's surprising to everybody, and it is. There's also a technical component behind that as well, right? Like that, how do you close something like that? That type of inefficiency, well, sure, you can start meeting it from China in that perspective. But what we've seen recently is the options market makers got a lot smarter, realized that a lot more expensive. Sure, there's like a gamma squeeze as well, where they're using the leverage of buying the options, causing them to buy stock to cover the quality of their course. And forcing them to buy the stock to stop hedging the puts that they remember the month of stock, the money plus were shorting the stocks to hedge there. But so as there's going to wait for them, they can start closing that position by buying more stocks. And like everybody having if there's you just don't have to buy the stocks, which is just a perfect storm. You need to have a lot of perfect storm. I don't think they can replicate that to that magnitude. So for those of you who are late people there who don't know what we just said, which is really a lot, is complex. I'll just break it down. It's not a big deal. Basically, discussion here is this idea that in the stock market, when you want to leverage your money, you buy stock options. If you think the stock is going up and you're buying calls, you think the stock is going down, you want to be buying puts. It doesn't match the technical term. I think you can put the stock in somewhere, right? That means the stock is going down, call, you can call from that. If your stock is white, those races exist. And one of that exists, though, is always based on the underlying stock. So, if you're buying calls, there are underlying shares that eventually have to be delivered to someone. So essentially, if you buy lots and lots of calls, at some point it's going to be creating upward pressure because there are shares that have to correspond to those calls. And people are actually writing those options, those institutions. They want to be hedged. They want to look at the stock and what's going on. And on top of that stuff, you just have to
What's up, pimps? How we living? Wall Street. Roger, you there? Excellent. Do you want me to stream throughout the night? Absolutely. A question that I have, is it possible that you could make one of my accounts a host? You don't have to do it right now, but that's okay. Don't do it yet. Let me tell you which one it'll be. And then if anybody needs to come up, I can let them up. But also, if my stream goes down, I can let myself back up. Just one moment, and I'll give you the download. I'm joining with one of my accounts right now. Wall Street Baby. How did you choose the name Wall Street WSB underscore baby? I see that. Okay. I am requesting to come up now with another account. Can you let that one up? Excellent. And then I'm going to drop down on this account, remove one of the co-hosts, and make the account that's currently that still is there. Just one moment. Okay. The account on which I'm speaking right now, can you please make it a host? Sweet. Thank you. And I'll get everything ready for the overnight show. Very well. Just if you want to play, you certainly can. But just give me a few moments and I'll get that set up. It may cause some issues. You go for it. We can always restart it. Do you have another phone on which you can take the call? All right, just give me a few moments, and I will. All right, friends. This is Joe Rogan, Kanye West, episode 15.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Good to see you too. We finally did it. We're here. We made it happen. We're in the building. So, what are you doing? You're running for president? Yes. Well, then just how to do that. You're busy enough. Clothing company, successful rapper, family man. That was something that God put on my heart back in 2015. A few days before the MTV Awards, it hit me in the shower. And when I first thought of it, I just started like laughing to myself. And it like all this like joy came over my body, through my soul. I just felt that energy. I felt that spirit. So then 2 days later, I accepted the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Awards. Instead of performing, my array of hit songs, I gave just my perspective on award shows. But always, I knew at the end I was going to tell people I'm running for office, I'm running for president in 2020. And, just to have it even took heart to say it in that context. And people were just like, oh, like their minds were blown. And then I was hanging out with I had different friends that were, some people in the music industry, some people tech beats, different things like that. They would really, they just really took it as a joke. And they're telling me all these millions of reasons why I couldn't run for president. I remember running into Oprah 2 days, and one day after that, she's like, you don't want to be president. And people just, thought projecting, putting this on you. And I remember saying, one of my responses to one of the people one of the naysayers was, well, I'll definitely be a billionaire by that time. And that's a reason why someone should become president. But it's a saying, at that time I was around $50 million in debt. And I knew I had the confidence that I would be able to turn that around. And now, just going into, that would just give you that's a clear answer. Right. I know what you're saying. I don't want to go off into it. No, it's okay. We basically saying is, to set goals, to achieve. What was Oprah's rationale? She said, you don't want to be president. She said, remember when people were saying that's our next president? Remember when Trump got elected, they showed Oprah and they were saying, like, I believe it was like NBC tweeted it. This is our next president. Like, a lot of people wanted Oprah to run. They felt like Trump did, Oprah did. When I saw Trump win, I was like, see, you can win outside. You can win if you're coming from outside of politics. I was young when Ronald Reagan was president. I don't remember. Ronald Reagan was the governor of California before the Depression. He actually proved himself as a politician, at least somewhat. Which is an idea that people have thrown out at me to be governor of California, to be governor. No, it's not anyone's better. Let's go. Just go ahead and start there. Yeah, a shot. Open things up again. But I think my calling is to be. I believe that my calling is to be the leader of the free world. If it's in God's plan that part of my path is to be the governor, then that's fine. But my calling is to be the leader. So when you say this, like when you say your calling is to be the leader of the free world, what does that mean? Does it mean you have a plan that's different than plans that have been implemented before? Does it mean that you have ideas? What kind of plan? Like the plan to be the leader. Like what would you do if you were the leader of the free world? Like what would be different about the way you handle things? Like if that's your plan, like what is it about that is your calling? Like why would you want to do that? Like, what do you want to do different if you were the leader of the free world? Well, there's a couple questions in there. You said, why is that your calling? There's people who will say to me, they'll say, Well, music is bigger than politics or more influential than politics, or celebrities are more influential. And I thought of it like if I was a pastor of a 100,000 person church, but then I was also a captain, a sailor, and then we went to war. And I said, I'm gonna man this ship that has 1,000 people, 1,000 soldiers on it, because God is calling me to take this position, even though I'm the pastor for, however big my audience is in hip hop, in music, or as just an influencer, a celebrity, or just as a dad, and a husband in my house. The world is like, there couldn't be a better time to put a visionary in the captain's chair. Uh, and that's not to say we haven't had visionaries before. I'm not coming here to down any of the other. I'm not here to down Trump, down Biden. I'm just here to express uh, why God has called me to take this position.
So when you say visionary, you think of yourself in terms of like as an artist, as a creator, someone who has these thoughts that they manifest in terms of music, art, creation, design, things you do. That's why you think you're different as a visionary.
Yeah, I think I'm different from. I mean, we're all different. So I'm definitely different from everybody. We're all different from each other. I mean, I do bump into people that seem to be like the same character inside of. Yeah, it's like
I've seen
people. Yeah, people play the same roles. Like I just mentioned before, you're just like the head of this company. You're the same person. Yeah, I mean, I manifest. I see things. I'm a great leader because I listen and I'm empathetic and I feel the entire earth and I feel us as a species, as the human race. Like sometimes people think that utopia as almost like a negative word. That's like we couldn't have that, but I do believe in world peace. Like people hit me with one of the things Oprah said is she said you gotta bone up on foreign affairs. I remember this because it's Oprah talking, so I'm gonna remember about what the conversation was. But that's the first thing she said was foreign affairs, foreign policies. Like just I think the reason why I say leader and not politician and not even specifically president is this is the time. When the Constitution was written, that was an innovation. Now, the world is innovating all around our political system. We haven't innovated and simplified our political system. So I met with this gentleman, Sam, one of the founders of Y Combinator. So Y Combinator is a contract that my friend, the heavy Dropbox, use, and that a lot of tech guys use, and it's a standardized deal. So one of the ideas I had when I was, as I'm in this process of innovating, I'm not in war with the music industry. It's time for us to innovate, and we need to have contracts that make sense with exactly how we sell music. So people in every decennia, and that's like every 20 years. That's like decade is 10, decennia is 20. And as you see now, it's like the world is just stopped for a second, and there's an opportunity to look and say, what are the things we need, what are the things we don't need. So I don't know if you saw when I posted my contract, I had 10 contracts that kept on putting me inside of labyrinths. And there's things that we don't need. Now, I believe that the distribution partner that the label is, like Prince would go and say, oh, we don't need the distribution partner, especially if Prince was, really alive and thriving in this internet era. I'm the kind of person where I'm not trying to go and eliminate anyone's job. So record labels are afraid of saying, okay, we're going to hand over the distribution complete them to you guys, which is, that's a possibility. There's a way where both parties can be happy and that these infrastructure partners can be of service to the influencer, to the artist. Like these deals can be flipped in a way that they're just more fair. A record, let me just go into the specific place with record labels for a second.
Yeah,
I'm talking about that.
It's a confusing thing for people on the outside.
Yeah. So before, when I told my father I wanted to rap, he was very leery of that idea. He said that this I heard this business is terrible, and he's right. Like, people are all seeing things that are wrong inside of contracts, turning blind eyes to it, and everyone's responsible. Everyone's a part of it. It's like when the Me Too movement happened, it wasn't just the guys that were getting tagged. Some of the guys should have got hit with it, some guys shouldn't. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm saying that, in a way, everyone's responsible. Everyone's a part of the problem. That's why I really love that Black Mirror episode when, everyone was making comments, and anyone that even made a comment, the bees, it was about these, mechanical bees. Anyone, and this is spoiler alert if you haven't seen this episode, but anyone who made a comment, the bees came to go. And that's the thing about what you put in the universe, even a thought. You put that thought into the universe. It's another thing to say something negative, and put that into the universe. It's another thing to see someone being raped. That's the reason why I compare what's happening in the music industry to Me Too, because artists are raped. I've heard that term before. This is not like a new thing that I'm making up. The contracts are made to rape the artists, and I put I think about, this is like a thought that right now it's like, is this a negative thought that I'm putting into the universe? But I have to say, like, when I was going on Twitter, I was thinking about Bruce and Brandon. That crossed my mind. To say, this is Sony, this is Universal, and I'm willing to put the blue paint on my face and go out and do this because it's the right thing to do. Like, music, like, at this point, it loses me. It doesn't make money. My $5 billion net worth and $300 million in cash that I see a year, music is like negative $4 million to me. So these contracts for me were kind of like Wayne Grove in Heat, where this guy had everything, but he still said, Wayne Grove messed up this heist that we've been doing. Like, I look at the music industry, not music and the love of music itself, but the music industry. I look at it like Wayne Grove, like, I blame, the loss of my mother partially on the entertainment industry. The always fighting to, represent, who you are against media, entertainment industry that's trying to tear down anybody that's not going with the flow. I see, I've got those kind of reasons personally, but vengeance is mine, said the Lord. So it's not a matter of going in for revenge. That's just me as a human being where I fall short. Like, I'm wrong.
Can you explain what you're talking about? Bruce Lee and Brandon. I lost you.
Okay, so Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee were both murdered.
Well, Brandon Lee died in an accident where he was.
Yeah.
You think it was murder?
I felt
That's a conspiracy, right? The conspiracy is that the Chinese triad killed him. The coroner's report was that Bruce died from a reaction to medication.
Yeah, I mean, but I think about that anytime I go to the hospital. I'm very, I'm mindful of that stuff. I think about, like, Bob Marley. They didn't just JFK or MLK. Yeah. There's like reports that it was something in his toe or cancer. Yeah. Like, I went to go, I got a shot in my hand just from texting. And then I post text so much. Absolutely, just texted way too much. So I post a picture of the screen at the hospital, and then I was asked to take it down. But people just called. I forget exactly who asked me, but it was like they got to my management, they got to this, and he said, take that picture down. Like the hospital, it was in the weirdest place, you know. So
What did they not like about the picture?
I think it might have had some information on it that they didn't want to go out, like an address or something like that. And it's just like, but I don't want to go down these rabbit holes. I'm just saying, like, Michael Jackson not waking up one day, Prince not waking up one day, Bruce and Brandon Lee, Bob Marley, all of these things have crossed my mind, you know, as I'm going and saying, I need to innovate what these contracts are, not just for me, but for all artists. It's not about me getting my master's back. It's about freedom. And I say on a new song, I say, if I would put myself in harm's way to get my master's, they would put themselves in harm's way to stay the master. And there's a complete parallel to the way the music industry works and the way the world currently works, and the influence that America has on other countries, and the way governments work. The influence and the way government and the way people in power and control deal with, you know, disaster relief, deal with Haiti, deal with the Bahamas. Like, where is the money going? Why aren't things being built? And this concept of money, right? I asked myself this. I asked someone a week ago, like, how much is America in debt? They were like, this many trillion. And then I asked a rhetorical question, but the dumbest question I've ever asked myself, and said, well, you know, how much does the Earth cost?
It's not a bad question.
But
How much is the Earth worth?
yeah, what is the Earth worth? What is
All the things on it.
Yeah, and it's saying we can't buy it. We couldn't make enough money to buy the Earth, right? So that means we made money. So if money is the key to all people's happiness and will solve everything, and everyone's doing things for money, let's just make more money. But it's not about making more money. It's about keeping poor people poor and rich people rich, and keeping people in their place. And right now, we're experiencing the fall of Rome, or the Titanic is now hit a glacier, and there's people who would prefer to go down with the Titanic than to get on the lifeboat, because they don't want to get seawater on their dress or a nice outfit. The people are so programmed and brainwashed into classism and protectionism that it's difficult for people to embrace innovation unless it has a tag on it that's got a name brand connected to it that says, with this innovation, you will be better than the person, you'll be better than your next door neighbor. You know, when I made Sunday Service, I completely stopped rapping because I didn't know how to rap for God. You know, all my raps always had like like nasty jokes on it, and then I made when I went to the hospital. I know you want to get into this. When I went to the hospital in 2016, I wrote Start a Church in Calabasas. And as we left from 2018 going into 2019, I said, I'm not going to let one Sunday go by without starting this church. And there's people who said it wasn't a church and different things, but to start a ministry, I'm like the little drummer boy where I'm saying, this is all I got to bring, my drum. I might not be well versed in the word, but I know how to make music, and I know how to put this choir together, and all things can be made good for God. So it quickly became the best choir of all time because all the best singers moved to California. And now, but a lot of them grew up in the church, so it's like the opportunity for them to actually get paid singing for God because I would be funding it. And that for me was like a tithe for me to fund Sunday service. And I was 4 months in before I gave my life to God. Like I wasn't saved. It's just I had a calling saying, just go make this church. And the whole thing, the comparison to this church to me going and saying, okay, why am I running for president? Is to be in service. That service to my own ego. I feel like God says to me, like, haven't I given you enough? And I gave you an ego that helped you overcome all these, roadblocks and smoke screens and people telling you what you can't do. Now you need to realize when you're doing things for your ego and when you're doing things for me, this is like God, what I feel God is saying to me. It really irritates me when people say, God told me to tell you. So I'm very mindful with this kind of word. I'm saying I have a feeling that that's what God is saying for me to be in service. So the ultimate service position is leader of the free world, to be the president of the United States. It's sometimes you see me on Twitter, I'll say I want all the smoke, I want all the problems, because the problems are the opportunities. It's an opportunity to solve things. And Kurzweil, he created the keyboard Kurzweil. He has this video that Mark Rabbi, this director that shot 99 Problems with Jay-Z, which is like my favorite, top 2 favorite videos of all time. He also did Closer from Trent Reznor that I like. I just grew up on MTV in the 90s and I love Mark Rabbi videos, but he would share little bits and pieces. I remember Ray Kurzweil talking about the ability for us to have a utopia, but us being led by the least noble and the most greedy. But if someone, or when someone gets in a position of leadership and in service to people, period, but immediately the American people, I had this joke I was saying, man, no one outside of our country should be able to see these debates. This is family business right here. This is only for America to see. We can't let anyone outside the country see. But to be in service. So I stepped away already from my rap career for a year and served God every week, sometimes twice a week, 3 times a week. Never missed a Sunday until COVID. And this is the thing, there are people inside of the church stealing, doing different things, trying to just take money, and God still provided a way for us to keep that boat afloat. We never missed a service. And then one of my pastors, Pastor Adam, who is the way he preaches is called expository. It's like 1-to-1 by the word. Now, I like all different kind of preachers, but there's some type of preachers, they get up, they have the Bible in their hand, they close the Bible, and then they just talk for 2 hours. And some do have anointing, but the expository preachers go line for line. And for me, it's like I come from entertainment. I got so much sauce. I don't need no sauce on the word. I need the word to be solid food that I can understand exactly what God was saying to me through the King James Version, through this, through this translation or the English Standard Version. So Pastor Adams was coming by my spot. I got this 300-acre spot in Calabasas that we had a little house in that I was recording. And I would play this music, these chords that I love. They're almost like monk-like. And that's going to go into something we'll talk about later because I'm building a monastery. I'm building a monastery that will then be the future of monasteries. It's like full sustainable energy. Now, he says to me, Pastor Adam says to me, when I was thinking about should I rap or not, he said, my son just said, I want to hear Gay rap, do an album about Jesus, a rap album about Jesus. And it was through the mouth of babes. Like, this person, I'm going to listen to the kids, bro. I'm going to listen to my daughter. I'm going to listen to kids before I listen to, super programmed out adults. and especially if that adult hasn't done something that I am looking to do. So it's so funny how people are so like free and almost arrogant with their advice, and I'm just like, why would I listen to you? You don't even ask me for any advice. I'm the most successful person I know. So the so he said my son wants to hear a rap album today, and that was the paradigm shift for me. I use that word a lot. I like that. I like paradigm shifts. The and I made this rap album, and you know, for a lot of people, it was the first album that they could play with a certain production level in the house with their family. Now, you know, you could argue if the Watch the Throne production was stronger or better than Jesus is King production. But when I go and I've been working with Dr. Dre, and some of the beats would just be like, you know, the hardest beats possible. And it's something that was very spiritual and meditative about the mix on Jesus is King, that it wasn't hitting as hard as Jesus or hitting as hard as Watch the Throne. It was like, this is how God wanted me to make this sonic painting, and the way he wanted me to communicate. Then so we did that album, and then we did the Jesus is Born album, which also I get that idea from Pastor Adams. And I mean, there's people who that's the only album they play, and it's just bringing this gospel. And I tell you, like, my formula for these hymns I'm writing, because I'm writing the songs that we're doing at Sunday service is basically my book of hymns for the future gospel university that I'm creating, where I've envisioned and will manifest a 200,000 seat stadium, circular, with 100,000 gospel singers. And people will go to this university and they will train the way, you know, a Russian Olympic swimmer. You know, I picture like they would be in the pool 6 days a week at least, not 7 days. But for people who sing for the church, or you know, because it's a tie, it's pro wellness, all this, like, people don't practice that as much as we practice going to the studio to rap, or practice playing basketball if we're in the NBA. So it's making the NBA, so to say, the Coliseum for God. And what that, have you like heard like soccer chants and and just like 60,000 person. So I envision that for God, 100,000 people, sometimes singing in harmony, sometimes in unison. Oh God Almighty, we lift our hands and give you praise. Lord, but picture 100,000 people in unison, and that feeling, what that would do for our spirits, our souls. It's healing. There's natural forms of healing about our environment, the friends that we're around, what we're wearing, what we're eating, our diet. So Donda is a design company that I formed around 10 years ago, and some of the people that worked at Donda are now have went on to become heads of fashion houses. Like Virgil's the head of Louis Vuitton, and he was the head of Donda at a certain point. Another guy who worked at Donda is now the head of Givenchy. So this is like the talent pool, and this Donda is basically my version of like a cyber extension of my brain. Like, there's something that I'm thinking of that you can't touch, but we need to bring it into fruition. We need to manifest it, and we have to see how to use things of our past and things of our now to create our future. So it's an organization created to guarantee the future of the human race. Really, I thought about even calling it Edna, because I see us all as superheroes. Edna was the designer in The Incredibles, which is kind of really similar to Donda. I'm just seeing these lineups and stuff. So, so now our focus is food, clothing, shelter, communication, education, transportation. So at the school that I just created, Easy Christian Academy, we call NASA, we call different places about this hydroponic, vertical growing uh, garden. And I remember sitting, the idea of the garden is from A to Z, you have to be able to make your food right there, fully sustainable, right there on your land. And, it's a bunch of people like, oh, I need this salad right here. It's like, I'm not good enough. You still got to go to the grocery store for 80%, 60% of your stuff. I remember this one, this one farmer we had, he wanted to build this class for the kids and all this. I'm going to show the kids this thing. People always make the kids version. I don't like the kids version thing. Like, kids need to understand what if the pandemic was, they lost all their parents. So kids need to understand early how real life works. So physics is one of the anchors of the school that I'm creating. I remember, the city is all self-sustaining, so it works off of our four main resources: earth, wind, water, and fire. And 90% of it is running off of water with like aqueducts, like the city of Masada. And I was talking to this engineer and saying, I need the whole thing to run off of water. And he said, we're going to have to use solar power. I said, I don't, and please panels, I feel that they're part of still what Edison's idea was. I don't feel like they're really in line with what Nikola Tesla really wanted to do with alternative current, get into the whole Tesla and what Edison did to take Tesla down, and the fact the world would probably be free by now if Tesla wasn't basically destroyed by the media that Edison controlled and the propaganda that Edison controlled. So I'm talking to my engineer and saying, this needs to run completely with water, and I don't want to use a solar anyway. He says, no, I'm saying we're going to use a mirror, and it's going to connect to a steam engine, and that's going to push the water back up. And I was like, after like screaming at the guy, I was like, look, if I had known physics, I wouldn't have been screaming at my engineer. So if we think about what we're learning in school, to learn physics, to learn farming, I was talking to a friend of mine that's a rapper. It's super God following, spiritual, super smart. And I was showing her some of the designs for the monasteries and some of the designs for fully sustainable communities, it's all the same thing. And then it said bioengineering on it. And she said, it's like, for her, bioengineering has a negative connotation. And my response was, isn't like farming and cooking like bioengineering at the simplest form? Like, we went to going from like grabbing apples off of a tree to, if we put this, boom, in the ground, and we can grow this, and we can grow this, we can grow this harvest right here. So it's, I'm going to just simplify and round up the principle behind the Donda way of thinking is, we got all this information and all this, these scientific exploration, these things that Tesla never completed, these things that Da Vinci never completed, and we can look at all of these things and see, how do we create the most primitive versions of this to create a fully sustainable ecosystem, which is, what COVID actually helped us to, get closer to our families, get closer to our children, understand like, oh wow, that, that was mapped out for us to be 50 minutes away from our home, and our kids' school would be 30 minutes away, and to put us in traffic for that amount of time. And these cities have been designed to promote industry and just to make more money. They haven't been designed to promote happiness. So we're at this paradigm shift in our existence. It was when Muhammad hit the market, I think that's who it was, it brought money, because before it was slave and trade. And this is something, dishonorable men honor money. I got this bar from Dave Chappelle on that, trying to steal this bar. And we as human beings, this race on earth, have been honoring money. And money isn't, it's not even real. It's not even backed by anything. I don't want to go too far into that. But when you unprogram yourself, you see that there's other forms of currency now. Like, relationships are a more important currency than money itself, and that's what we really saw. It's like the end of the movie. That our existence would be pre-COVID, post-COVID, and so as the Titanic is crashing and sinking and Rome is falling, there's got to be this new civilization, like the end of TRUMAN, where everything starts to light up, and it's been under this like dark cloud. So, God is using me, and He has a calling, in my life to make the world better for all people. Like but we were all children at one time. They didn't say some people, no, they were born bad. You got to remember, like saying, oh, there's bad people. Even the devil's an angel, a fallen angel, a lost angel, like Los Angeles.
But that's the city of angels. Let me start from the beginning. So you essentially deconstruct things. So when you say in many ways when you're describing yourself as a visionary, this is what I'm seeing. You're looking at all the systems that are in place, whether it's the record industry, the contracts that are wrong with artists, the civilization is set up.
I think visionary is too glossy and too saucy of a title.
Okay, well, whatever.
More of an engineer.
You're deconstructing all of these things and you find flaws in the systems. So all these systems, whether it's the music industry system, whether it's the political system, whether it's the system of gathering food, whether even a religious system. Like I remember when you started doing your Sunday service, my friend was like, what is he doing? I go, he's making going to church cool again. Like, you don't think that's, look at all these people having a great time. You have thousands of people that are chanting and singing along. Like, he's not asking for anything. I go, look, if anybody should be doing something like that, it's him. I go, because he's making great music, everybody's having a good time. And when you get out of it, the best thing that people ever get out of the church is a sense of community. A time where you get together and you all agree this is where you concentrate on the food, concentrate on goodness, you concentrate on trying to find shared values that can help the community. And you're doing this in this mass form. You have a superstar musician who's doing this in this mass form, thousands and thousands of people in this gigantic area. So that's nothing but positive. So you deconstructed the idea of how to do religious service with nature. And now you're thinking about deconstructing all these different things. You're thinking about deconstructing how food is harvested. You're thinking about deconstructing how we make energy. You're literally trying to deconstruct and reimagine the idea of civilization.
Yeah, exactly.
So talk me through how this starts with you. Were you always religious your whole life?
Yes, I was, and then I hit high school.
So, but you're a young man, and you're a superstar musician, and you're living a wild life. What was it that led you back to this? Just a feeling in your life that there was more to life, there was more to your position, there was more to this idea of a calling, that you felt like you could do more, and that it resonated with you more to produce these Sunday services and to start thinking of life in this world that you can improve things.
Dear God knocked me off my horse. God, like, literally called me and said, okay, now I need you. I need you right now. Not that God needs me, but he need God, but he called me to serve him. And I was tired of serving the music industry, tired of serving, filling up stadiums. The last concert, the last tour I did, we had a floating stage. And actually it was a hanging stage, but it looked like it was floating. And that's just another thing, that's illusion, where we need to dispel the illusion. I wouldn't even call it the floating stage, but the whole thing about it is people used to say how I would lose money on tours because I would put so much into the creative. And I was like, wanted to prove to who? Prove to man, prove to greedy people, that I could make more than anybody. And that's like the gladiator position that all artists are put into. Like, we're in the middle of this coliseum. Let me show you I can kill more lions, any other gladiators that happen. So that's what I was doing. And then I remember talking to James Terrell, and I was like at the top of my lungs, like screaming about saving ourselves and humanity, and the reason why me and James needed to connect. And then I went to my show, and then it's like my head popped back and the spirit jumped out, and it felt like it was like my mom talking. And the last thing I said was, "This thing is over," and I'm saying it like I sound like my mom, like Donda. Like that's something she would have said if she was in the physical form when she sees her son, exhausted. Like I just went through I had this fashion show. We had this fashion show where we took over MSG and just broke all boundaries. Sold 20,000, 16,000 seeds and put it in the album. It was, 1,000 black people in the show. And yeah, like all Young Thug plugging in the iPhone. Travis, Cuddy dancing. You had 50 Cent there, Jay-Z there. Lamar Odom, the first time that people, saw him in walk again, was we walked together into the stadium. And he's camo, easy jacket, all head to toe. And the reason why that was so important is like when he was in a coma, I would come by and play him the new music. And once he was out of the coma, he said that he remembered that music when he was in a coma, and that was the album I was playing that day. So that's the reason why me and Lamar walked in together. And then the next, a few months later, I did a fashion show, and it started 45 minutes late. And the media, they just killed me. They LeBron'd me, as I would say, like when LeBron went to Miami, and they said, who are you to have a choice? Like with one of my other heroes, Tom Brady, he left. I didn't see no jerseys getting burned. Like when LeBron left. So then, less than a week after that, my wife is robbed in Paris. And so we just, because I'm in the middle of a tour while I'm doing the fashion show, while I'm doing this. So we canceled the tour because it's very, traumatic. And then, start the tour, back up, and get back into a way that people treat. There isn't like this systemic racism embedded in every single individual that's inside of the place, like in America. Black, white, anything. There's a systemic white supremacy. Like when I tag, white supremacy or say this, it's like yes, that is America. That is the world. Currently, we've been taught that. My first superhero was Superman, and my dad was a Black Panther, but, when Disney makes Black Panther, now when you look it up, you don't see my dad protecting his neighborhood or snatching a mic out of somebody's hand while they're lying. I don't know, like father, like son right there. But you see this character that's made for Black people to idolize, that was designed by a white person and put out by a white company. So it's controlling the narrative to say, we're going to show you Harriet Tubman, we're not going to show you Nat Turner. And they do it every chance they get. Maleficent, they called her race of people the Moors. And the Moors are, and I just saw it again, I was just like, yo, if you erase our history, like most Black people, we don't know. We think we came from slaves. We don't know our bloodline, and we're given Black History Month, and we take that like it's some gift to us. No, it's a programming to us. Racism doesn't end until we get to a point where we stop having to put the word Black in front of it, because it's like we're putting the rim a little bit lower for ourselves. Like, it's when I say I'm the second wealthiest Black man in America, like, why do I have to say that? Because, obviously, if we just go on wealth, period, or what we call wealth, like financial wealth, that's the word part. I'll be like, I'm the 78th wealthiest man in America, but we shouldn't have to have a special box, a special month, because also what they show in Black History Month is us getting hosed down, reminding us that we were slaves. Like, what if we had, remember when I cheated on you month? Like, remember when you first found the text messages? Remember, how does that make you feel? It makes you feel depleted and defeated. You know, it's no matter what religion you are, what we can agree on is it is always now. But now is the shortest moment of our life. It's gone in an instant. The longest moments of our life are our memories and our imaginations. Think about how long a kid imagines Christmas before, I mean, versus how long Christmas really is. And when you think back to your Christmas, are you under the table like Jim Carrey in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, like under a chair, or are you a giant? Are you a king? Are you what Black History Month has told you you are? And this is me speaking to Black people specifically in America. That I know people who would kill someone and or have a gun or in their own hood and be afraid to go downtown and literally be like afraid of white people. Like the most gang of gangsters wouldn't go downtown, and that's just a programming. But that program is inside of the curriculum. It's inside of the media, and it goes to this whole idea of Ye. When people say, "Is Ye crazy? Is Ye narcissistic? Is Ye an egomaniac? Is Ye self-absorbed? Is Ye all this?" No, Ye know who Ye is. I know who I am, and I'm not fin to bow to an idea that you want to have of me. I am going to be the full idea that God has of me. And when I do things that God don't like, I'm being the lesser version of me. This is where, in my weakness, God becomes strong. I have to be the higher me when people are downing me. It's not like me fighting fire with fire, me attacking, or as you say, like, uh, stooping to that level. It's like the devil will use you against you. You become your own. You become your own worst enemy. And I just went on a riff right there, but the thing is, these is the devil. Look at.
One of the things that when anybody ever talks about you, they say he's all over the place. And I say, I think that he's got a different power source. Like if you look at the way everybody interfaces with the world, there's a universal power. Most people have like a 20-watt charger. The way I describe you, I say, I think that motherfucker's got like a 150-watt charger. And these ideas are just coming at him. So you do go on these rants that sometimes need to be dissected into individual things. But overall, you're incredibly productive. So my question is, why do people think there's something wrong with you? This is, legitimately, you've been medicated. They've put you away, right? They've brought you med. How did that happen?
Well, I'll say these two things. I think very three-dimensional. I don't think in the black and white lines that I've been programmed to think in, and I think in full color. So when I talk, I have to describe a thought in 5 ways. We enjoy food that has multiple seasoning in it. We enjoy music that has multiple instruments. So when I talk, it's not a rant, it's a symphony of ideas. And when you collect them, you say, oh, these are all these things that connect. Yeah, I just tell the truth, and telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies. That's simply it.
But none of the things you're saying are crazy. None of the things you said are crazy. It's fascinating the way you think, because I can see that you're thinking in all these different layers, and you're looking at things from all these different perspectives, and they all come together out of your mouth in like a tornado of ideas. Now, if someone wants to just have a conversation with you back and forth, I can see where they're going, "That's crazy. This doesn't stop. It's ranting." But what I'm seeing is just you're a very thorough thinker. You're thinking of things independently, but you're thinking of things in a massive perspective. Now, who convinced you that that's bad? Have you always been this way, or were you less? Was it less manageable before? Did you have issues with it before?
Yeah, I believe before I found Christ and gave my life to God, I would try to lean on my own understanding. And that's the universe is like a black hole of information.
Like you don't understand.
Meaning, when people ask Einstein, said, "You're the smartest person. What would you like to know?" Einstein's response was, "I'd like to understand the mind of God." Meaning God is all knowing, and we can only know or see. And for me as a visionary, we can only know or see what God allows us to see and what He feels we're ready to see and understand to maximize what our Maslow's hierarchy and need chart is. What sets our dopamines, what sets our serotonins off, what makes us feel good. Basically, like, we did a good deed, and it's like it was somehow where, just doing a beat for a famous, or just doing a beat for a local dope rapper really meant a lot to me when I was 14 years old. Doing a beat for just anyone famous that had a major record deal was a lot to me at age 19. Being able to, put out my own music and put my own out was a lot to me at age 24. Meaning, as I grow, God sets new stages in the game of life for me that you get your satisfaction. Like Maslow's hierarchy of need is like our satisfaction chart. What makes as a human being. So as I go through these different levels, there's times where I would use confidence when I knew what I was doing, and I would use arrogance when I didn't know what I was doing. But I'd rather use arrogance than to let someone diminish my idea of myself, because that is what keeps us going. Hope actually keeps us alive. Anybody you ask, most people say, "Do you want tomorrow to come?" And they say, "Yes." They have hope for it. But I went from having confidence and arrogance to having faith, and faith is the opposite of fear, and that created this fearless approach that I have, and that's what has made me the fearless leader that I am. That I've like crystallized into the leader that my mom always knew I would be when kids followed me in preschool. The leader that people saw when we changed the sound of music. The leader when we changed the sneaker industry. The leader of what we're doing with farming and with shelters. When I was building, the homeless shelters a couple of years ago, and visiting parks, and then going to Skid Row and understanding the dynamics and empathizing with what actual mental health issues are. Not someone, telling their truth or being exhausted and then being labeled as such. Like I am.
So that's what you felt having
Absolutely.
and you were exhausted and being labeled you as a mental health.
Yes, absolutely.
Am I saying this right? That what happened with you is you feel like maybe, or you probably feel like that having this higher call and recognizing this higher power was the glue that kept your thoughts together. It kept your mind straight, and it kept you on a righteous path. So instead of being scattered with all these crazy thoughts and being exhausted and being labeled manic, right? We talked before, and you were saying that they had you on medication. Medication fucked with your creativity, fucked with all kinds of things.
Or it blocked my ability to channel what God wanted me to do. But we're all on medication right now. Did you use toothpaste with fluoride today? It blocks your pineal gland, and they put children on it, and we put our kids on it. It's inside the deodorants that we use. It's all these things to create like a disconnect to God, to serve that. It's like, are you serving man? Or are you serving the one and only master?
What did they tell you when they said that they were going to put you on medication? What did they put you on? What did they tell you?
One of my favorite things that they did is they put me on this medication that made me gain a lot of weight. And I said, I'm not going to take this. And they said, okay, we got a medication to take, you won't gain weight. And this shows you they were trying to kill the superhero. Slowly trying to kill genius, trying to make me not feel like I could run for president, make me not feel like I can go be born in Atlanta, grow up on the south side of Chicago, go into music, go and win all these Grammys, change the sound of music and the look of stage performances, all that, and then still end up in $53 billion in debt. What the music industry has people going to the exact debt of the house that they think they're going to buy after the tour is over, and it's strategized. There's criminals all over everyone's almost accounts in the music industry. It's not a safe place. It's a treacherous place. So
Serious things are
filled with money, bees come to honey.
Exactly. So they put you on this shit because you were exhausted. What did they put you on?
I can research. I'm actually forgetting the exact medication that they had.
What did it do?
The main thing that it did is it destroyed my confidence. It made me this shell of who I really am. It like grayed over my eyes. It made me. It made the Mustang that bucket.
It's a day.
Yes.
And they, what was the thought process behind it when you talked to a doctor about this? What did they tell you was wrong?
They told me I was bipolar, and I remember going on TMZ and saying that slavery is a choice, and they medicated me for saying that, for having that opinion and saying it out loud. But as I put those contracts up, I'm saying this is a choice. As I,
You didn't mean people being abducted, brought into slavery, and put in chains. It was a choice. What you were talking about is people making decisions that would enslave them financially, enslave their life. And it was taken out of context. It was taken in the least charitable way. They decided to try to say, look how crazy this shit is happening. And then they medicated.
yes, and the media is always taking anything out of context that isn't a part of the overall narrative. That because there's, like Hollywood and media has controlled so much of the narrative, and then you had Silicon Valley, and that's what's so beautiful about one of my heroes, Steve Jobs, because there wouldn't be a Silicon Valley, or Silicon Valley wouldn't be what it is today if Steve Jobs didn't make information accessible like this, which is still a bit controlled, but it feels like Twitter is the safest, freest mass platform to communicate on. And it's like they mess with Jack because of that.
Well, it's still there's still a lot of issues now. I think that's the term. It's people stop using from saying certain things. And there's a lot of struggles with it. It's unfortunate because I do agree that it's an unbelievable way to get ideas. It's mismanaged by the people who use it. I don't know what they're doing or why they do it.
Every version of anything that man has made will be flawed.
Sure, but it has to agree to let them do this. Why did you agree to let them medicate? Because if that, look, I'm crazy, for sure. But if someone came to me and go, hey, we're going to put you on some medication, that medication's going to calm you down, I'd be like, everything I do is because I'm not calm. Everything that I've ever done that's made me successful is because I have more energy. It's because I have a wildness. I'm not calm. Like, I know how to calm myself down. I can self-medicate with exercise and meditation, marijuana, and a bunch of different things. I'm not going to take some medication that removes anything that's unique. But you and all these wild ideas that come to your head, like very few people can string together the spots describing it today. If somebody asked me, is anything wrong with it? Put that together, what you just did, what you just described, reimagining civilization, reimagining church, reimagining the food supplies. There's nothing bad about that. This is all very interesting, very good. Like, I would never say that's bad. But are you this way all the time? Or is there good versions of Kanye, versions of Kanye where you don't fit into these thoughts?
What I love is there was some perspectives that people showed about what a true manic episode really looks like after I was in South Carolina. And this one guy was talking about his mom being in an episode and kidnapping his brother and, like proper extreme cases. I cried and was gut wrenched, like at I don't even like to say out loud what I said on South Carolina, but the idea of, I'm just trying to word it in a way that's really safe and covers my family. Um, uh, People saw this clip of me crying. Some people didn't know what I was crying about, but I was crying about that there was a possible chance. I'm looking at a way to say this.
I know what you're saying.
That there was a chance that that we didn't make, that Kim and I didn't make the family we have today. That's the most family friendly, way to word that. And just the idea that just tears me up inside that I was a part of a culture that promotes this kind of thing. Like one of the major statistics on the subject of life is that the greatest advocates for the A word are men from ages 31 to 37. And that's how old I was. And I felt like I was too busy. My dad felt like he was too busy for me. And we have a culture of that. And they have child rebel soldiers that were in Africa that would be doped up and psyched out and made to kill their parents. Well, in our culture, we're doped up and psyched out and made to kill our children. We have to decouple the conversation of Planned Parenthood and women's choice. Now, so of course, I'm Christian, so I'm pro-life. And when I go into office, I'm not changing laws because I realize we live in an imperfect world, an imperfect society. What I will be presenting is a Plan A, and we've already started to work on Plan A to change the connotation of orphanages, to change the connotation of foster care, and not just change the connotation, verbally, but to create places that are to the level of like the Iman period in this world had a kid. What is this like? We have so much land that this can be created and then spread across the world to orphanages in Africa and China and just across the globe to create these environments that when there's expectant families, moms and fathers, that they feel like there's a place, even if they don't feel well off enough to bring another life into this world, that there's a place to go. There's a Plan A, because Plan B and Planned Parenthood were planned by a eugenics that said out loud, I'm doing this to kill the black race and to create population control. If we didn't
Plan B, meaning the pill, meaning the morning after.
You know what? Let me
Planned Parenthood.
let me decouple those things. Let me talk about Planned Parenthood.
Okay.
There's the last figure I saw is there were 210,000 deaths due to COVID in America. And everywhere you go, you see someone with a mask on. With the A word, a culture. I'll say it one time. With abortion culture, there are 1,000 black children aborted a day. So more black children have died in the past since February than people have died of COVID, and everyone wears a mask. So it's a matter of where are we turning a blind eye to? Like, the media can control, a lot of times it has control what we care about. I even heard somebody say at one point, this is the actual sentence I heard someone say, Puerto Rico's so played out. Meaning there was a time where people were caring about it, and now the media says don't care about it, but these people, it still hasn't been solved. The hurricanes still hit, the earthquakes still hit, people are still suffering from that, and no one has really gone to fix people. You know, the Daily Mail posts a swimsuit pic or something, and just deters our energy to what we have to do collectively to help our brothers and sisters. You know, I look at society as one body. I want to just go into this riff because my thoughts are like these clouds and Mario Brothers, and I'll jump to this, I'll see another one, I'll jump to another one, and say, oh yes, I'll jump to another. I need to express this this story. I believe that, you know, love will heal all, and we have to look at. I believe that world peace is possible, and I believe it's us looking at each other as a moment in time. Time is love. You love the things you put time into. That's what I mean. Time is love. Like, this is like this intangible thing that you can't grab. You can't just grab time in your hand. You can't grab love in your hand. But we feel both of these things are real. For us to love one another, just as simple as that. Like, love will heal the world. This is what it's going to take to heal the world. But we have a competitive spirit. We like having a bad guy. We like having a competitor. You gotta change the competitor. Make the competitor be the Roman era, the Roman civilization. Make the competitor be the Egyptian kingdom. And say we're the first society, we're the first civilization that ever became civil. Because we are still just as much in the Dark Ages as medieval times, whereas Game of Thrones, you know, level, Black Mirror level. I know I went past future of the convention for a second, but we kill each other. We kill each other on social media. We kill each other in high schools, like in the way that we talk to each other. We physically kill each other in our own neighborhoods and outside our neighborhoods. You know, this planet, when we keep turning a blind eye to, of course, it's going to get to the point where there's, you know, homeless sleeping under, you know, a bridge in Calabasas because we ignore the homeless person sleeping in front of. Just look at that visual. It's a homeless person sleeping in front of the Gucci store. We have builders. We have people who know how to make communities. We have people who know how to cook and how to make food and how to bring this food. People are fighting over land and not really realizing that we're not maximizing our resources and our existence. We've got genius level scientists. We've got people who grow, you know, people who have broken out of the chains, like Elon. Like, imagine if Elon was working at GM on the third floor somewhere. You know, we wouldn't have electric cars. We wouldn't have that new Porsche hybrid. We wouldn't have what's happening with, you know, Hyperloop. Imagine if the guy that you know, started Airbnb was shut down, or the guys who started Uber were shut down. All of these people who break away and they create the new society and the next frontier of where we're going. People, like I've said, like, it feels to me like MIT is a place that has to be funded by people who want to take the smartest people on the planet and make them work on the smallest things that won't change anything. And I've talked to people from MIT, and I can look at this brilliant person I was talking from MIT, and he was afraid. Everything was fear. Everything was about his girlfriend's pregnant, and, you know, we just got a house, and I don't want to do anything to change this. And this is like one of the most brilliant people on the planet. But if you mix brilliance with bravery, that we can ignite something. Even this conversation alone can ignite the people that are going to change the world. Because there's people who have been anointed. You can't teach the brilliance and the anointings of people who hit the game of life, and they've got something that they're going to do no matter what school they go to. They know, they just know how to do it. They knew how to do it before they got here, and they were going to do it. And these people just need to see what it looks like to overcome the smoke screens of public humiliation, of bankruptcy. I was in debt. The fear of loss. I lost my mom, or the fear of death. You know, what other fears are there? There's a lot of fears, but the thing is, when you remove, like even in the schools, you remove prayer, you remove God, you remove the fear of God, you create the possibility of the fear of everything else. But watch this. If you instill the fear of God, you eliminate the fear of anything else. And it's not that I am fearless. I am literally shaking, and it's so much fear of my Father. I fear God, and I don't fear nothing else.
There's some power, right? Like it just has a mental management. Because so many people are afraid of every single little aspect of life, bills and debt, love, relationships. And if you have a higher power, and this is one of the things that I've always
What's the main word that you use even for fear? This is the main disease that people use in politics. It's the main fear, is it? But it's the main word. It's the disease attacking the world because it destroys your worry, anxiety. That's what it is. Stress, like it can kill you.
You can't be free. You can't be free to take chances.
To be worried about stuff, like So to be able to anchor and eliminate worry and say, "This, I am walking in a righteous path, and I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to worry about jail. I don't have to worry about kill. I don't have to worry about bankruptcy. I don't have to worry about humiliation. Because this is where smart aleck prayers can get you. I used to have this really smart aleck prayer. I said, God, deliver me from pain. And then he took my mom. So it's hard to hurt that much. And created almost like a character, like Deadpool. I'm like Deadpool. Forgot. Like there's no noise, there's no human noise that can. And someone tried to there was a friend of mine that did like a really bad move where he tried to say I was using this lawyer and I was about to work with him, and he said the lawyer said he wouldn't work with you until you get my contract done. And I was just like, do you not know me at all? I'd be the type to cut off if I put my hands like this, I'll cut off my own hand. I'd come back in the room and be like, yo, what you doing here? I thought we tied you up. I'd be like, and then I go just make like a Luke Skywalker, and this is one thing I would say, and this is about to make me mad right here. The first time you see me get mad at the interview. They said that George Lucas's prequels are worse than the corporate-made Disney Star Wars.
I'll get mad at that too.
That's fucking ridiculous. Revenge of the Sith. We saw how Darth Vader was made.
Yeah.
I watched that 10 times during COVID. Don't jump in again. I got the high ground.
Those early movies were pure. They were pure.
No. I'm saying even the prequels are better than anything that. And I'm sorry, Disney Star Wars design team. I know you're gonna put my face up in the office and be forget. No man, this is George. This is his baby. That thing was set in his heart to show us as children the hero's journey. And these how can we run it back and replay. Like even at Disney, there's people, at Pixar that have left. People have left, where um, they call. I forgot the exact title, but saying like every time there's a new idea, they call it like an unproven idea. So they'll get to Toy Story 800,000 or Frozen Trillion before there's a new concept. Take a chance. Yeah, to take a chance. And we've been programmed. Like when you see the homes, the style of homes that I've been developing, they're far closer to the way the galaxy looks, the way water looks, the way our makeup in our body feels. We've been put into these boxes, and that was due to money, due to construction, that we have to be in these boxes, and we've been stuck in a loop, like on Westworld. And so now I feel like Teddy Newton on Westworld, where she had to use the people that enslaved her, that trapped her, to make it out. And it's funny when I like the box, and when I'm talking about farming, I had a point about farming that I didn't finish earlier. I hired this guy to do the A to Z concept. I made it plain as day, make it so everything we cook in the kitchen at the school, we plant it here. And they would just do it to 70%. They do it to 60%. Earlier when I had that point, I went to this whole riff about children needing to learn physics and children needing to learn how to really do things and not having to separate things. Like, we are programmed to lock ourselves in a box. And what's amazing right now is the opportunity and the platform that we have, that the world is hurting for everyone, for those that are in power, for those that are inside the program, even those that are in power are still a part of the program. And I read this tweet that someone said, I finished watching Netflix, what's next? And that's so true, that we can't even program enough to satisfy ourselves. The program is done. Forrest Gump has stopped running. He just turned around. It's like all of this thing is a setup. The concerts that musicians go to where we don't, we're not thinking about the fact that we're not getting the lion's share of our masters because we're making the money on tour, and then tour has girls, and tour has the arena singing your song. I need you right now. Did you do good, champ? With Floyd Mayweather is such a hero of mine and so excellent because he is a champion, right? But then also he wasn't afraid to say, I do my deals, I make my money. And what I like is, he didn't let the older system tell him how to spend his money or how to show his money. It was up to him because he's his own king. God is the king of us all, but he's his own king. And a lot of times in America, we haven't seen kings. We haven't seen the royal blood in our bone marrow and the way it comes through. Now we can show it in rap and the way we put our chains on, the way we dress. We can show it in the way we play ball and things like that. But it's another frontier to being a king.
It's also something that we feel diminished. The fact that you know that your money is being stolen by people that don't deserve it. So if you have some record executives, if you have some people that you know have fucked up the image of thousands, that fucks with you. It does.
Makes you worry, makes you stress, makes you anxiety.
It can drive you crazy. So I still don't understand how they talk to you in medication. I wish I knew that back then. Because I would have just had you exercise. I would say, so whatever he's doing, you can't do. Like you have to understand that because different people have different amounts of energy. You have this ability to have these like really all-encompassing thoughts where you have these long trains of ideas and thoughts and you're implementing it. This is all good. This is powerful. I don't think it's a negative thing at all.
I mean, some of it comes to, I'm dealing with issues that are not just, black and racial issues. I'm dealing with maverick, innovator issues.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with, just as many, issues where there's walls of, invisible walls and invisible chains, as Michael Jackson dealt with as a black musician or an urban musician, where he had to go and all urban and came with Thriller. He's like, I'm gonna go get this person directed, which is an Eastwood. I'm gonna get a movie director, and he changed, movies forever. I'm dealing with some walls that people have done to hold back agents of change throughout history. It's like the movie is here. Like this part, us talking right now, may be a scene from my life's movie. Like Tesla was, a white guy that was a ladies' man, and he'd be going to all the like fancy events and everything. Like he stopped having sex at age 40, and said, I'm gonna focus on it. And I mean, he died penniless at the end. I'm not gonna say like he turned evil, but he was trying to sell a bomb, and he had all these like answers that would change the construct of society. And like, my best example is like Kodak. Is they're in a place where they can barely pull it together now, but they invented the digital camera, and they didn't bring it to market because they had all this film to sell. But one of the things that's really, that's a challenge for me is, I designed this thing. This we call it the foam runner, and we built a factory for it in Cody. We can make these in 25 minutes. And what I'm saying about design, I was talking to one of the just awesome designers that we just got over. We got like this amazing crew. We got guys that Nike sued us for. One of these guys, I was trying to hire him for 2 years. He had to knock him. He had to go surf for a year, and now he's in. And when he does his CAD drawings, it's almost like one shot, one kill. Sometimes you design stuff, you got to do it like 5, 8 times. Like his first one is so close to being ready to go to market because he sketches in a certain kind of way. And for the longest, we said, let's. I've been saying I want to get rid of laces, and we still have shoes we sell with laces because it's a popular shoe and people love this shoe, and it hurts me. I feel like Steve Jobs trying to like remove buttons off the side of the next Apple. And one of the things that's interesting about this, if you look at most sneakers, if you look at you guys' sneakers right now, you have a tongue, and it goes this direction. This is one of the innovations. About this is one of the reasons why this is one of the most important sneaker designs. Is this goes this way because it's ergonomic. And I remember putting it on and being uncomfortable with wearing it because I'm so used to like the way like a Jordan or something fits with my jeans. And I remember talking to Kobe and him talking about having to make sneakers that fit with jeans, and that was a big thing because that's what we grow up. We grow up wearing Carbonite jeans and Jordans or something like that. So this also, I feel that just the process. When I design, I become like a 3-year-old. I have to go to my gut. I have to forget everything I know and really focus in to what I feel. Like some straight Jedi Yoda, or like, if I can grab that water bottle, like wouldn't that be cool if I just did it right next to have a magnet on here that you could like, yo, this dude's so for me, I'm gonna make this shoe be $20, and money isn't real, so that means the world should be potentially free. So I'm gonna manifest the world being free. My dad, he lives in a DR. He says, anything that you put in the ground grows. So why do people still go hungry? And I like that in theory, but I was like, man, farming is really hard though, man. I think, I might go hungry if I had someone to farm this food. But back in the days, we had that skill set. Now we're losing these skill sets that actually we can sustain off of. So with this, and I love giving you guys my riffs. I'm like a human version of Instagram. If you look at Instagram, you look at, you're looking like 100 images a day. Well, I've got millions of images in my mind, and the majority of them haven't been realized yet. There's some images that are from my memory, but I got this whole the future that's in my mind that has to be brought. So this is, we talk about hype culture and shoes being sold on the, the resale market, and Yeezy lives in that place. But I don't like the idea. I don't love the idea that some of the reason why people buy it is just for hype culture, or you ain't got this, or I got this colorway, you don't have it, that type of mentality. I'm an essentialist. I'm a minimalist, and like I have to, I will bring the, the fully A to Z our existence version to existence. Like Victor Gruen designed the shopping centers, but he designed full utopian communities. And people were like, oh, we're just cool with the shopping center. That's all we want. And these ideas that he had never got brought to fruition. A little bit like Disney kind of based Epcot Center on Victor Gruen. But this next frontier of these communities and villages of happiness are way closer to a Kenyan village than it is to like a gated community village.
One of the things about this version of the hype culture, one of the good things about the hype culture is if people get into your products, they're going to get into your ideas. All these ideas that you have will become part of their thought process. They'll start thinking about it. Go, hey, he's got some great points. People really get into your shit. Also, really get into your ideas. And I think that's one of the things that make people uncomfortable about you is you have the courage to have all these bold ideas and to implement them, to do all these different things. That bothers me. And there's a lot of people that don't have that kind of courage, and they are straddled down by anxiety. And they see a guy like you, and they try to find flaws. They try to find things that are wrong with you. Instead of looking at the positive aspects of it, they only concentrate on the negative aspects of it. I don't see it that way. I never saw it that way. Look at that guy. He fucking do anything.
There's people who like Tesla, and there's people who there's a person who killed animals in the Tesla course and make people not like Tesla. Person made the electric chair be made with the Tesla course. So people like Tesla. Tesla still has inventions that haven't been brought to our society that would have brought more simplicity and happiness for our society.
So the Westinghouse building transmitted electricity, which is fascinating. I don't know if that would work in today's world with cell phones, all the different electronics, modern ear travel. I don't know. I don't know if it works, but things would be different.
People are over designing into industries where they see they can make some money as opposed to stepping back and saying, how do we look at the entire earth as an opportunity to free everyone, create happiness for everyone. So like there's only 1 billion people on the internet. You never think about that. There's 7 to 8 billion people on Earth, but then there's only 1 billion people that are influenced and that are on the internet. You feel like the internet is everything. It's only like 18% of human beings. But in order to make for our civilization, for us to survive, we have to make more human beings. We have family. We have to have food. We have to have shelter. That we don't have to have the internet. We don't have to have music. We don't have to have, that's a conversation. I mean,
It enhances.
yeah, it enhances the quality of life. It's better, but look at the music. Look at what the information we're putting in. Like I feel bad when I hear rap songs. I feel bad, even the stuff that I just recently put out. I was like, how you listen to Lames? They did imitation, man. Like, why is that's just? I don't like that message because we're all the imitation of our parents, imitation of this, imitation, and then imitation of Adam and Eve. We're all the next versions. There should be the V2, V3, like Michelangelo and Da Vinci had the same teacher. There's times where my people who work with me, or say like my mentees or whatever, will go out and they'll do something that I wanted to do, and then I'm torn because as a man, I'm jealous and I'm proud at the same time. It's like a father-son relationship. And sometimes when the son goes out and is more successful at things, the father wants to say, that's a good job, but every time the son does something that's a good job, it reminds the father of his failures. So it's just, I mean, it's a strong dynamic that's where I have to lean on God to not be like, this like prick that's jealous of, people who are innovating or taking, the goal line. Because we got to realize we're in a relay race of humanity. At a certain point, whoever, with the inventors in the past did, is now handed over to the inventors today, and handed over to the next inventors. But the good thing about the walls and the perception and all that is this like smaller barrier to entry allows there to be, a Walt Disney and a Steve Jobs and a Henry Ford. So what I'm doing right now, there's a real barrier to entry to do it, to constructing homes and communities and farm. Like you can't just do it like how you can just, it's hard for someone to go from. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that it's difficult for someone to go from, programming and putting the music out on the internet today to what it was that Michael Jackson had to do. That very entry was so hard for him. I mean, this guy was the leader of the Jackson 5 when he was 5. Like his entire life led up, and this is what he focused on. And it was all focused on that. So it made great Michael Jackson. Now, I want to do this comparison to Disney, Steve, and Henry Ford, and what Yeezy is. It's really hard to make houses. It's like a corrupt industry also. You get how many times have you started on a house and contractors like start overcharging for stuff and the budget ends up being twice the amount and it's twice as long. But if you had a relationship, that's why relationships are a better currency than money. If you had a relationship with the contractor, if you were part of their family, your house would be done quick. I feel like it's a practical joke on rich people how long houses take to build. I was in the airport and there was a first class line that was super slow and there was a coach area with like 8 openings and there was no one in it. And then I hopped out and this other gentleman hopped out with me and went through that line and we went through. But the rich people with the Hermes belts didn't want to lose their position so bad that they would rather wait in the first class line than to have the tie back and go to that. Now, this gentleman is a surgeon that works on people's hearts through their feet. So it's like that kind of engineer, surgeon, doctor mentality. It's like, yeah, I got money. This is what I'm doing. But I'm here to serve, and I have a mentality that I'm not better than the person that's in coach, which is the reason why we were the only two that went through how do you segue off of this when I just go into this? Like, how do you define a question?
What are you thinking over there right now?
There's there's no reason to be worried about it.
You have this thought. Do you have a rigid process that you organize your day with? Like, how do you seem to have so many different thoughts and so many different things going on simultaneously. Like, how do you organize your day? Do you have like ritual? Do you have?
Yes. I drive my children to school. I drive my kids to school, and I stay at school with them all day. And I'm in the kitchen, like working with top chefs on the planet to create this, these healthy menus, and I'm working with farmers. So the school that I'm at is also. It's like this new, I don't want to, no disrespect to NASA, I was going to say NASA, but of humanity that we're anchoring it around our children. So that's what my day consists of. But then I also in the past couple of months, have been going to Atlanta for 2 days a week, 3 days a week, because I'm building this 120,000 soundstage. But it was funny because I go back and forth on content. Should I work in content? Should I work in tech? I have all these like website ideas and tech ideas, and sometimes I'll say I'm cursed by tech. Like I'm not, I don't have any curses, or God had lets me break the curses and break the chains. I'd rather say. I don't know if content is my calling, like messaging. Like, let me show you what a school of the future looks like. Let me show you monasteries of the future. Let me show you farms of the future. It's like, but we're 20 years past the future. Like, it's 2020. Like, we're supposed to be in the future by 2000. So it's my job to move the future into now. And that's something I struggle with when I talk about the different things that I'm doing, getting into the idea of doing, like, content for Netflix or content for Google, like what that content is. Because I believe we're in the movie. I believe we're in the game. We're in like Grand Theft Auto. It's just too many things that align, and we can terraform. What we can do is be like if your Grand Theft Auto character just started redesigning the world himself, like painting his own world. We have this opportunity to make life as fun as these second lives. But if you look at how politics, just general unhappiness, misery, control, the speed that contractors build, farmers that wouldn't finish the farm, the way we are with each other, it's why people feel like, look, everyone's going to go into like this Ready Player One, second life. And I believe that our first life can be just as imaginative. And it will be. So that's and I have a bunch of friends that work in the gaming industry, and I have friends that work in the content industry, and I'm anchoring on real life, to make real life as awesome as games, to make real life as awesome as business.
So,
did I answer the question of my schedule every day?
Yeah, but I mean, you just basically go on what you feel like working. You basically just start your day. You do your stuff with the kids, and whatever these ideas you have, you just nourish them. You just encourage them. You just feed whatever thoughts are in your head.
Yeah, but what I was expressing on that last symphony I gave you was that I do have this challenge. That's where I'm designing. I'm actually designing when I'm doing my time, saying, should I be even taking a meeting? Like when I take a meeting, this is how I know if it's a good or bad meeting. If someone's talking to me and I just get sleepy, I know that that's not what I should do. If someone's talking, I'm, energized. I like saying the word energized over the word excited because this is what they do to all of us. They get us excited and anxiety. They kind of go together. Like someone can say, "Hey, I got you a new car," and it's across the street. You get so excited, you run across the street, get hit by a car, trying to run to your new. But if you're energized about having a car, perhaps you look both ways. I played this dictionary game with this small Webster Pocket Dictionary, and we'll go to a page and say, go to page the word help on it. And we say, highlight all the words you think are positive and talk about afterwards. Why do you think that's positive? So the word help is it's like a bad leg on a table. You think you can stand on it, but if you stand right there, the table can flip over. The fourth definition of the word help is to ignore. And it actually makes sense. Like if you have a meeting, right, here's the answer when you know the meeting didn't go good. And it didn't go well. The person says to them, "Oh, how can I help?" That means they don't want to do nothing. They just give you a phone number. Right. The word is to ensure. And then there's a lot of words that end with URE that are very powerful. Future, sure, pure, endure. And that goes into like the rock, because I'm literally trying to figure out the game at all times to see where these things parallel. I'm not listening to like okay, see what you're saying. But But look at that. Look at the dictionary. Look at these words. I have friends that English is their second, third, or eighth language, and they say that English is the hardest language to learn because there's so many words to that mean the same thing. It tears me to my core that my daughter has to learn TWO, the difference between TWO, TOO, and TO. I want to just be like, just draw the number two, like just make it like. Sometimes I don't know when the difference. I'm like a terrible speller, and I believe that there's like curriculums that are European curriculums that don't even apply to our genes of who we are as people, like African descent people. We don't even talk like that. Like this is a skill set, but I'm still talking white basically. Like you'll see like a black pastor give this amazing like sermon or like marry someone. I was at a wedding with this guy. They said, "Why he speaks so well?" What do you mean well? He speaks super white. Like, what? Yeah, that's what the definition of well
Right.
is.
It just sounds like you're using to communicate ideas.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I bumped into a friend of mine. Actually, Matt Williams is at Givenchy. I wasn't expecting to see. I wasn't expecting to see him. I wasn't expecting to see him, and we're at the Mercer lobby, and he caught me off guard, and I was like, I didn't use words when I saw him. I like almost communicated in a different language, like a language of like joy or happiness. Only 30% of our communication is verbal. That's why the mask just really throw me off because I can't tell what someone is thinking and feeling. Because a lot of times, half the time, people don't say what they're thinking and feeling, and I have to decode. With the mask, I can only hear what they're saying. Yes, things are black and white, and things being taken out of context. I mean, that's the reason why people love the show. That they're like, yo, hey, Joe Rogan, we can hear him go into all of these riffs. Man, we can feel it. You can see, how I'm looking. You can see my energy in the way I'm saying it too. So,
And when you see people sitting down having an actual conversation, a real conversation.
yeah. And a conversation where anybody that comes on this show, you don't have like this. Like sometimes with reporters, they have like people that are media. They have like a complex. You don't have a complex. You're like, yo, let's first off get this straight. Like if I can whip your ass. I'm Joe Rogan. I'm a professional fighter. Now let's start the conversation, which I think is another reason. Like with Nick Cannon, he's like, man, I'm very Mariah Carey. I did all these, and both of these interviews have been very positive because people aren't carrying something already, like some form of chip on their shoulder, where they gotta like attack every sentence. Sometimes I talk to reporters. It's like they're saying the thing they wanted to say to this guy in high school that they never got to complete the conversation, and then taking it out on me. I'm like,
yeah, I think there's a lot of people that have conversations with people who want to create a viral moment. It's not just a conversation. They have an agenda. It's almost like you were talking about the Disney Star Wars movies. That it's not a work of art. It's a formula. Like 2 plus 2 is 4. Let's put those together and make some money. Instead of the original Star Wars, which was the hero's journey, which was like a Joseph Campbell book. It's like there's a beauty and purity to it. It's an expression. Someone comes up with an idea and they bring it to fruition, and then you get to watch and you're like, wow, it moves. The movies don't move.
and it was a crew of leaders, of thought leaders that like was it Brian De Palma that told George to put the words at the beginning because it's like you really all I've been feeling like is like when I talk up to this point I've just been making THX, and then the toys from Star Wars have now come out first, which would be like like the Yeezys or something like that, and now so I'm making the whole Star Wars in real life like backwards, like the product came first, kind of like Disney. Like Disney, Mickey Mouse became super popular before he was able to get all of his Imagineers in. I want to point out, when people talk about being, self-absorbed or the center of your own universe, what's the main character in Star Wars? created Star Wars. Right? Listen to that last name.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's the main character in Star Wars. He kissed his sister.
It was awesome. Yeah, there's something about things that are pure, right, versus things that are attempting to recreate something that people like. There's difference. It's in music as well, right? Like it's creating conformity.
It's coming from my heart and my gut, but when it's the most pure, it's coming from God, and I'm being used as the channel. It's like when Tanya Hart did the triple flip. You know, she had all that skill, and then at some point, it's not called a triple. I'm about to say triple Lindy like it's Rodney Dangerfield, but it's like it's these moments where we do things that are seem like superhero level, and I think that's what M. Night Shyamalan was laying out for us with Unbreakable, Glass, and what's the other one with the guy with the multiple personalities? It's like he's got 3 of these films that are like showing us, hey, you're superheroes. You can be the greatest disabler of our abilities. Our greatest kryptonite is doubt. You know, yeah, doubt. Like, why did I, like why did I register so late to run for president? COVID. I remember, like I had the virus, and I was sitting, quarantined in my house, and my cousin texted me about being prepared to run for president, and I just completely put it off to the side because I was like shivering and having shakes and taking hot showers and eating soup, just sleeping. I don't think it was that bad. I think it was a mild case, and it just threw everyone off, threw everybody's plans. And then, it was just this calling on my heart. And I remember talking to really elitist, writers. I was trying to avoid saying white supremacists, but elite, the liberal elites are so, boy, who you gonna vote on? Who are you to run for office, and why would you sign up for office? If you can't even get on ballots, that's people are saying that to me, and I could get on the ballots. It's like there's black mothers that go into a hospital, and the doctor will tell them that there's something wrong with their child to get them. This is happening to this day. And then when people say, are you a pawn for the Republicans? The reason why I think that people are asking me that is because the Democrats do create black pawns. They do have celebrities that they'll sit down and meet with and say, you're going to be advocating for the Democratic Party, and everyone's like, and I'm not trying to take either sides of Republicans and Democrats. I'm just saying why were people so much thinking that I was a form of a pawn? And then the idea that liberals will say the funny thing is liberals, I think, and I don't know if I can classify myself as liberal, but I'm definitely kind of liberal elite. I wrote my book for Dark Twisted Fantasy. I've had some of the best writing, so that would put me in that class, so to say. But I'm also just a purist. I see a Kenyan home and be like, that's beautiful right there. I'm not I gotta have one of the most racist things that liberals who pride themselves on not being racist have said to me is you're gonna split the black vote, and that makes it seem like black people can't make decisions for ourselves, and that don't know white people know me. I'm only liberal. They literally make it seem like only black people will vote for me. Think about that statement, the nuance of institutionalized racism, and this would be somebody from the art world, you know what I mean? And they just have a place where no one has really been able to embrace the idea of blacks not being in a block and staying in one place, or blacks having or blacks having an opinion, like us not being on boards, or us being like handlers for other black people, meaning like if we work at a label, we work at a big corporation, it's our job to go talk to the other black people, you know, to calm other black people down, but we're working for, you know, Universal or Vivendi or whatever the organizations were. You know, I was thinking about buying my master's, and I realized that that was too small of a thought. I'm going to buy Universal. They're only a $33 billion organization. I'm one of the greatest product producers that ever existed. I'm a child. I'm 43 years old. I was $53 million in debt, you know, 4 years ago. And now it's proven that I'm the new Michael Jordan of products. I went to Adidas, and we were a $15 million organization, losing $2 billion before COVID hit. Our market cap was $68 billion. I went to the Gap, and our partnered with the Gap, and our stock jumped 45% in 2 hours. The organization made $2 billion in 2 hours, and now we've doubled. I mean, the Gap was market cap was lower than Yeezy. It was like $3 billion when I first got there. Now it's like $7-8 billion, and we haven't even released the product yet. But what I loved, I sat there and I did the deal without getting on the board, and I looked at my cousin, and I didn't want to sign the deal without being on the board. And I looked at him and said, "I'm doing this for you," meaning like this is part of a relay race. It would just be a given that if someone of color was to your position, my position of influence, will be on the board. But Michael Jordan had to break down walls, and Michael Jackson had to break down walls for us to break down the next walls. And the next walls are the boardroom, because you know what the boardroom is? It's an opinion. See, people are fine for us to play basketball and, you know, rap and make clothes, but the society is set up is not really used to or fine with us actually having an opinion. And I can understand why, because what is our opinion based on if we grew up thinking we were slaves? If our opinion isn't based on, hey, my dad taught me how to run this company. You know, my dad is smarter than me, and everything he wanted to do, black people thought he was crazy, and he had to do it with white people who thought he was incompetent because he was black. And the way these companies and the way the music industry, the way managers, and the way society generally looks at black people is the way like a misogynistic man looks at a hot lady. What can you give me? What can you do for me? No one, a misogynistic man not gonna look at a hot lady and say, can you run my company? So, you know, this idea of me, you know, and I got like, you know, I'm building my factories, I've simplified the design, and I was working with a guy that, that's helping me to, you know, build some of the factories. It was an older white gentleman. And he just matter of fact, he says, when we're sitting at his house in Malibu, it's a nice day, just matter of fact, he says, Adidas will never put you on the board. And I'm like, this wall has to come down. Like, how could you not have the guy that has the best ideas? So one of the great things with Universal, one of the approaches that we have is, you know, Universal, when Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre sold Beats by Dre, Universal had a chance to buy in and do different things. They sold it for $3 billion. That was half of the value of Universal at the time, $6 billion. Due to the internet, which the music industry was afraid of in 2000, Universal now, I think, is worth $35 billion. And now they have another Steve Jobs, you know, Howard Hughes, Henry Ford, Disney, Elon kind of character within their midst. But they're so concerned about the control of the idea of artists because they're using me as like this artist that has attracted other artists. And also, I used them. I got famous, made some money. I got to tour. I became this superstar. So we use each other. Now it's just an adjustment that needs to be made in the relationship. And I can make and I will make products that will make more money than Universal is worth. But it's not about the money, as I said earlier. It's about the fact that even though my net worth is $5 billion, and I'm one of the most famous, most influential, God-fearing Christians on the planet, I still have to go to this man or this organization and ask him for something. And that is what it's about. You can have a company, right? When you go and do your company, don't think because you got the most ownership that you actually have the control. If you don't have the information and the knowledge of how the distribution works, and you're not having that conversation, you don't have the control. So what I did in my organization with Universal, with Gap, and with Adidas, I told my lawyers, my managers, everything, no one can communicate with these organizations except for me. You give me advice, but they got to talk to the boss, which is me. And right there, you start to get the information flow. Guess who's my CFO? Me. So that means I do 10 to 15 transactions. What I do is I pay, because I had open credit cards, I had checks, I had people flying in and out. I had consultant agreements, like people who weren't on the salary, but they were consultants. I had, people paying for flights, hotels, cars, food, Netflix, like everything just running the account. Just even right now, I canceled all my credit cards except for one credit card. This is like the Oprah Winfrey moment where she's like, man, when I started spending cash, I was like, I really realized, how much I was spending, and now I'm signing all my own checks. And the thing that happens in the music industry is just a lot of industries that people tell you that someone needs to do something for you. And it's like, look, this Siri, do everything for you. You can do this. It's possible. And it's just when you ask me how do I delegate my time, it's important for me to delegate my time. If I made $210 million last year, and yeah, I have a lot of maverick ideas. I'm working on cities and homeless shelters and farms, and I'm reinvesting myself. So a lot of mavericks will, spend their money on their ideas, and they'll invest in what they see the future is. And I ended up with a net worth of $10 million. I remember, a month ago, people were like, you can't show your taxes because people won't understand that you're a billionaire if they see that you only netted $10 million last year. And after the Gap deal happened, my net worth went from $3.3 billion to $5 billion. And I've been asking the people around me to run the story, and they were going to run it with Bloomberg. They never ran it. I was not afraid of people looking at me like I was not a billionaire. And I said, be honest, show my taxes, show everything. And then the reports came back, oh, you're worth $5 billion. It came from me just being honest. When I want to say something about the Gap deal, also specifically the name the Gap and my journey with that. Like at age 16, I worked at the Gap. I always saw the Gap as like being the apple of apparel. I always had this comparison with Steve Jobs. I always felt like I was the Steve Jobs of the Gap. It was something about how clean it was, and what Mickey Drexler had done all these commercials, and like, at age 16, I was working at the Gap, and I got fired for stealing. And I was actually stealing khakis. I was stealing khakis from my friend. Funny thing, look, I stole khakis from my friend when I started doing music at age 19, 18. I went and bought a chain. I came home one day, didn't see what the chain was. Come to find out, my friend was smoking crack and it stole my chain. So the guy I was stealing for ended up stealing from me. It's khakis. I was stealing some Gap khakis. I wanted those khakis that bad. So then 27 years later, I give my life to God and I start doing Sunday service. One of the things that I had to do for Sunday service, or I got to do, that was fun for me to do, was to design the wardrobe for Sunday service. And we would redesign T-shirts, and it says in the Bible that Jesus wore seamless garments. So we started building T-shirts where the seam was only here, or only 2 seams on the shirt, or moving it around with the neck was. And I made T-shirt after T-shirt after T-shirt. In Christianity, we say we stand in the gap. So watch this. This opportunity is presented, and I always had clothes that were kind of chill, like they could be in the gap. They were not overly fashionable. And God said, "You stood in the gap, and I'm gonna have you stand in the gap for real. And I'm gonna give you favor and increase." And I know I know somebody where all that designing T-shirts come in handy. I literally was designing T-shirts for Sunday service, like David working out in the field, tending to the field. You know, when Goliath came, they wanted one of his brothers and the warriors to go up against Goliath, and his father chose David. And David said, "I don't need all this armor. I just need these 3 smooth stones. I just need, this is how I got this." They didn't know David had to fight a lion and had to fight a bear. So God, by him tending to the field in humility and in service to God and honor to his family, he was able to have the skill set to take down Goliath. We hit the street. That's a term that I had to learn. Wall Street. We hit the street like you never ever saw it before. I used to be in San Fran asking people to invest in me. Nobody would invest in me. When I went to a wedding in San Fran with all these billionaires and investors, angel investors, you should have seen people's faces. They were like, "You jumped from the 3-point line. You ran a stock by 45%. You see, think about this. You're going to split the platform. You can't vote for you. You're only a rapper. It's like all these things that diminish you. And now it's like Deadpool. Like I came back as like a superhero. And I won't let that be the kryptonite. I won't let my own ego be my kryptonite. I won't let other people's opinions be my kryptonite. I won't let these labels that people put on me be my kryptonite. And a lot of times I don't like to watch these interviews back until about, 3, 4, 5 years later, because I'm always, I'm visiting the now. I'm existing in the future and visiting the now when I'm speaking to you. And they make a lot more sense in the future because I can tell you that he can show you. God can show you. So a lot of stuff I'm telling you. And some people are following me, some people are believing in it, and some people are just doubting it because they want to put this label, "Oh, he's crazy," or "It's just a black guy saying it," or "It's just a rapper," it's just an entertainer, it's just whatever it is. So I can say the most wild ideas out loud. It's like Veronica Cornerstone wanting to be an anchor person. And I remember she said, "So Ron, I told you I wanted to be the anchor." He said, "Yes, I heard you. I wrote it down. Veronica Cornerstone had a very funny joke tonight." And every time I talk, it's literally like Veronica Cornerstone having a very funny joke tonight. Like when I said it's going to run for president. And it was like, "Okay, go ahead. Would you like to interject? Do you have thoughts and ideas also that you'd like to have be a part of your interview?"
Well, you went from people mad at you that you split in the back with black vote all the way to the Gap and all the way to Veronica.
But then I brought it back.
Yes, you did.
To the vote, to run it for
president. You brought it back to people doubting you, and people putting limitations on you.
People are tuning in to this podcast and going on the journey with us.
Yeah, listen, do or they don't. It's up to them. The beautiful thing is you're not listening to these people that are trying to put these labels on you. And you're not saddled down by fear. You're not saddled down by doubt. You're willing to take those chances. If you did become president, what would you do that's different?
I mean, pretty much everything. I was just looking at the suits last night. I was like, "Yo,
what would you redesign?
I don't wear white anymore." They had a white shirt. They had I would redesign this. I will. It's not a would. It's not an if. It's not an if. It's just when. We got to start with the budget. I feel like, the fact that I went from being in debt to being, I don't even like the way it sounds. Because you think about Steve Jobs, money is like the least of what's awesome about him. And money is just a tool. Like, it's like nails. I got the most nails.
Do you feel like it's scored on the scoreboard, though? It proves proves not just value, but it proves effectiveness.
Yeah, and it's like you're crazy till you're right. So it proves in some way that a lot of the things I said that were crazy, I was actually right about. Yeah, looking at that budget, and I think that that's part of God's like training, like Mr. Miyagi, Paint the Fence, and Karate Kid, Daniel's son. On that, I gave like the full description of the analogy, just in case people didn't think you
Talks about foreign policy.
people love talking about foreign policy. That's the number one question.
Yeah.
But when I talk about the budget, this paint the fence, the fact that I had to, that I have to understand $300 million of cash a year, that you don't get trained for that. That's like astronaut training. That I have to understand how to have multiple industries. That I have to understand how to build and house and provide. I provide people with healthcare, and I had this idea of doing a zero employee board where I put everything on my partners, on Universal, on Gap, on Adidas, but I believe this is amazing training for me as a black person. There's people who have been raised to respect a penny, but as a black person, I've been raised to look down at a penny. But the people who really hold their money respect every penny. They respect the money. And it's interesting, I had an argument with one of my managers because I made my own travel ban in my organization because, when I did Sunday service a month and a half ago, there was 25 flights coming in, people I didn't know. Because there's criminals in my organization trying to kill Bob Marley. That's JFK or MLK, but deplete my resources. So I created this travel.
Explain that.
What I mean by that?
We're going to go to your organization.
Meaning, there's people that, I fired this one CFO about 3 months ago, and up to a week ago, he still had an open credit card. Because when I did lowering money, it's like, no, I'm the new person that's in charge of your money. That's in charge of my money, rather. So that's why you became CFO. That's why I became, and it's the best, and it clears my thoughts, and it really helps me with design. It helps me as I'm designing what I'm doing at the camp. It helps me when how I'm designing the curriculum. It helps me in the way I'm designing the kitchen, the way I'm delegating, the way I'm working, the way I'm being a better leader, being a better listener. But there was some question that I was answering. Before you went to foreign policies, I went to the budget. But I said it's like Danielson painting the fence. The fact that I've had to really look at and understand that kind of money and this God-given anointing, being a producer, being a head of industry, being a God-fearing and a servant of God and a producer and head of industry at the same time, it's literally like the perfect combination for a president. And to be honest, I'm literally like every now and then, the world deserves a leader that they can 100% trust that whatever I'm saying to you, with the information that I have in front of me, when I talked to when I was with the president of Haiti, and he gave us an island, me and Sherman Pishavar, that was an early angel investor at Uber, and is working on the Virgin Hyperloop right now. Really great friend of mine. He saved me. He's had me avoid deals where I was going to give up a percentage of my company for a third of the value and different things like that. So we go to Haiti, and the president gives us this island to develop, to make a city of the future. And also, we're going to have the farmers and the people who live there take a percentage. Take ownership of the land that they have right now. So when it raises the value, they all eat off of what the idea is. But he said that the way that he has done business with our president is so straightforward. I know that me as president would be the best thing that ever happened for America's foreign policy. I've traveled more than any president already, and I bring people together. I put rivals on songs together to create masterpieces. I go and I empathize when I meet with leaders in Africa, when I meet with leaders in I didn't really have the good next thing. I wanted to sound good like that. Leaders in I wanted to sound fire. But see, honestly, so when I meet with leaders, I'm not trying to go in there and see how they can use my internet. I'm not trying to go in there and buy up their land and develop it and buy it up for cheap. You know, we're going to share information. You know, we have an idea. We just had a dual citizenship for Americans with African descent. That the ability to create environments and communities completely can change the way uh, uh, people act. You know, if people are hungry, they're going to act a certain way. People have food, they're going to act a certain way. People are away from their friends and family, they're going to act a certain way. They're going to need to, they're at a college town, they need to stop by this, frat party and, drink and do blah, blah, blah. But when they're, but you got to go here, so you can go there. And like society is all about dismantling the family. I see things being more like a kibbutz or, where the family can be as close and where the grandparents can be next to the children. And, this ideas I have about how communities should be are worldwide simplified ideas, and that they're not based on industry. Even though I understand industry, they're based on serving God and serving families, and that's something that everyone across the globe, no matter what country in the world, whatever continent in the world, all of the moms and dads have something in common. They want the world to be better for their children. We all want the world to be better for the children. And we can show ways that we are not at odds. Think about it. The world is a giant piano, but we're playing off key. So for a producer to synthesize those ideas and not say, okay, we're going to shut. I spent time in China. I spent a year in China when I was in fifth grade. I used to speak Chinese. Like, ni hao ma, shay shay ni. Like, I don't know a lot of. Yeah, my mom was an English professor and had an exchange program where the Chinese student could come to America and she would go to, there was like Chinese at that time couldn't come to America and as easily. So, there's influence and culture. China actually has like imitation Paris, they probably got imitation Calabasas they probably do at this point. The artists define culture. That's what makes it. There's an artist that designed the Statue of Liberty. There's an artist that designed the Eiffel Tower. This is the reason why I donated $100 million to James Turrell's Road Crater project. When I went to, this is like the eighth wonder of the world, but I saw spaces that we can exist in that would be helpful for our health, our well-being. These are healthier places for us to be. We need to be like almost like Tyrillians. Like our life is like a Shakespeareans. Like Shakespeare's written 30% of our language that we use. Like I say, like he must have been a really nice person. Like Da Vinci used to walk away from people when he would talk to people, and that's the reason why it's the Da Vinci Code and that's the Da Vinci life, because he never was able to get it across to the level to affect us for generations to come. These people love art, but they want to put art in the box. We need to surround ourselves with the artists because the artists are the most connected, the most truthful, and their dinosaur never got killed. Somehow, the people who figured out how to make a living off of art is meaning art class would be considered to be fun. Like every kid loves to draw, right? But some people got to grow up, and like the artists, in some way don't have to. Yes. Like we're all children. We're all if you're alive, you're a child. We're all children in God's eyes, and we're all young people. Like Jesus is an old person. Like he's old. Like like Adam is old. If you're alive, you're young, and we're like children. And there's all these things, these sharp edges, these corners, these anxieties, these fears, these things put in our food, our diet, our diet of what we consume right here that turn us old and make us brittle and make us put that fear on our kids. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. We put these evils on our children. We put racism on our children. We put fear on our children. And the children are fearless. The children, it's funny. It's like Claudio Silvestre, one of our lead architects that I work with since age 24. He built this home in Mallorca with John Paulson, and he has like this golf course. The acoustics are incredible, but it's this part where you can walk along that's 20 feet high. And I said, would you, what about the kids? What, you have a balcony, you have a banister or something? And he looked at me and said, they're smarter than we think. Wow. And meaning, like, if we were never taught the missing banister theory, that we could all type a walk. The missing banister theory, I wrote it in my book. Thank you, and you're welcome. I wrote with my friend Zakaya, that's actually here right now. That's that you were talking to earlier. Is, look, you can walk down a straight line without worrying about anything. But you take that exact straight line and put it 20 stories high, and you know I'm going with it, and you remove the balconies, you're going to be so concerned about the idea of falling that it will make you fall. And that's where the superpower is in removing the fear. That's what you say. And it's also probably the first sound biteable thing that I've said the entire
All right, let me talk to you about, so we're serious here, so let's talk about like real presidential issues. Let's talk about, like, here's some things that just when we talk about this country, here's some things that mean a lot to me. One, student debt. I think it's crazy. If we take children when they're 17, 18 years old, we send them away to college, we make them literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and then we ask them to go out into the world and try to manage this money and try to get a job that's going to pay them a fraction of what they owe for their education. I think it's crazy. I think we should figure out a way to resolve student debt. I think we should figure out a way to make education, at the very least, far less expensive than it is now. This is a big issue.
Absolutely. I'm completely confident that I will figure out how to get America out of debt. That I have the ability. Once I see everything, I never make the wrong decision when I'm given all the information. That's my skill set. Anything I go into, producing, rap, homes, clothing, anything. Once I'm given the right information, I apply my taste, and I have the best taste on the planet. I mean, Quincy Jones. There's a couple people that's like, okay, Quincy Jones' taste might be better than mine. But if Quincy, could you imagine Quincy Jones as a president?
I could.
Yeah. Or, Walt Disney, Steve Jobs, like maybe some of these personalities are
volatile.
Yeah.
But that's how he gets things done.
Yeah, like for America to be as warming and inviting as Disney, there used to be, this dream of, people still have this dream of coming to America. Like, it's the America that I grew up, even with like when Ronald Reagan was in office, it's like he was hanging out with Michael Jackson, and it's like it felt America. Plus the way the media showed things, like the American dream was alive and well, and even at the same time in the ghetto it was a living hell. Given bricks were put on the street. Bricks are put on the street during the riots now. Bricks are put on the street in the 80s, different kind of brick. And there were guns placed, and the fathers were being taken out of the hood, and this is all this. So don't let me say like everything was perfect during that era, but the perception that it's ever been, like we show, it's just, it's outright. It's just. I don't want to dwell on it. Let's keep going to what you're saying about the debt. Because also, I don't have, like if you're asking about COVID, I can only give you my perspective as a civilian. I'm not talking to the same people. you know, and I also empower the geniuses. I was talking to my man Fred and my boy Anthony about crypto and Bitcoin, you know, the yesterday, just to be prepped for this conversation, and not about the specifics of alternate currencies. It's like Ace. It's like that's. It's like, but this at my mind just goes on these like grips right here. But Jack Dorsey decentralized Twitter 2 months before it really hit because he was talking to the Bitcoin guys, and these are guys that really have a perspective on what the true liberation of America and humanity will be. These guys, a lot of specifically these guys, a lot of the tech guys were able to use the new highways, new information highways, and create the next frontier of our existence, while the powers of our political system are still anchoring on electoral college, which was based around slavery, about the idea of slaves being 3/5 of man. And get this, it wasn't even created by pro-slaves. 3/5 of man was created by the anti-slaves in the North as a compromise. And that basically explains the existence of black people in America to this day. The people that were on our side supposedly said we were 3/5 of men. The people that were on our side, the people on our side thought of us as 3/5 of man, meaning like, yeah, come work for us, but you know, you're 3/5 of men, so you have electoral college and gerrymandering happening to this day, where if you have Latinos, blacks, other minorities, they're redrawing the lines to affect the vote to this day. That does not relate to the information highway that we live in today that allowed all these, you know, the tech guys to become multi-billionaires and lead and lead free thought, or allow, you know, as best as we could, a version of free thought. I know I gave you a symphony, but you see how all this really connects. We're sticking. You know, why don't we put the white wigs back on? They still wear the white wigs out England. They still wear them. You know, that's the whole thing. Just because, you know, someone's not, you know, wearing a KKK uniform or a white wig doesn't mean that they aren't holding on to the very core of the country being, but saying vote. You know, that's the reason why my verse is vote Kanye. It's like, vote for who? Look, man, if you ain't gonna say who you voting on out loud, don't even wear the vote. So it's like Democrat. It's like, there's nobody. It's the Trump that's like wears a vote T-shirt. It's like, but it's such a.
Can you say that guy? You say vote is mostly vote Democrat. Like, and if you have an American flag, mostly vote Trump. Like these are realities that we're sort of accepting.
And it's subs. It's all this subliminal stuff that's based on like fear and control. Even like this, like this. Look at this. This is the 3/5 of man thing, right? We're willing to take the chance of not winning as long as the conglomerate can be completely in control of. Completely in control. You know what I'm saying? That Bernie would have won. This is I want Trump. I'm saying like Bernie is a superhero. You know, and
it would be the perfect person to be the opposite of what Trump represents.
Yeah,
he's an anti-capitalist. He's a guy who's a social democrat.
But you know the problem? They couldn't control him because
he can't control him. He's been so consistent his whole life.
And so what I'm saying is they literally kicked. If this doesn't say something, it's like they kicked the superhero. You know what I'm saying? They
want to control. It's the same thing they did with Tulsi Gabbard. But Bernie was interesting because he's this democratic socialist. Because he's got these ideas that are scary to capitalism.
You know what's funny? Because I created the birthday party, which on the next election, what's going to happen is, I mean, you guys get 300 million viewers. You know, after this, probably 900 million. Yeah. No, exactly. So, so
This is a long rant, but I really would like to talk to you about specific business.
Okay.
I mean, it was a beautiful long symphony.
but there's a
Cap on.
there's a pop. We don't.
Or just cap, maybe
Okay, wait.
and no.
Ding. That's actually interrupted. But there's a possibility that I could. It's actually technically possible for me to land now, which would be the best option for America. I would. I'm on 12 ballots in 17 states that you can write me in on. So people that never voted gotta register, voted for me. Then have to take it to the House because I could possibly win now. I'm definitely 100% winning in 2024. And with that thought, I was like, okay, I got the birthday party, but I was thinking maybe there's a possibility that would be. They said that would. I was thinking that would possibly be the Democrat. You know,
But I don't know. Maybe who knows what happens after this? Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Then who knows? Who knows what they do?
I would be the first. I'm not trying to. I'm one of the first super famous public black free will servants of Christ since modern media has come to pass. Meaning, when I talk, I'm not talking for a conglomerate. I'm talking for myself in service to God. That's it. Like, I'm not, I'll cover my people, cover my family, but there's not some big plan or like some practice script thing where it says you go in and you say this, you do this. We want to keep selling Kodak film, so we want to stop you from bringing out the digital camera. We want to keep selling this, raising the price of gas, so we're not going to look to how to like safely harness nuclear power or to do electric power. Okay, go ahead, ask another question. I quite love the sound of my own voice.
It's okay. So
This is microphone.
we started. It sounds great. So we started with student debt. We got on this long symphony.
Yeah.
Have you given thought into the idea of free education, and particularly, here's a big one for me as well, free healthcare. I think if we think of ourselves as a country, and our country as a community, we're all a bunch of people that are together. If we're going to take care of things like the fire department, if we're going to take care of things like the police department, education, we've got to take care of healthcare. We got to make it so that people get sick, they don't go bankrupt. We got to make it so that no one has to worry about being taken care of. And I don't mean to eliminate the ability for someone to hire a private specialist for surgery or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying at the very least we have to cover base medical concerns for the population. It's a giant part of what it is to be a person, is to worry about your body being broken, to worry about being sick, to worry about what this is going to cost your family financially. This is a huge issue in our country. It's medical health. So you thought about that?
Absolutely. I hear you, and I feel you, and I feel what people are going through. I think that there is it's not just how we can treat people. There's preventative measures, yes, that can help us from getting sick. Our diet, our locations, our jobs. There's a lot of that affects us and puts us in those situations. Our transportation, like as you go into like autonomous vehicles and tram systems, like just kind of trains that are like floating balls or floating Starbucks or something, like designing our world to be the world of the future will will help us with health. That's the preventative measures. And then as far as being more inventive in the way we connect holistic medicine with modern medicine. I believe in both medicines. I believe in God. I believe in God and nature. I believe in science and physics. And it's like the first simplest form of bioengineering. I think was farming, and to be able to have, like I talked about the guys at MIT, the greatest scientists and greatest people are that are like the Elons of the medical field, but perhaps they're sitting there on the floors, like serving on the front line, fighting COVID, where they didn't have the opportunity to create PayPal and become a millionaire and go to the next idea, or when they presented and want people to invest in these inventions that they haven't had the voice, the platform to bring this invention. There's cures to things. Like one of the things is the silver bullet. Like what I went through with the medication. They gave me the medication that made me fat, but then they said, okay, we have one that doesn't. We all know what a silver bullet is, a medication, right? So it's a medication that goes and just kills exactly what it's supposed to kill. But for capitalism, that's not the best medication to actually cure people. The capitalists want to keep people. They want to treat. They want to treat. They want to keep you sick. Because that's how you keep making money. To have a guy like for me, when I say I put my life on the line, I think about Abraham Lincoln. I think about JFK to go in and sit and say, the whole thing is, everyone is going to be more prosperous. I think it's the word. Not specifically, are you going to 5x your money? Everyone's like trying to, no, it's about prosperity. And to be able to really have real conversations with the lead heads of like Big Farm and real conversations with the heads of holistic and natural healing, to put these people in a room together. People aren't they're mad at each other. They're afraid of each other. I donated to a Christian school in Cody, and I also went by and saw this other amazing school in Cody, where they have autistic children and kids with special needs in the same classrooms as as regular kids, and I just saw this juxtaposition. And the head of that school is Christian, but it's a state school, so there's no prayer in the school. And then the other school is fully Christian, but it's not a state school, so they don't have money in the school. And I wanted to have dinner with both of the principals. Come to find out, the principal, and these guys, they talk maybe at a softball game or something. The principal house is 1 block walking distance. The principal of one school's house is 1 block walking distance from the school of the other principal. That we're this close. Right now, we have the solutions, but we all have our backs to each other. We need to face each other, like how we're facing each other right now, and have these conversations. The solutions for utopia are in front of us. But what's holding us back? Fear. People are sitting on their money. Really, they're sitting under their money. I know I'm going to give you a thing. Okay, that's it. Next one. Well, did you get my perspective of the way I would approach?
You would bring people together to communicate and try to figure out a better strategy.
And, I mean, in London,
realities and financial realities.
In London, when you go to the hospital, let me give you the American example. When I go to the hospital, I had something wrong with my foot 3 years ago. They asked me, do you want to take something? Do you want a pill? I said no. 5 doctors and nurses ask me if I want a pill. This is like worse than when you don't accept water on the plane and they just keep like, do you want some more water? I'll take the water because I don't want to be responsible for the water. Like when the plane takes off and it goes like this and I gotta like hold it on. I don't want no water. Like I don't. Even though my like masseuse said I should drink more water. So there are like people, they have Christmas parties about bonuses, about giving out more medication. So we talk about, look at this, how much does the earth cost? There's no price on it, right? We make money, money's not even backed by gold anymore. So it's engineering. It's where the budgets are going. And like it was the best part on one of the best parts on The Sixth Sense is when they looked at this video and it was a nanny. They saw that the nanny was like putting stuff in the like porch for the child that had passed, and then they said the ladies looked at the nanny and said, "You're keeping her sick. You're keeping her sick. Like we are sick. We are sick. Abortion culture, sex culture, capitalism. We are sick. We as a people, not just the American society, the world, we are sick, and we are keeping ourselves sick. We're all responsible. Like the Black Mirror episode, we're all responsible in some way. We all play some part. Like if I go to Pornhub and the very next thing, and like backslide and do this because I struggled with this since I was like 5 years old, right? And the very next thing says something about like trafficking. Then I literally would have to like put my hand over that part and like click the thing I'm going to, and thinking that like I'm not a part of the bigger conglomerate that we're all. Oh, I'm not really a part of the main problem because I'm not as bad as that guy, and I'm not looking at this part. I'm not. We all play a part of it, and we're all sick in some way. And the world has been designed to keep us sick, like spatial engineering based off faith can save a world. Literally, like building will save the world. Spatial engineering, like engineer, not going to space, engineering our spaces, the amount of space that we need, the way that we interact with each other, how close we are to our loved ones, our families, how close we are to our jobs. We got to experience a lot of this. Some people, it wasn't good. Some people, it's better. They were connected with their children and their families in a whole different way. Like we're talking, this is my thing. We could talk about all of these important current issues. There's deeper reasons based on slave mentality, based on fear, based on protectionism. That's specifically white supremacy and racism. Protectionism. People just want to protect what they have. And there's this like photograph where you're holding the little girl's holding a teddy bear, and Jesus has a giant teddy bear behind her back. Behind his back. She don't want to give up the small teddy bear for the bigger teddy bear Jesus has waiting for her. There is prosperity for all families here on earth right now in service to God. There's happiness. There's joy. It's not a possibility. It's a probability. Just the fact that God woke me up, got me here safely, and allowed me to talk to you right now and spark the minds of the people that are anointed to change the world. It's already what God wanted me to do. If I didn't take a breath after this point, God had me here for this conversation right now. But I think God has more for me planned. I don't think they're gonna come for me until He done with me. They ain't gonna come for me until they done with me. I want to make it so someone is having a video like perfect. They ain't gonna come. They ain't gonna come for me until they done with me. They ain't gonna come for me until they done with me. That's all I got. Yeah.
Help yourself. You always create.
No. Yes. But do you understand what I'm saying? You're gonna go. Okay, tell me what I'm saying.
What you're saying is that it's your overall philosophy, the way you're approaching life. You're approaching life that there is good for everyone. If we all work together, in the spirit of the way you think, the spirit of God. not approach this like with famine mentality, but approach this like there's enough for everyone. There's an abundance if we engineer it correctly, if we think about it correctly, if we all come together with the spirit of everybody helping everybody. This is the spirit of Christianity. This is the good spirit of Christianity, not the Christianity that gets despised or disparaged or evangelists drive around in private jets. The spirit of goodness and treating each other like brothers and sisters. Yes, this can be done on a national scale.
Because those evangelists are the people who spread the word of God. There's people who are praying for me. We're praying. Like I said, I like to, okay, yes, I am a genius, but one of my most genius skill sets is recognizing other geniuses and empowering them and giving them the platform. So the people that have been praying for me this whole time, for yay to work for the kingdom, look at me right here, working for the kingdom, not leaning on my ego, not leaning on anything, but leaning on God in this situation, saying, let's rise up together and show people what it's like to be Christ-like. Yeah, we fall short, you know what I mean? People love to look at the Christians that are the least Christ-like to judge Christianity as a whole. Well, a lot of people got Jordans at 23 years old and very few of them play like LeBron. They want to be like Mike. Yes. But there's very few people that get that close.
What you're saying is beautiful. Yeah, that they do judge the good.
People always go to the furthest extent. Like if you talk about abortion culture, people immediately go to rape, but don't do the math on what percentage that is. And for me, as a Christian president, as I said, I go on that. I touched on it before. I realize we're in an imperfect world. When I talk to my fellow Christians, we talk about meat, we talk about guns, we talk about in this imperfect world, there's a transition between where we are today and where we're going. This meat industry have a great impact on the ozone. From what I hear, it does. And we have to transition. One of the things I want to do is a thought that came in, and thank you for allowing me to give you the thoughts that are coming into my head as opposed to trying to put me on a grid, because I'm off the grid, period. The way I think, I paint in circles. I don't paint inside of the lines, right? So I was thinking about, I forget the lady's name, starts with a T, but she changed the meat industry because she was HSP, like highly sensitive person that's and put the cows in round beds. And that's what I'm doing when I say spatial engineering. That's what I'm doing with our spaces that I'm designing with the farms and with the school systems, the unlearned systems. What are the things that you're going to need, in the future? Because 30 years, we don't even know. Probably the things that we're learning in school right now won't even apply to people when they're 30 years old that are learning this stuff. Age, especially with technology, the people who design the curriculums are dead, but they did way before technology. So, I was in computer programming when I was 8 years old, and I used to know how to program. So I got to in 7th grade. I had a neat computer that had 4,096 colors. That's why I got that one. And I would program the different sprites, draw each of the characters and animate them. And I thought that was the next frontier to animation books. I wanted to be an animator. And then I started doing the music. They had a music program. I wanted to do the music for the video games. And then I found myself running home from school all the way from 95th Street to 119th Street to go and just keep programming the music. So this is like age, 12, 13, programming video games, and that being the gateway into the programming music. I got a longer story about that, but I know you want to ask me some more serious stuff. So, ding.
This is a big one. If you really did become president, when you do become president, you're going to have to deal with hostile governments. You're going to have to deal with hostile militaries and dictators, people in other countries that don't have the value of human life. Throughout history, we've had immense problems because of that, because of military conflicts. How do you think you will approach that? You will be the commander-in-chief of the greatest army in the world. No. If you're in that position, you have to deal with some sort of military action with China. What if China takes over Taiwan? What if they invade Taiwan? What if something happens with Syria? What if something happens with Iran? What if something happens with Russia? And you have to make decisions about military action. Have you thought about this?
Yes, I would. I have to say again, like COVID, I'm a civilian, and people can have all their perspectives that they can have of what they would do in that situation. But I would have the greatest professionals on the planet, the most skilled people that have all the experience that would present the information, and I would make the most sound, rational decisions, and I would follow God's will in my approach to dealing with these other countries, to dealing with these other leaders. There's something about, you know, our president's personality and the leader of North Korea's personality, where there's a level of common respect, and that's the reason why they were able to talk, and the fear had been taken off of us. Like people who are God-fearing, self-made servants of their people. These other, scary dictators, they feel like they're that for their country. And if they see a president that they know is just taking a check or part of a bigger conglomerate, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to denounce any of the candidates, then it's very transactional. It's and in this situation, this isn't just
The seriousness to some of the subject.
yeah, absolutely. We can't jump from jokes about this to joking about people's lives. We have to completely be still in this moment. Allow God to guide our steps and ask the right questions with the highest ranking officials possible. This isn't something that you just wing or that you just come in and say, oh, I did a bit of research, I got this political answer that's gonna get a rise out of people. Like this is people's lives. This is a whole different setting or mood than what this whole interview has been about. This is people are suffering throughout all sides in Israel, in Nigeria, in Haiti. We're suffering in the police force in Chicago, and the people have been harmed by police and the police force. Like this all is going to take serious time. Like time is love. It's going to take that love and that time and moments of listening, moments of understanding, moments like when my wife goes and visits people in prison and she hears their stories, she says, I understand. I understand why you're in why you're in that situation. I would have did the same thing in this situation. And for us to go to foreign countries and really understand why that they're in the situations, or why the killing has gone so long, or why the hate has gone so long, or why the pain just keeps on, compounding and compacting. Um, there's an empathy that I just have as an artist that it doesn't become a 2+2=4 situation. My dad was actually a psychology major and a Christian therapist. And this therapy, we talk about therapy, period. It's like we need healing internationally, not just selfishly for America. America's number one. Internationally, we need healing. And I would lead. I would lead with love, dignity, the responsibility to our country, the coverage of our families, of our soldiers, and in full service to God and to the American people. There's a mode that I would be in that position. Like when I was a producer and I was a really young man, I was running around, hopping on trains, hopping turnstiles and stuff, and like stealing from cars and not stealing cars, but stealing clothes from stores. Then I was selling music and going and buying leather jackets and stuff, and dating a whole bunch of girls going on tour. And then I had a family, and I had to adjust a lot of my mentality and behavior to grow and be the man that I needed to be. Then God called me, and I gave my life to Christ. And God is helping me to be the Christian that I need to be. And when it's in God's will that I become the leader, I will become the leader that I need to be. So right now, as I said, I'm a civilian, but my heart, my mind, and my spirit is in a place where I know that I'm being called to captain this ship. Like when Roosevelt went in, America was in shambles. When I say those things about those numbers, when I went to Adidas, yeah, like I'm the person that you actually call when things are not going so well. You have the mob movies is the guy that goes cleans up everything and like puts everything. I'm like the forensic, where in the same way how you saw my mind touch on 10 things at a time, and then I had to say 10 sentences at a time. If I could say them, I maybe narrow them down to 7. That's the way my mind takes, information in, and then synthesizes it, and it comes out as a song. It comes out as a product. Using that mentality as a leader, fearless, God-fearing, we will heal. We will show the world what America should be, the dream.
You've said all this shit, all the things that you've said, in the most non-politician way I've ever heard anybody describe these things. I know you really mean these things. This is resonating with me that you're being 100% honest and natural. And that's what I'm missing in politics. I mean, it's one of the things that made people excited about Trump, is at least he was an alternative to the political talk. It's an alternative to politicians speak where you know they're being dishonest and disingenuous, and you just accept it. You know they're reading things that are written by speechwriters, but you just accept it because it says the things that you want to hear, checks the boxes that'll say, okay, you got my vote. What you're saying, though, is what you really feel, what you really think. You're not saying that to a politician. That's what's going to resonate. People are going to be mad at me. If you get president, you made Kanye West seem likable. You turned him into the fucking president. It made him seem like a rational choice for president. This conversation exposes a side of you that I don't think anybody's ever seen before. A long-form conversation where you realize that you are a visionary. You do have these ideas are rooted in you. You're not opposed. It's not bullshit. It's who you are. And your well thought out response, particularly to the idea of military conflict. It's very interesting.
Praise God. Glad I did that prayer.
Brother, listen, we're 3 hours into this. Let's wrap this up on a beautiful high note. So people can write you in if they want to. And we have a video on that, Brian. So Brian will play this video on how to write you in and wrap it up. There it is. How to write in Kanye West on your ballot. Now, for people that are watching this on YouTube, you'll be able to watch this on Spotify. You'll be able to watch this. But if you're just listening, you just got to go down to the part where it says "or write-in." It's pretty straightforward. Write-in candidates. It'll show you where you can write it in. This video will be available. This video is on YouTube, right?
It's on Twitter.
It's on Twitter. Okay. Write in Kanye West on your ballot. Very interesting. I'm telling you, man, that was one of the most interesting and impressive answers to any question. So obvious that you were coming from the heart. And that's all we can. Absolutely. Thank you. It was an honor. Thank you. Pleasure. That was fun. We did.
Awesome. This one for the last time.
All right. Let's do it again. Bye, everybody. Going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes. And of all the fucking people that make me feel lazy in this world, there's two. Okay. That make me feel you and The Rock. You fuckers don't look like you ever sleep.
No days off. That's why I love his unattractive ass. He's a person that motivates me, inspires me in the fact that we're co-workers, we're friends. I think it's a blessing. It's a blessing to be around that.
Yeah.
Because it truly it's uplifting. You know, it just makes you weed out the circle. When you're around people that truly give you some good, serve a good value to you in your life, you then look at those that don't, and you can then push away. So I'm big on personality. I'm big on energy. I'm big on will and wants. I believe that's contagious. So if you have a bunch of laziness and a bunch of bullshit around you, naturally it's going to feed off. You're going to find yourself becoming what's in your environment. So
I feel the exact same way. And when I see that, I can't.
I see that.
I see that. I feel like I've seen an avatar. I see you. I see you. Yeah, but a guy like that, like I always wonder, like how much of that is. Look, I've had sleep experts on the podcast that tell you, like there's real problems if you don't get enough sleep. Like you have a much higher risk of Alzheimer's, all these other serious issues. But I see a guy like The Rock. I'm like, how the fuck does he sleep? Where's the room for sleep?
You know that's true. I can't say that I've witnessed the sleep patterns, but he's a late ass. So he does. I know he's sleeping at some point. What are we waiting on? God damn it. He's probably getting his rest, which is well deserved. But you know, when you say you had these sleep experts stuff on, it's always a thing that I go back and forth about because what is enough sleep? Like I'm a person, I function high off of 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah.
6 7 hours, I'm functioning.
Yeah.
5 hours, I'm great. Do I do the 5 hour thing all the time? No. But if I have to, I'm fine. I don't need the 8 and the 9. I feel like that's too much for me. Like I'm an early riser, and now that I'm getting older, you know, if I can get in that bed by 9:30 or 10 on an off work day, I'm very happy with that. And then I'm up at 5:30.
Right.
I'm up at 5. So what is enough sleep? What did they tell you is enough
It
sleep?
really depends on the person. There are people that have a gene where they can just sleep 4 hours a night.
I got that.
Fine. Like
I got that. Is that a disease? What is that? Does that mean my blood is gold? What is that? What does
it
it
just means you got special genes.
Goddamn right, I'm alien. I got some shit.
There are people that just don't need as much. They can go a long time without sleep.
Diagnose me, I'm one of those people.
You might be. I bet a lot of high functioning people are because your body tends to you get more efficient. You know, like you're always going, you're always burning and hard. So your body's like, when it's time to shut down, it's like you shut down, get that 5-6 hours in. All right, back to work. Let's go.
I will confess this. I am an amazing cat napper. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. If you stop talking to me long enough, I'm gonna fall asleep right here. It's something about silence and just not doing anything, and
well, that's probably you're probably going on momentum all the time. You're probably going on motivation and momentum.
Okay.
And then when your body has this break, your body's like, you're sleep right there.
That's 100% right. I'm dead serious. I know for sure that's accurate because I'll catnap in heartbeat.
Do you feel like you've hit a good balance? So this is what I was wondering about with guys like you or guys like The Rock, when I look at your Instagram, your social media, and you're just constantly going like, God damn. Do you ever feel like you do too much? Like maybe you just need to take a little break here. Do you ever feel like that?
I think the perception definitely precedes reality. You know, what looks like so much isn't always so much because you have a schedule, and you know within that schedule, there's the things that mean the most that come and act as downtime. You know, me in my house is downtime, even though it's still active and I gotta be dad and I'm with the kids and the wife and this conversation. I'm running around and I'm back and forth. It still acts as downtime for me. Like I'm shutting the work off. So the phone is in the office. I'm not going back to get it until the morning. And it's all conversation. It's all TV. It's all Taco Tuesdays. It's couch and cuddling. You know, baby time, whatever. That's my downtime because I've taken a step outside of the other shit.
That's wise.
That's what I think I do very well. I can step outside the other shit. I can separate it. So I think when you're able to do that, then you're managing your mental. You know what I mean? Like if it's always one thing all the time, that's how you fucking drive yourself crazy because you're never shutting it off.
Yeah.
And I think I do a good job of shutting this off and focusing on this. Like when I'm with my family, I'm with my family. Nothing interjects or comes in between.
That's fantastic. That's so important.
100%.
That's beautiful. You figured that out? That's gigantic.
I think I figured it out.
That's it, man.
I think I figured it out.
I mean, you've got so much success. It's not like you have to be with that fucking phone all the time. That's the phone is the big one, right?
Well, the phone is the gift and the curse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that we shot out the gate and saw the gift. Oh my God, it's community, it's connecting us. We're able to share, we're able to meet new people, we're able to stay in communication with old people, find new people. As an entertainer, I can engage with my fans, and this is so dope. And then after that, you get hit with the curse. And the curse is there's a high level of negativity that's out there that's on that shit. You know, there's a lot of people that are, you know, not happy or going through things, and they interject a certain amount of negativity and hatred through these devices. These devices are the easiest way to touch everybody. So when you're just consumed on that shit all day, you start to see yourself being a part of the negative shit.
Yeah.
So what I've learned to do is go. I don't need to see that. I don't need to see that shit. I don't pay that any mind. I don't read that shit for what. It's not helping me. It's not making me better. It's not pushing me to new limits. If anything, it's taking up just creative space by me literally spending time going and navigating through what I think is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
So I don't let the device beat me. And at one point, I definitely did. At one point, it was everything. It was everything. It was, now I separate.
How'd you break clear of it?
You realize what it is when you see the bad. When you see the bad side of it. I thought the other day, this is some real shit. It really made me think. My phone died. And I'm driving. And I was using the fucking maps. And I was like, oh shit. What the fuck? How am I get to where? I don't know where I'm going. I was like, yo, how did we get from point A to point B before the map shit? What were we doing? I used to print out directions from Google Maps. I remember that. But then before that, how did you get to the places where you were going that you didn't know how to get to? I don't even remember.
Did you have a Thomas guide? Did you ever have a Thomas guide?
I did have a Thomas guide.
When I first moved to LA, I would get one.
I did have a Thomas guide.
Giant ass
Giant ass, 100%.
Bill Burr had one until like 3 years
Yes,
ago.
Bill probably still uses it. Shout out to Bill Burr. But it really fucked me up because I was like, we don't even know how to do the common,
Yeah.
the norm anymore because the device has made everything available. And I literally had to drive to a store where I could buy a charger, charge up my phone to get back and use the map to get to where the fuck I was going. Because I had no idea how to get there. I didn't know no numbers by heart. I didn't know who I was going to call. Like, yo, this was a moment where I was like, what level of success have I reached? I just pulled over and I sat there and I was like, how the fuck am I going to get to where I'm
You have
going?
a spare phone, man.
And I don't know what it was.
Backup phone.
It felt like the end of the world. It felt like it was over. I was like, shit.
Isn't that crazy how dependent you are?
But that's when the light bulb started to click.
Yeah.
It started to click like how do we function now? I want to go backwards a little bit.
Yeah.
It's still there. I still need it. I still think it's dope with all of the things that we can do on it. But I still want to be able to put it down and step away from it. I want my kids to be able to step away from it. That's why when I come in the house, my phone's up. Because I can't bitch and complain at y'all about being on your phone. And you see me doing the same thing.
Right.
So that time, those conversations, me wanting to know about your day, you talking to me about your day, your friends, who you like, who don't you like, my daughter, you, what boy, who, what, huh? No, all right, God, my son, yeah, I like somebody, who, oh, Jesus, here it comes. It's a great thing, and I want to be able to have those moments, and, I think it's big to make sure that you prioritize that.
Are you worried about what comes next?
100%.
I'm worried that something's going to be way more intrusive than that.
It's what do you mean? It's already happened.
Yeah.
The biggest scare happened already with the FaceTime shit that happened where, well, Apple on the iPhones, it was like people could listen into your.
Oh yeah, if you didn't even pick up the FaceTime,
they could just listen into it.
Yeah.
And that was the scariest shit ever. Because if it's that easy to have a bug like that, what's the thing that's not a bug that's there that you just don't know about?
Oh, there's definitely government listening to us right
100%.
now. Yeah,
100%.
recording everything everybody says, and then in case one day you do something wrong,
They go back to
you say, Mr. Hart, we'd like you to sit down for a minute. I want to play you something.
100%.
Yeah.
So the fear is the next level of intrusive. I think everything has become intrusive now. Like the toughest thing for me is that there is no privacy outside my home.
Right.
The amount of money that you have to now spend just on security, people to be with me, security to be on my home. It's like there literally is no privacy, and it's not. I bet you complain about it because without the fans, without the people that support me, I wouldn't be where I am. But there's no middle ground.
Right.
There is no handshakes anymore. It's how you doing.
Right.
And it's like, a handshake is so much better
Right.
to get a moment. Like, we can talk if that's what you want. No, y'all, say it now. It's kind of weird because you're doing this to me. It's kind of weird to have a conversation. So you're just starting to see yourself become a little older and wiser and just really see the times for what they are and see the direction that we're going as people. And just hope and pray that we find a middle ground because I think right now there isn't. That's what I'm feeling now.
No, I feel it too. Especially, what you're talking about is you being super famous and losing all your privacy, but everyone's losing their privacy.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. It's happening to you because you're very famous and because you do something that's in the public eye and people want to see you and they want to stick their camera in front of you. But there's going to come a point in time where what we're dealing with now, which is like you have to turn your phone on, you have to, you have to reach out to somebody, you have to put something up. That step's going to be out of the way. It's just going to be people being able to access your life.
Yeah. You know the bad. Here's what I'll say is bad. That really fucks with me. I don't like that negativity is the want.
Yeah.
Like the thing that's popular is the failure, the fuck up, the fight that I can catch, the hateful moment that I can catch and post. Like the bad is being highlighted and celebrated. That's what fucks with me with the social media shit now. What really bothers me is, when you see these things online, like, a fight, and there's a man hitting a woman in this capture.
Right.
That's bad. The bad thing is that you watch that the video was more important than the actual help,
Right.
or the moment to step in. When you see these things where you're catching people do these things to kids and it's caught, the moment of what you got and what you want to post and get likes or whatever on is the focus instead of the help.
Yeah.
And that's the part that is just, I just have a hard time processing. I have a hard time processing what the likes mean to certain people.
Well, you get an extraordinary amount of attention, so it doesn't mean anything to you. It means something to a regular person. And to a regular person, they can catch some world star video and put it up. They're like, dude, that's my video. That's my video. Look, my video got 5 million hits.
Yeah.
My video has gone viral. My video's everywhere. For them, it's like it's a point of excitement. That's why when they see you, they're like, oh shit, how often are they going to run into Kevin Hart at, Costco or wherever the fuck you go?
I definitely run into me on I'm in the bathroom, restaurant. When I go to the bathroom, by the way that I went to the bathroom, you could definitely tell I had the shit. I was moving fast. It was one of those abrupt, while you're eating. I'm eating bad, so I didn't eat bad. Wow, my stomach immediately said, this is not going to happen today. So I get up and I go. And literally, like 3 seconds, I hear it as I'm walking. Oh, they go Kevin Hart. And as I'm walking by, the guy gets up, follows me in the bathroom. And he's like, yo, I gotta get a picture, man. And I said, let me go to the bathroom. When I'm done, I'll take a picture with you. I go to the bathroom. This is a true story. Hand on the Bible. Hand on the Bible. I assume the guy is outside the bathroom. Because as I'm going, I see him and I say what I say. I get done. I go to the sink, wash my hand. He was just sitting behind the wall, and he's like, got his phone out. And I'm like, did he just take me while I'm shitting? Did he put the phone over the thing? Oh, Jesus. Like, I'm about to be on. Oh, my God, it's over. This is it. This is my nightmare. Here we go. They're about to put something up of me shitting. It's the bottom of my feet. It's wherever.
Yeah.
But he just waited, and that moment was so important that he was in the bathroom. And as soon as I got a call, I said, let's go outside the bathroom.
Yeah.
Let's take a picture. It's a bathroom. I said, I'm not going to. I'm a nice guy, man. I'm going to take a picture. He said, I just ain't going to lose you. And I'm like, there's not even a thought. There's not even a thought about it's a bathroom.
Right. How weird is that?
It's a bathroom. This is a pretty fucking weird moment, man. This is weird.
Following you, waiting for
you
your
just
shit.
waiting for me to finish shit, and I don't know what you got on your phone.
Right.
You're too big for me to ask to go through your phone, so I can't. Whatever you got, you got. But I had to go out and take the picture, and I remember going back to the table, just like, what's happening? What's happening? At this point, what is happening?
Yeah, that didn't exist before. I think if you were famous before, people just wanted to get an autograph or shake your hand.
We're past the autograph stage.
When was the last time you get an autograph?
It's been a while.
They don't really have-
I don't think I would know how to write it. I don't think I would know what to put down. It's been a minute, man.
Yeah.
And I want to make this very clear. You know, it's not.
complaining.
I don't knock it.
Yeah.
You know, I understand. Like, once again, I want people to, more importantly, understand the fact that I welcome it.
Yeah.
I welcome the moment that I can talk and converse with the fan. But it should be that. Like, it's
Normal.
Yeah, the moments are better when they're real. You know? And after a real moment, you get a picture because you're like, yo, he was actually a nice guy. Or I had no idea that you would be this calm and cool. You don't even get to see how genuine of a person I am because the first thing you do, you stick the camera in the face. And that's when people think that you're an asshole because they have the intrusive moment that then gets met with the can you please, I'm sorry, you don't have to stick it in my face. Damn, you ain't gotta be like that. Wait,
They look for that
Yeah.
too. They look to turn on you.
because now you get your moment.
Yeah.
You look for the negative moment.
When did shit start getting weird for you? Like how many years in?
I don't know, it's been pretty crazy. It's been pretty crazy for like the last 4 to 5. The last 4 to 5 years. And the last 3, you know, it's gotten insane. Because now, you know, you're on an international level. So it's global. And the following is bigger. And it's all ages, which is really, really good. But I think, you know, for comedians, it's a different thing because you feel like you know comedians. You know, you're laughing, we're in your homes, everything is met with warmth. So when you see a comedian, especially if you're a fan of the comedian, you're associating everything with funny and you're just looking for the funny moment.
Right.
You're looking past the normal moment. You know, it's like you almost are frowned upon if you're normal, if you just chill.
Right.
Because everybody wants the funny moment.
Right. They thought you were gonna be funny all
Yeah,
the time.
it's like I'm supposed to pop lock right on site. You know,
Yeah.
if it's 2 in the morning and you run into me, and I say, "Hey, how you doing, man?" That's not enough.
When you work out your shit now, I've seen you at the Comedy Store, but only once. Where do you work out your shit?
I like to go to random comedy clubs. You know, I think I'll go to New York first. New York has always been a home when it comes to building, put some structure within a set that you're trying to figure out. Once I got a skeleton of what I want to do, I'll just go to West Palm. I love that comedy club, the Improv down there, and
That place is great.
I'll stay for 2 weeks
Oh, really?
and just go and run through some jokes. I'll go to Utah. I'll go to Denver.
You do like Wise Guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go to comedy clubs, just random comedy clubs that you wouldn't expect to see me at, but I'll do a hell of a run. And the goal is to get out of there with just a foundation. It's not to have a complete set. I just want to get a foundation. So when I'm done getting the foundation, then I'll do a little comedy club run. I'll do a full comedy club run where I just put 2 or 3 months in. And it's comedy club, and I'm doing 7 shows a weekend. And people are shocked that I'm there and that I'm doing it, but you know, that's my gym. That's how I work. And I end up leaving that period of time with a complete set after the first 3 or 4 months that I spent. Now after that comedy club, 3 or 4 months doing that run, then I take it to like a small theater. And I see what my laughter feels like in a small theater, and I do a little run in small theaters. And then when I finally feel like it's at a point where I'm getting the laugh consistently and the punchlines are working, I flipped it back, frontwards, forward, every direction. And my story is a real roller coaster. And it has an ending where I feel like we get off the roller coaster and we're happy. And you don't feel like you were there for an hour. Then when I go test it out in that arena. And if the arena, if it lasts or sounds the way it's supposed to, then I say, okay, I'm ready. If it doesn't, then I'll go back to small theaters and then I'll go to an arena again. So after that arena sounds the way it's supposed to, do I say I'm going on tour? So sometimes it takes me about a year and 3 months, a year and 4 months. people don't understand how hard it is to develop an hour of stand-up material. People act like you just turn on a new hour. It's an hour. To get to an hour, you're going through 4 to 5 hours of bullshit that you thought was funny.
Yeah.
To come up to that hour that you finally say, this is going to be the representation of me this year.
Yeah.
It's a lot for me to do that, especially at this level,
Well, especially while you're always doing movies and you're always busy with a bunch of other stuff too. You don't, yeah, you don't take any breaks.
While I tour, I actually, when I'm touring, if there's a movie, I make the movie schedule around the tour. So my shooting days will go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, rap Thursday, maybe have a show Thursday night, and then I'm going Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sometimes no show Sunday, sometimes show Sunday, depending on what the work schedule and the workload for the following week will look like. So I'm implementing that in. So when I say I'm out, I'm gone.
Yeah.
So I knock that movie out in 2 months, and then when I'm not, that tour schedule shifts. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, dedicated to family, dedicated to office, everything. Then those weekends are touring. But that tour lasts for a year and a half. I mean, this year we did 157 shows for my irresponsible tour.
Wow.
157 shows.
Before you decided to put it on the Netflix special.
Yeah, we did the Netflix, the taping. I think I did it 3 weeks before we were done, so we probably had 143 shows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that I taped it, finished it.
Did you always have this kind of structure? Like, how did you design
I'm a
this?
thought-out individual.
Yeah, you seem like
I'm a well thought-out individual.
yeah, this is not random.
No,
Yeah.
everything's planned. If you look at all my stand-up specials, there's a 2-year gap in between. So the 2-year gap is because at the end of that second year, my new special should be coming out. When that new special should be coming out, I'm now focusing on what the next special is going to be. So that first year is all development. Like right now, I'm off, I'm not touring, but now I'm mentally in the gym and throwing all the old stuff that I talked about away. That's now thrown out. Can't repeat it, can't say it. Now it's talking about what the new version of myself is going to be. What do I want the conversation to be? What's my thinking? And just taking notes. So eventually now, I'm going to start just popping up in random comedy clubs and trying to figure out what the next thing is. So by mid 20, I'll probably be doing comedy clubs. By the end of 20, I should have a full-fledged concept of that new hour. And by the beginning of 21, I should be ready to go out with my new hour. End of 21, film my new hour. Mid 22, that hour will come out.
That seems like a schedule a lot of people are doing now, the 2-year schedule.
It's a perfect gap.
Yeah, that's how I do. I know Louis C.K. did a year every year, and George Carlin did a year, but I think he said it really wasn't the right way.
That's tough. A year is tough.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a shouts out to those that can't do it. I think that's amazing. I think just for everything that I have going on and all of the different things that my hands are in within the brand, the business, I need to make sure that I'm giving 100% to those things so they have the highest opportunity to be successful.
Right.
If I'm trying to cheat it, then it's going to show.
Yeah.
It's not going to come out to the best of my ability. And with that stand-up, you gotta fucking magnifying glass. You're always being judged off of what you did at one point. Just like a musician, you're always judged off of the album that everybody thought was whatever. So the biggest thing for an entertainer, artist, whatever your craft is creation. How are you recreating yourself? How are you constantly showing that you're growing? For me, the only way to do that is to talk about my life and the things that grow along with me. The only thing that grows along with me, my experiences, my family, my marriage, my mistakes, my ups, my downs. Those are the things that I can talk about forever. Because as you get older, things change, shit gets different. It's all coming from my personal opinion of me, my view on me and how I see life. You can't lose material in that state. That's why I stay away from certain things, because those things can become boring after a while. For me, because I don't have the knowledge of everything that I should.
Like what? What kind of?
Well, politics. I don't joke in the politics. I don't joke in anything that has to do with the slander of others or other communities. I don't do anything divisive. That's my biggest thing. And you know, this past year was one that got a little weird because I was like, yo, I've really dedicated myself to bringing people together. Like I thought that was my goal. That's my priority. I damn sure thought that's what I was doing on a global scale. Everybody, all races, shapes, sizes, whoever you are, whatever you are, you can come to a Ken Hart show at a good time. So when it came off as if I was a person that was divisive, that was tough.
You're talking about the Oscar shit.
The Oscar shit, yeah. Like,
this is a time where people are just looking to be upset about things. And they're not looking at you, Kevin Hart, as just a human being. Like, who is he overall? Super positive. They're not even concentrating on that. I mean, think about how positive you are, and yet they try to concentrate on some jokes that you did, 9 years ago?
It's a wake-up call of understanding the times, but more importantly, you know, for me, it was, okay, I went through it. I made sure that the people of the LGBTQ community really understand that, hey guys, I apologize before, I'm apologizing again. I'm sorry. I'm not that guy. I don't want you to think I'm that guy. Then it just became the constant conversation.
That never happened.
It just became a constant conversation. And now it is, guys, I'm not only sorry, I don't condone anything that has to do with hate to anybody. This is no longer a conversation. So, guys, I'm going to stop talking about it because now I feel like I'm feeding into what I'm not. I know I'm not. The world and public should understand and know that I'm not because over this time period, I've shown that I'm not. So, the apology, once again, I'm sorry. Genuinely, I'm sorry. But then it never stopped. And at that point, I just made a decision, and I'm like, guys, at this point, I'm making a decision to not talk about it anymore. That doesn't mean that I'm being disrespectful to anybody. That doesn't mean that I'm shutting down anything. It means that for me, I'm going to stop talking about it because at this point, I don't know what to do. At this point, I thought the apology is what you want me to do. I made sure that you understand that I'm not a hateful person. I don't condone hate. I did that. I stepped down so I don't take attention off of that night and those people that are there to be celebrated. I don't want to draw attention to myself and what's around me. I stepped down. Everything I did was for the better of good. I'm stepping away, guys, because I don't want this to be a negative night or a negative thing. And then it still became a conversation. So I waited for it to die down. I went on my radio show, gave another public apology. Made sure that he understood I'm sorry. I hope these words didn't hurt anybody. I once again apologize. I don't condone hate to anyone. I hope that you guys can forgive me for those jokes. So now, I say, if you don't understand it and you don't believe it, I don't know what else to get. I don't know what else to do.
There's nothing else you can do. That's very wise of you.
No.
It's very wise of you to step away like that because if you didn't, they would probably pursue it forever.
Right. I mean,
it becomes a point of attention. That's all it is. They just decide this is something they're going to focus on.
When I had a good talk, and I'm going to talk about this for a minute. A friend of mine, Lee Daniels. You know, me and Lee Daniels. Lee called me and told me what to talk to. You know, Lee Daniels is director, producer, the show Empire. It's one of his biggest shows. You know, so he calls me. He's like, Kevin, what talk to me? And us talking, he's like, look, this is a time where you could speak up and talk about, you know, the community that's been affected by hatred and, you know, hateful crimes. You can step up and be a voice and say that you don't condone or don't stand with any type of hate or whatever. You can take that stage and do that. And I said, Lee, I understand what you're saying. I said, why did you expect me to know what's been happening within this community in regards to hate and crimes? I said, I'm not aware. I said, some people can just not be aware. I'm not in the know. I had no idea what's going on. I had no idea. Yes, in that community, I had no idea.
Right.
When you tell me this, I'm now educated and I understand. So it's easy to simply inform.
Right.
Information is key. When people get information, they process the information. When you can process the information, you go, oh, wait a minute. That makes sense. Hey, if you guys think that I condone hate, wait a minute. I don't. And anybody that does, fuck you, man. That's bad. You shouldn't. I can say that. But instead, when this happened, it was become an ally, become a voice.
Yeah.
And that's where there was just a miscommunication. That's where a back and forth kind of was established that I think people just started to take things and run with it. And I'm just not one to feed into what I feel isn't going to eventually evolve into a positive thing.
In a real conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best to.
It was becoming tabloid bullshit as opposed to like a real discussion.
Clickbait.
Yeah, clickbait.
Clickbait.
That's the problem. There's so much clickbait out there because it's such an effective way to get people to pay attention to things. Because as you said, people focus on failure and negative and anger.
That's what we want to see.
Controversy.
That's what we want to see. People
Yeah.
want to see the anger.
Yeah.
And you know,
Why do you think that is?
because it's just the times. It's that's what's cool now.
Is that what it is?
What's cool is being negative. You know how you always have some people. It's a great example. How you have people. Me and you can talk about a movie, right? We can talk about Titanic. Wow, Titanic, one of the biggest movies of all time. Fucking great movie. You know, yes, it was a great movie. And one guy, for no reason, go, I fucking hate it. Why? You ain't like Titanic? Fucking bullshit. Why? I know why. Now tell me, why'd you hate it? I ain't got time to talk to you about that. The cool thing is just being different. I wanna be completely opposite than all these positive people. You know what? No. That shit was ass. Why? Why was it ass? You have people that just like to do that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And what happens when one person does it, another person for no reason all go, yeah, me too. Yeah, that shit was ass, man. I ain't like it either. Did you see it? What y'all talking about? You don't even know what they're talking about. But you just want to hop on the negative train.
Right.
Because that's what's cool. It's not cool to be positive. It's not cool to be happy.
I don't know if it's a cool thing. I think it's usually people get really frustrated with their lives.
100%. That's the factual side to it.
I did a joke before. I was like, do you think Michael Jordan needs YouTube comments? I bet he doesn't.
No.
That's not for winners.
No. Not at all.
It's every people that want to get mad and complain constantly about shit like that.
Do you know what it takes to do this right here?
Not much.
You know, right here, I'll tell you how I feel. Right in your comment section, Joe Rogan. You can kiss my. You know what that takes? What do you have going on that you have the time to just simply be that negative and do it in this world?
It's just a mismanagement of your time. Yeah,
Time
is so valuable.
And I don't think people understand how valuable they can be if they use their time.
Yes. Now, have you always been like this?
I'm a positive
Always?
fucking guy, man.
But always?
Always. I find a light in every dark tunnel. I will find the goddamn light, man. I hear it all. Listen, when I tell you the weight on my back is so heavy of all the stuff that I deal with, and I'm fine. The reason why I'm fine is because I'm genuinely happy. I'm happy. And I'm not happy just because of the success. The success acts as a bonus. I'm happy because I truly know the definition and the feeling that comes with happiness. I truly know it. I felt it. And I said, yo, what really makes me happy? And I look at Heaven and Hendrix and I look at Zoe. I look at my wife. I go, yo, I didn't have the family shit when I was coming up. Yeah, I got one. Look what I done did. Look what I built. These people depend on me. I provide for these people. That makes me happy. That makes me happy when my daughter comes up. Dad, you're not only my dad, you're my best friend. No, I'm happy. That's my world. So everything else from the outside that comes in, you're throwing shit at a bubble that can't be popped. It's a force field around me.
Yeah.
It's a force field around me because what really matters, loves me wholeheartedly. And when you have that and you understand that, you're unbreakable. So if you don't add to that force field, if you don't make my force field stronger, you don't get time from me. My team, Heartbeat Productions, the people underneath my umbrella, you're part of my force field. You believe what I believe. We all see the same things. We want the same things. So we march with the same beat. You can't shake that when you're an individual that's seen that and understands that. If you've never felt that, if you have no idea what that feels like, then it's easy to shake it. That's why some people are easily broken. Being broken is not a hard thing. It's not a hard thing. So those that do get broken, those that do get down, those that do get depressed, I understand. I don't knock people for it. I don't knock anybody for it. What I also understand is that the encouragement that can come from so many can add value for those that may need a little push. That may need a little, hey man, pick your chin up. It's so easy to be that positive reinforcement for somebody and add value. It's so easy. But some people choose to throw that aside and kick while you're down. I try to put out the light of positivity. Because whoever's out there, I don't know what it can do for somebody else. Or somebody else may just simply look at me and say, yo, the way that he embraces his kids makes me want to be a better father. Yo, the way that this man doesn't stop and the way that every day he wakes up and he's just positive regardless of what's going on makes me realize that this shit ain't so bad. The way that he gets up and says, hey, today's another day, it's a morning, let's all be better than we were yesterday. Somebody probably needed to hear that. The more that I can get that out and I can take my platform and throw good energy out, I'm doing my part. Because there's so many that throw out the complete opposite.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of it. That's beautiful. That's true.
I believe you.
It's not forced.
Right.
It's not phony.
Yeah.
It's not fake. I hear shit every day. I hear shit every day.
It's very contagious too.
I had a lady, right? Lady rolled down the window. When you gonna make a good movie again? I said, did you see the upside? I thought the upside was good. What's that?
Oh shit.
It's a movie. It's one of my movies that's out. I think it's a good movie. I didn't see that. All right, man. You have a beautiful day.
That's
yeah. All right.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. All right.
Damn.
She asked the question with such conviction, like literally.
Yeah.
By the way, I could have said a lot of shit. Like she rolled the window down. You can tell she still had the crank. So I'm like, I could have said a lot of shit. I didn't. There's a lot of things I can say to you, man. When you gonna make a good movie? Head snapping, man. Oh, that one out. The upside. You see the upside? What's that? It's a movie. It's out now.
Amazing that that's how she chooses to come at you.
I see it. I get it.
She chooses to come at you with a negative.
I get it every day. When you'll be funny again? I'm trying my best. Trying my best. If it's not working for you, hopefully I do better soon. What am I gonna feed into that? And why?
Right. Why?
For what?
Yeah.
For what? Seems to have been working thus far.
Are you getting this positive attitude towards life from life experience? Or are you getting it from books? Did someone teach you how to think like this?
I'm getting it from the experiences and from the real understanding of perfection doesn't exist. It don't exist, Joe. we're in a time right now where people expect perfection. You expect perfection. I don't know where this came from. I don't know what happened that this is the criteria for living. My true understanding is, all right, you have one life. And in one life, the goal for us is to live it to the best of our ability from the beginning to what's at the end. In the middle, in the beginning, middle, you're going to do things, you're going to make mistakes, you're going to fuck up. You're supposed to learn and then move forward with the understanding of what not to do. And when you move forward, life may get better, it may not, but somewhere along the lines it's going to click. And everything that I went through back here was supposed to happen so that now that I'm here, I'm able to go ahead with such a high level of knowledge and I can make other people better. I can make myself better. I can do more for my family. Something happens. My dad is the prime example. Crazy drug addict. In and out of jail. Life was very bad. Very fucking bad for my dad. Son got successful. Son then took money. Gave it to his dad. Here's your house. Here's your truck. Here's your money. At this age, I want you to live your life. You done made mistakes. You can't rebuild and correct the things that you've done. I'm your son, I love you. You can't go back and redo. You can't try to keep going backwards. Ain't about me, you got grandkids. Go be the best grandpa you can be for these grandkids. That's your focus now. Where's this energy devoted to? Be a grandpa for the grandkids. Don't worry about me. But something happened in your life. Something happened that took you in a direction to reap the benefits of your son's happiness and success. My energy is now contagious enough and I hand it to you. So now you're able to give that off to all these other people that you're around. Something happens, and that's in every single life. In every life. I understand that. There's a payoff for bad eventually. There's a payoff. It can't be bad but for so long. If you got the strength and the understanding to realize that, shit will change. It will change. It's impossible. Just like poker. I don't know if you play poker or not. I don't. You play poker, you can run bad forever, but it will eventually turn around once you grasp the understanding of the game. Eventually, it's going to turn around. Blackjack, you're never going to beat the casino, but eventually you're going to have a good run. If you catch a run, you'll do good. Get the fuck out of there. You waited long enough for it to happen. Here it comes. Catch it, leave. Anything in life will eventually turn good.
No, but this is coming just from your own personal experience. You didn't have any role models that spoke to you this way.
Nancy Hunt.
Did she speak to you like this about positivity and about?
My mom reinforced knowledge. My mom reinforced you don't start things and not finish them. You don't quit. There's nothing that comes out of quitting besides knowing that you didn't finish. We finish everything. You start it, finish it. If you're going to do it to try and be the best. Not be better than other people, be the best for you. If you're in school and you're going to class, I'm not asking you to get straight A's. I'm asking you to get the best grade that you can possibly get. Give me 100% all the time, and I'm a happy mother. When you half-ass me, I'm on your ass. Mom, I want to do this. I want to play baseball. Well, then you gonna play. Mom, I don't like that no more. Then why don't you start the season? Because I thought I wanted to do it. Then you gonna finish the season. You don't quit. There's other people that invest the time and energy in you. You don't just quit on people. But I don't want to do it. Finish the season. Mom, I want to swim. Then you're gonna finish swimming. Didn't matter what I did. I was never allowed to quit. So now in anything I do, when I pick it up and say I'm gonna start it, I gotta finish it. It all don't work. It all ain't the best. It all ain't knocked out the park. But I walk away saying I finished it. I did it. I did it. Right now I've been boxing.
I saw you working out with Rico Verhoeven.
I'm first of all, very strong kicker.
He's a
Huge man. Okay?
He's a fucking beast.
He's a good guy too, man. Good guy. But I started
Viking jeans.
I started it and I said, why am I doing this? I'm not gonna be a professional fighter. I'm not trying to be an amateur fighter. I'm doing it to get in shape. All right, then I started getting in shape and I said, there's so much that I don't know about the sport. I at least want to make sure that I'm paying homage to the people that do this for a living by really understanding and learning it. You know what? I'm gonna get a real trainer. I'm gonna get some real people to show me everything. So when it's all said and done, when I look back after my training, I can go, I gave it 100% and look at how good I got. Look at what I'm a product of. I spar. I go get in the ring.
Really?
Yeah, just to feel it, so I can say I did it.
You know who else spars? Brian Cal. Is this
Are you
you?
serious?
No.
That's me. Yeah, that's me.
Come on,
That's me.
dude.
That's me. It's getting there too. Look at this.
Who's teaching you?
His name is Biggs. He's in Atlanta. That's me learning how to turtle shell within punches. But you know, he's a former Golden Glove guy. Really good.
Dude, you wearing a cup and everything.
When I was at the sparring session, I'm like real tired.
Damn.
Yeah, I got touched. I got my ass whooped in that ring a couple times. You're a guy.
Worried about that at all?
No, because I don't go crazy. We headgear, and I'm not in there. But I'm not in there with guys that
are trying to hurt you.
Yes, I'm not in there with
touching
guys that have no concept of reality or control. Like they're just helping me understand.
Right.
Here's why you have to keep your head up.
That is a problem. Celebrities trying to spar. Like if you try to, like, you know, that's why Mickey Rourke started getting all that facial surgery.
Are you serious?
And he sparred with James Tony.
Jesus.
James Tony beat the fucking shit out of him, man.
That's just not smart.
It's James Tony's a mean man.
Yeah, that's just not. You can't. Like I don't go in that space.
Have you ever seen James Tony talk shit about spars? It's some of the most entertaining thing you'll ever find on YouTube.
He just
well, shut the fuck up.
All
While
the
he's
time.
beating your ass, just talking shit.
That's
Come on, bitch.
that's
Come on,
hurtful.
bitch. What you got, bitch? Oh, this ain't shit.
That's hurtful. That's hurtful.
And he's one of the best defensive fighters ever, so he's really difficult to hit. He's got that shell go on, standing right in front of you. You can't hit him.
That's the most frustrating thing in the world.
Yeah.
I had a guy that's got a Mikey I've been sparring with. Mikey hit me with 3 punches. I thought Mikey literally had like 6 arms. This is a true story. I said, I don't know what just happened, but I thought I had my hands up. And no matter where I put him, he just tapped me. He lets me feel it, but not to where I might get knocked out. But I understand now movement. I understand pivots. I understand shoulder protection. And that's my goal. My goal is just to understand. Because I can't do anything halfway. Can't be trying to fight somebody? Nope.
Right.
Nope. I just want to say that I did it and I learned and I can move and I looked the part. Because I put time into it.
Well, as you learn it too, and as you watch it and you start to get trained, then you start to look at a guy like a Terrence Crawford or a Lomachenko, and you go, oh, now I appreciate what you're doing. Because before you'd see like, oh yeah, he beat that guy up. Oh yeah, he knocked that guy out. But then you see like how he ducks under the left and fires back with the right. Like, oh Jesus, this is precision.
It's insane.
Yeah.
The respect that I have for people that do that on a day-to-day is through the roof. People that fight are in the most amazing shape in the universe.
Yeah.
You're in the most amazing shape ever. To move, get hit for 3 to 5 minutes around, come back, do it, come back, do it. And these fights go on and on and on. I take my hat off to you. You get 3 rounds out of me, I'm breathing out my butt. I don't know where the air is coming from. I'm searching for it.
It's a crazy way to make a living too.
Oh yes, I thank God that I'm
in your brain.
I thank God that I don't. I didn't have to go down that route. And, you know, to those that do, just make sure you just put your body first. Like you said, it's hurtful. You see the damage that it can cause.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, like seeing guys as they start to deteriorate, and it's hard because nobody wants to tell them that either.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to tell them you got one more good fight. No. It's maybe at the end of the year, then we'll decide. But right now, we're gonna train hard. And
It's tough.
it's hard too because there's no option. You know, once you've established yourself as a professional fighter and you don't have an exit strategy, you don't know what to do. You know, now at least thankfully because of the internet, guys are getting podcasts and they're starting doing commentary shows. They're talking about fighting and
It's the positive.
Yeah.
So you just found the positive.
yeah,
That's the positive within the internet. There is positive
Oh, for
But
sure.
you just don't hear it celebrated as much.
Well, the internet is very positive for me. I mean, this show we do on the internet. I mean, called not just podcasts, but YouTube videos, and also information. I know more because of the internet than I ever would have without it. There's not doubt in my mind that a more educated, more aware person because of the internet.
Yeah, you get the things that you're able to find and search, and I mean, like you said, you're able to self-educate at a very high level. These are the goods.
Yeah.
We're talking about the goods. So when you talk about positive, Kevin, how have you been? Are you always like that? It's this. It's the things that I look at that are so easy.
You're not just positive though. You're like crazy ambitious. That's the thing that gets me about you and Rock.
For sure.
It's like the ambition's off the charts. Like I know you're rich as fuck. Like when do you think you got enough? You don't have enough. There's no enough.
I don't have enough because it's not over.
It's not over.
It's not over. So when you put a cap on it, you're putting a punctuation to it, and the ambition comes from seeing what's out there that can be obtained. When you see what's out there,
like what kind? You mean physical things?
When you see what's out there, when you see where people are really gaining wealth and knowledge from, okay? The business relationships that you're able to acquire, the people that you're able to partner with and create certain things, different revenue streams. What I found is, as a young black guy from North Philadelphia, the biggest problem within our community is knowledge. We don't know. Debt is welcomed because it's celebrated. That's all we know. I'm gonna get that credit card. I'm gonna fuck that credit card up, and it is what it is. They gotta figure that out. I ain't got it after that. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm getting student loan. They gave it to me. Then after that, shit, it is what it is. I'm gonna figure it out. And I put a capability in your name. You put it in my name. We can switch it up. Whatever they do it, unless you put it in somebody else's name. It's welcome. The hustle is welcome. The knowledge of banks and what you can do or can't do it's fucking, you don't even get it because you go to check cashing places. The reason why you go to check cashing places is because I don't want to go do that shit with the banks. I don't trust that. Go right there to check cashing place. Let me get mine now. Take $30, whatever. Let me get it. The knowledge isn't given. So it's not till you obtain that knowledge and understanding that you go, oh shit. Oh, this is why you put money in. Oh, this is how you increase versus decrease. Oh, this is how you earn on your money. Oh wow, I can gain wealth by investing in what? The stock world is what? How many people partake in the stock world? And is there a part that isn't necessarily gambling? Is there a low risk part? The information isn't there. Right. So it's not till I got to a certain level and certain people where I got it. And now that I got it, I want to give it. So now I'm going to give it to the people that I know need it most. And for me, that younger generation of black people that don't understand the cool thing is in financial longevity. Not in the now. It's not in the moment for jewelry, not in the moment for your car. It's in the longevity. It's in building so at the end of the day you can say, look at what I have. Look at what I worked for, look at what I have that's mine. Monopoly is real. But you have to have the financial understanding. And I teamed up, I got Chase on that, we're doing something called Financial Fitness. It's just about me educating people on money. How to manage money, how to be smart with your money. But it's coming from a person that fucked up money. I didn't always understand it. I owed in taxes before because I didn't understand it in the beginning. I had bad credit. Credit cards wouldn't take me because I maxed out whatever. I've been there, I've done it. Thank God I was able to fix it and get on the right path. And now that I have the knowledge, I want to give it. You simply don't know. So when you say the end game is getting to a point where I've taken all the knowledge that I've been able to get over these years and really applying it and providing family wealth. When it's all said and done, the last name Hart is going to mean just more, a lot more than just Kevin Hart Comedy. Heartbeat Productions, Heartbeat Digital, Heartbeat Ventures, Heartbeat Real Estate. There's so many things that the last name Hart will be attached to.
You sell real estate?
Kevin Hart didn't sell real estate. I vibrance there. I
I
don't
like
sell
how you
it.
talk about yourself in the third
Yes,
person.
I'm sorry about that. I don't sell it. I buy it, but the reason why is because investment. But as you get older, you learn this. You learn it, and you know it's such a thing when you talk about black versus white. You know, a lot of people do that, and rightfully so. Like, there is racism. Racism exists. I'm not unaware of that, but there is a high volume of it that's non-existent. It's people that are good people, and when you can merge yourself with good people and follow the paths that you see that these good, successful people have taken, you then become a part of a world, a group that nobody expected you to be in. So for me, I now have the position to do that and take all of these relationships and all this knowledge and take it back to the people who need it most. I like to share. I don't want to know about myself.
Now, are you doing this in the financial stuff? Are you doing this in videos? Are you like releasing
Not in videos, no.
Like,
We're gonna start financial fitness, like I said, with Chase, JP Morgan Chase. JP Diamond, very good guy. Tashonda as well. They're help leading in charge, just saying, how can we get to the people that we feel need financial information the most? So I said, put me out there. Like, let's go directly to the consumer. So from colleges, from high schools, senior classes, junior classes, going out and talking to people before they go into the next stages of their life about the things that you should know.
So you can speak to them?
Yeah, and just share personal information.
Are you going to put this stuff online as well?
Yeah, you'll be able to track and find content from it, but I'm authentic. So I said the best way to really do it is to put me in a position to be heard.
Right.
I want to be heard. Like it's a different story. What I explained to the people of JP Morgan Chase, just talking about this, and there's an amazing board of people that are just figuring this out and the best way to go and do it. And I said, you can't have the white guy that's never been to the hood, who's not from the hood, has no idea how the economy works here and what the real troubles are. You can't throw that man in the situation to talk to people because I'm not listening to you from the gate because you don't relate. I don't relate to you. But throwing somebody in a situation that's lived it, that's been in it, that's been fucked up in it, made it out of it, and is now coming back to help.
Right.
It's a different ballgame. And that's what I want to be. And, you know, we have other voices outside of myself, very powerful voices that are going to do it as well. But the purpose is to align ourselves to really make a change. So you can be a conversation about making change, or you can be actual a part of the action to do it. I want to be a part of the action. And in doing it, you'll also be able to understand my drive. You'll get why I do so much. You'll get why my hand is in so much. Because I have access to it. And the question should be, why not? You know? The question shouldn't be, yo, why is he doing everything? It should be, why aren't you? Why aren't you trying to do it? Why not?
Well, that's the thing about a guy like you, that it becomes contagious. Like what you were saying about surrounding yourself with positive people and people that are constantly ambitious, and that is fuel to that. You feel good about that. That's what you're doing.
I can say, seeing you here, right? We walked around, you showed me your facility, loved it, beautiful facility. You talked to me about how your podcast has grown to where you are now, the success behind it. I don't leave here and go, yo, that's dope as shit. I go, hey, I need to do more work on my radio station. Laugh Out Loud Radio, I own it. It's mine. I got a show on it, but you know what? Joe fucking motivated me to do more. I want to make sure that we understand really what's out here within this radio world, because I just saw my guy in his space and I saw how happy he is with the success that he has. I don't want to be you or beat you. I want to take this energy and apply it to myself. That's the purpose of seeing.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of being smart with your eyeballs. You should be a sponge. So I'm a sponge. So I come here and I look at how you maneuver. I look at your setup. I not only bow down and congratulate you, I leave and I say, yo, man, I'm inspired. That's dope as hell. Joe, I can't wait in 2 years. You're going to call me, you're going to see my shit. You remember I said I was inspired, but you're going to see what I let it grow into. That's the proper way to get encouraged and motivated.
Right, as opposed to being a hater.
A hater and competitive, and I'm going to beat you. It's not a competition.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that either.
No.
I share the exact same feelings.
It's not a competition at all.
Yeah.
So
if you don't have people like that that are inspiring around you, you might not know how positive it is and how powerful it is. If you see someone that's on television or on social media and you see them, it's hard to be inspired. You don't know them. So
I can say, look at your circle, right? And in your circle, if the conversation is all about what we hate, I can't stand this. They see the new fucking car came out, kid, that shit is ass. I can't stand it. Yo, man, I can't stand this city. Why the fuck we even in this city? What we eating? I hate them. It's so easy. People don't even listen to it. It's so easy to be the smallest shit in the world. The smallest shit, but if it's always hate. I can't stand these fucking headphones. Why we got these headphones? I hate this. Like Hardwood tape. Why is it? I can't stand this hardwood tape. I hate hardwood. Why couldn't you get a regular tape? I fucking hate this shit. Fucking chairs. You ain't got better chairs. I hate these chairs. It's so easy.
Right, so easy.
It's so easy to talk about hate.
Yeah.
And so many people don't realize that in a group, you do it. You ping pong hate off of one another.
Yeah. Unless it's funny.
It can be funny hate.
Sometimes
Funny
good
hate. Funny hate. It's just between yourselves.
Like Patrice.
Patrice was one of the best.
Funny hate.
One of the best funny haters. Okay. You bring up a good point. Comedic hate
It's a different
is a different kind of hate.
Yeah.
Comedic hate.
Right.
Rest in peace, Patrice.
Rest in peace.
Probably the best. Patrice used to do. I remember when I would talk, and if I was saying something, you would just hear, what you talking about? He said, what are you talking about? He's like, just the way you talk bugs me. What? Your voice, every day about your voice just makes me want to punch you in the face. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like,
But he would go after you too. It kind of made you feel good too. Like if you're a comic, especially if you're a comic, like I called Opie and Anthony once. I was talking to him, and Anthony always has a gun on him. He carries a gun everywhere. Like he has a concealed carry permit and shit. And I said to him, do you ever worry that maybe you're putting out this energy and you're manifesting something like some sort of an attack on you because you're constantly dwelling on it? You always have this gun. And Patrice goes, Joe believe in magic. Joe believe in conjuring up the world. Yeah, man, I'm positive energy. They just starts laughing. See, he's magic. Joe's magic. And I'm like, he would go after you, man. It's like you just want to step back and watch.
I remember he got Bill Burr so mad one time. Oh, Bill used to get so fucking mad. People think about Bill Burr when we be snapping. Bill has got to get back. Like, it's not funny.
If you went out to him,
it's not. None of it's funny. Y'all laughing. Bill like, where's the punchline in? There's no punchline. He gets so fucking mad. The Comedy Cellar, the days that we had there, man. Bill Burr, Patrice O'Neal, Keith Robinson, Jim Norton, Colin Quinn, myself. When I say we would sit at this table, we would sit at this table for 4 to 5 hours and it would be nothing but beautiful trashings to one another. When I say they used to give me so much shit, that's probably why it's so hard to bother me now. The trashings that I took from the age 20 to 24 in my young comedic career about how awful I was. I had a joke way in the beginning of my career, because of the times that we prefaced this. This was way in the beginning of my career. This was a joke that I had about little people, religions at the time. It was so bad. It was like I got robbed by a cross-eyed midget. And the joke was, I didn't know he was robbing me, because I was with somebody else. So he was looking at my friend, but he was robbing me. It was like a play on me, a crime. It was very, very awful joke. I remember telling this joke, and a phone book comes flying on the stage. Patrice threw a fucking phone book at me. I'm talking, we're at the Boston Comedy Club. There's people in the crowd.
Tiny little place.
All you heard was, and you sit back, it hits the floor, I said, yo, what the fuck was that? And Patrice said, read it. There's better material in it than what you're saying now. Crowd starts laughing. They all, I say, they used to trash me so bad, man. Give you a legendary Patrice Mills story. I caught Patrice jerking off in my house before. I moved to LA. I'm staying in a 2-bedroom apartment. I just got there. Patrice was coming out. I said, yo, you need to place ass. I got 2 bedrooms. You can come there. This is my ex-wife at the time. I come home. It's like afternoon. I was like, Patrice. I'm like, yo, Patrice. Go in the back. Open up the door. I used to have this big ass computer. all I see is his back hunched over. It's like baby oil right here. And I come in, I'm like, yo, what you doing? He's like, yo, get out. Are you jerking off in my house, man? He's so sick. He's so fucking sick that he didn't stop. Get out. He was so concerned with finishing that he didn't even break stride. He didn't turn around, acknowledge me, nothing. Get out. You just saw his back hunched. He came out like 7 minutes later. He was like, my bad, I didn't know he was coming home. Didn't even fucking Patrice, man. I love him to death.
Yeah, he had the most don't give a fuck of any comic I ever met. Like the most.
100%.
Yeah.
Good and bad, though.
Yeah.
You know, there was a good to it, and there was also some bad to, you know, a lot of things that didn't happen for Patrice probably could have happened, but I think the level of not giving a fuck prevented some of those things.
Well, he was almost too authentic.
Yes.
Like did you ever see that? Was it Charlie Sheen's roast? Whose roast was it that he did where he just torched everybody else that was on the roast with him?
And then he got up there, and afterwards,
You motherfuckers not on my level?
Yeah.
You're talking shit about here. Why am I here?
I shouldn't be here with you guys. Who the fuck is this bitch? Who is this bitch? Oh my God, Patrice has so many of those things.
Yeah.
So many things. One of the best to do it. If you are listening, you're not educated on Patrice O'Neal, just I ask that you just watch Elephant in the Room, one of his specials. Some of the funniest shit ever made.
It's so insightful. He was so wise as to like the way people thought and behaved and say shit. Like one of the things that he said that I tell people all the time, it's a brilliant thing he said. It was I forget what controversy it was, but he was on television with some woman who was saying that you should never tell jokes about certain things, you know, and they were getting mad at someone. I think it was Opie and Anthony about a joke. And he said, you gotta understand that all jokes come from the same place. The ones you like and the ones you don't like. The ones that make you laugh and the ones that make you mad. They all come from the same place. Someone's just trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they just don't work.
I had a talk with I forgot her name. I forgot her name, but it was when I was doing all the promo for Upside, they kept trying to break down, you know, where the jokes come from. You know, giving these insensitive jokes that you told. Like, then why? What makes you? Why would you even say those things? And the hardest thing for me to explain, I was like, do you think people think of jokes and while thinking of them, think that they're not going to be funny? Everything that you think of in a joke form, you're thinking of it because you think you're going to get a laugh behind it.
Yeah.
The gamble is if I get the laugh versus not get the laugh. If I don't get the laugh, the joke was not funny. If I get a laugh, then I guess I'm onto something. There isn't a bunch of thought that goes into the funny moments that we think may be great bits.
Yeah.
I wish that I had a more logical answer to put behind it. I said, but I don't, especially at that time in my career. I just thought it would be funny. The same way that some people think certain jokes funny, they're not funny. It's a thought. Comedians are constantly throwing shit out there.
Yeah.
You're constantly rolling the dice and throwing shit out there. Half the shit you roll ain't good.
Right.
It's not gonna be good. The other half may be alright, may be kind of good, but it's all with the intent of entertaining. It's not with the intent of being malicious. It's not with the intent of sparking hatred. It's all trying to make you laugh.
Yeah.
That's it. Like it's literally that simple from a thought within a comedian's mind.
Yeah.
Nothing else. And they kept trying to look for this like hard definition of why. And I was like, I don't have it. I don't have the reason why. I thought it would be funny and it wasn't. That's the downfall.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
It's
And the thing is about this art form is that up until 10, 15 years ago, there was never any discussion like this. It wasn't, so when we developed and when we were coming up, there was never, it was just like, and there was always guys that would push the envelope way too far. Jesus Christ, see his new bit? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And you'd be laughing.
Yeah.
You'd tell it to each other and be like, ah!
Yeah.
And it didn't matter what it was. This joke about murder or rape or whatever. Some people just, they choose those dark subjects.
Yes.
It's like they're trying to make us laugh.
yeah.
And
The comedian's comedian.
there's always going to be those.
Where you just in the back, ooh,
You know Brian Holtzman?
100%.
Yeah, Brian Holtzman's that guy. He's
100%.
one of my funniest dudes.
And there's no way that I could say
No.
some of the stuff that I heard him say. But
Remember
that's,
Susan Smith, that lady who drowned her kids?
I know who you're talking about,
Yeah.
and I know the moment. But I'm not familiar with all that involved.
Holtzman was on stage that week, and he's like, I heard those kids were bad.
Oh,
I heard they sat that close to the TV. They never put away their blocks. They always spilled their milk. Those kids will not be missed.
yeah.
And you were just like, what in the fuck?
It's like 9/11 when 9/11 happened.
They wouldn't let him on stage.
Wow.
Mitzi Shore would not let him on stage for months after 9/11. She's like, no way, keep him off the stage.
I mean, do you have the people that just are they go for that?
They go for it because they want to hear you howling in the back of the room. They know that, like, if it's, comics are there in the back of the room, they're going to laugh their fucking ass off of that shit.
And it's weird because right now within the times, I'm the comedian that chooses to be sensitive to the times. I made the choice to say, I understand. I get why you shouldn't say certain things, why you should avoid this, that, or this. I understand, and I am. But then there's other comedians that go, you know what? I'm on stage, I'm going to be me, and I'm not going to do that because people are telling me that this is what I'm going to go harder and do that. That just exists. It just exists. But I think it's easier to just say, I'm not a fan. That comedy isn't for me.
Right.
You know what? I don't like the taste of this particular comedian, so I'm not going to support or watch that comedian. I'm going to find another comedian that's more to my liking. I'm going to go and just turn my head. Like, I want us to get back to just understanding that you just don't have to support it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, there's a lot of fucking options.
It's fair. I mean, there's so many.
Today,
Yeah, there's so
never
many.
been more. Never been more comics.
There's
Like
so
high-level
many.
comics. I think about how many people do Netflix specials.
There's so many.
There's never been more.
It's so many. So I don't understand why there's a push to destroy, but you just don't have to support it.
I think it's just a bunch of people that have an ability to influence things now that didn't have an ability before. And it's like they see a window and they want to throw a rock. It's right there.
It makes sense.
I think there's something that. But I also think for us, like for me in particular, I really like fucked up comedy. It's one of my. It's like I like Quentin Tarantino movies where people get shot and killed. I don't want anybody to get shot and killed in real life.
Yeah.
But I like fucked up comedy.
Yeah.
Do you know who Tim Dillon is?
Yes, I do.
Pull up that fucking video that him and Megan King. Have you seen this?
No.
Oh my god, he is a savage, dude. He goes so hard. But I saw this video. Tears are rolling down my eyes. I was crying, and I was like, okay, this guy's needed. We need this right now because during this political correct push, you get this big giant gay dude who doesn't give a fuck. He's an animal. Watch this shit.
Died. I had a baby with him. We're going to. It will be raised in captivity. It will be raised privately to be the greatest politician that has ever lived. My name is Megan McCain, and I'm on a news show.
You have to see this,
Donald Trump's that fucking riverboat casino captain is talking shit about my father. My father was tortured for 100 years for this fucking country, and he came back and he started 7 wars. because he's a gentleman. Fuck you, Trump. I'm gonna wear my father's skin mask, and I'm gonna primary Trump from the right. Come on the View, bitch. If you're that tough, come on the View. You want another Sonic Ocasio-Cortez? You want that shit? You wanna fuck these kids, Trump? Fuck these kids? No, you don't. You wanna suck cock. But I won't fuck you because the only person I'll fuck is Daddy. I'll fuck his corpse. I'll fuck Daddy's corpse. Before my father died, I had a baby.
Wait a minute. He's an animal, bro. He's an animal. He's wearing, folks, you don't know, he's wearing lipstick and a wig, and he's smoking a cigarette in a dress, and he's all of 300 pounds. He's such a fucking animal. He's such a fucking animal.
You want to fuck
You sure you just want to suck? Oh, fuck you. Wow. Only fuck Daddy.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's pretty damn. That's
what I'm saying.
It's out there.
They need that guy. We need him.
It's out there.
We need guys like that.
I mean, the thing of what we were just talking about, what we said is like, it's very easy to just say, you know what, that's not for me. I'm fine with it. It's like,
or say that's for me.
Yes, everybody's humor is different. I laughed. There's a viral video of this old guy trying to hoverboard. He's like, he's gotta be like 69, 70. And you know, his grandkids there, and he's like, let me try it, let me try it. And this man gets on this hoverboard and takes. If you saw Mike Tyson fall on a hoverboard, his fall was worse than Mike Tyson's. I've never seen somebody hit their head harder in my life. And I didn't laugh out of wanting to see this old man hurt himself. I laughed because it was stupid to try to get on this hoverboard in the first place. And when he got up, he tells the kids, why is it moving like that? I played this video for everybody because that shit made me laugh. Some people were watching and go, oh, no. Some people were watching and go, oh. And others would just die fucking laughing because everybody's humor is different. Everybody's fucking humor is different. My humor is different. Falling makes me laugh. I don't care who you are. Falling makes me laugh. I don't give a shit who you are. If you fall in front of me, no shot I'm holding that laughing. No shot. There's no shot. You don't stand a chance. If you fall in front of me, there's no shot that I'm not. Bust your ass. Something's got to come out.
Right.
Falling is funny. I still think it's happy. I still think farts are funny. My kids fart, I laugh. I still, to this day, it's the funniest shit ever me. Nah, it goes out of me. You stink. Get out of here. Stink ass. My little son, 17 months. When you fart, I laugh. Something within just the ability to just be fucking silly and stupid.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't always have to have a meaning behind it. Some shit is just stupid.
My 8-year-old farts on cue. She thinks it's hilarious.
Well, does she?
She'll tell you, listen, I gotta talk to you about something. That's it.
Go.
And she starts laughing. She thinks it's hilarious. She'll fall down the couch.
It's the best thing in the world.
She can't stop laughing.
It's the best thing in the world. That's what you talking about. As a kid, that's all you got. That's your only bit as a kid. You got nothing else but farts. That's all you got. That's all you got to make people laugh. You should enjoy it.
Yeah.
You should. I still think it's funny. Falling is number one for me. Falling is number one. My wife fell down the steps. She got so mad because I didn't rush to help her. I laughed. She had a wine glass. Wine was all over the walls. Oh my God. One of the worst falls I've ever seen in my damn life. Got up. Her shoe was on one step. The other shoe was on. Falling is funny. I like it.
I don't laugh at falling that much. I just deal with too many injuries. I've seen too many people get hurt.
It's not for you.
Yeah, it's not for me. Especially old dudes falling down, hitting their head. I'm like, I was thinking about brain trauma and CTE, long-term repercussions, and the impact.
After the laugh, I'm there. I'm right there with you.
After the laugh, is probably better.
I'm right there with you.
There's the one that's going on today. This dude trying to come up the stairs on this other dude. Did you see that one? And the guy stomped him and sent him flying. Like, all I can think of is we don't see it in the video, but that guy's head has got to be smithereens.
Oh my God.
Like he had to hit his head the way he fell back.
Yeah, you ever see one other guy who slipped and fell down a bunch of steps at the museum and falls in the water? He just keeps going until he goes in the water. That's brilliant. You can't beat that.
Yeah, here's this dude. This dude's walking up the stairs, and this dude's like, "Get the fuck off my porch! Stop! Leave me alone!" And he keeps coming. He's like, "Don't do it! Don't do it!" And he got boom smacked. The way he fell back, there was no hands behind him. That's all head. That's all head.
First of all, to not see that kid coming
Yeah.
from a guy that size, it's sad.
You also have to realize a guy that size is carrying all that weight all day
That's the
long.
equivalent of a donkey kick.
That's a
right
donkey.
there. Yes, 100%.
That's
His
stomped.
chest caved in right
That's stomped.
But to not see it once again,
I've always thought that about fat people. But if you're really, really fat, imagine how strong your fucking legs must be.
it's the strongest shit ever.
Yeah.
If you really get some power behind that kick,
And also, if you've lost the weight, you have these incredible legs.
that's always a theory. Just it's a
But I always wonder if their knees are going to shrink.
wait, what?
Because you see someone from behind, they're like 500 pounds, like their knees are that wide. I'm like, okay, is that the bone? Like, is that fat around the bone? Like, has the bone grown really wide? Because your body does, your bones do get denser if you do like heavy weight. Like, 'cause if you look at like power lifter dudes, they're dense. And part of it is not just their frame, it's that they're constantly lifting heavy things. So your body thickens up.
As you know. But when people that are larger make the dedication to actually losing the weight and they stay away from like the weights and stuff and just do cardio, it sheds off so fast.
Yeah.
When it can. Like I know a couple of friends of mine that lost like 130, 140 pounds and like have now just fallen in love with fitness to the point where it's unbelievable like how their body is transformed and taking a liking to the new process that they're now in.
Yeah, they get addicted instead of food, they get addicted to being healthy.
Exactly.
It's totally possible.
Totally possible.
I've had, I don't know how many people come up to me and said they've lost 100 pounds plus because of listening to my show, having fitness experts on, diet experts, and just talking about staying the fuck away from sugar. Say, don't eat late at night.
Yeah.
Stop eating. Stop eating at a certain time. Give yourself more than enough time to digest. Count your calories. Start exercise.
Well, with me, I think the thing with me that helps me so much is I'm not a foodie.
You know?
I'm not a foodie, man. I'm just not. I'm not a
Okay.
boring guy to go eat. I'm just making a turn. That's it. I'm basically just. What is that? Yeah, that's fine. You get that baked chicken, some brown rice, that's fine.
You don't worry about eating healthy.
I'm a healthy eater because I'm not a foodie.
Oh.
So it's not like it doesn't matter. Like I don't have the will or want to eat the bad shit.
So if you're passing by In-N-Out Burger, nothing?
No, nothing. No, man. I'm like fried chicken.
Oh, okay.
And you show me a Popeyes.
Roscoe's?
Roscoe's is good too, but Popeyes.
Popeyes over Roscoe's?
Yes, man. Popeyes is fucking. I don't know what's in that chicken batter, man.
Damn good.
God
Spicy?
damn it.
Do you like the spicy?
Spicy set my ass on fire, but I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna do it, but I'm just not. I can consistently eat the same thing and be fine.
How is Popeyes the only one who figured out that red beans and rice is a great thing to have on the side? Like, no one else has it.
It's the best thing ever.
You know, I mean, why doesn't Burger King or McDonald's have red beans and rice?
Popeyes is so good that when I was younger, I was about 22. I was on a bike. I got hit by a car, right? Not too hard to where I was damaged, but I had Popeyes in my hand, like the bag. I was riding on my bike and holding it in one hand. Bop, got hit. Never let go of the bag. That's how good Popeyes is. Bike, everything else. Boom, I'm there. Popeyes, I held on to it. Nothing was damaged. Still took home, finished that meal. That's how good Popeyes is, 100%. So that's my cheat. My cheat is Popeyes all day. Other than that, I'm a consistent eater. I don't think
So do you take vitamins or supplements or anything?
I used to take multivitamins, which inspired me to start doing my own. Like right now, we got vitamins.
Of course.
Yes, I'm starting my own supplement line. Vita Hustle is
Vita Hustle.
a multivitamin that we putting out. But let me tell you why though. I'm gonna tell you why I'm even getting into this space. So when I look at physical fitness and I look at this world, I notice that you have a great wanting me to look like everything around me that you see. And everybody that's a part of this world, they look so fucking great and fit when they're talking about these products and things they do. And I said, you know, what I'm able to do and what I've done in my past, I'm always bringing people together of all, like in whole. Like nobody's alienated. You know, when I did my runs with Nike, and before I got signed by Nike, it was about bringing a bunch of people that never ran before and getting you guys to get up, just come run with me. Just try it. And you notice I got people out there that never thought they would fucking do it if we're doing 5 miles. We're doing 10 miles, whatever. Just group run. Something to say we did. I said, how can I create a product where I'm putting people in a position to understand there's a hustle in all of us? That's what my multivitamin is about. It's the energy, it's the recharge, it's the ability to focus, it's to approach your day with all of the tools that you basically need. It's not just about the physical fitness aspect, it's about the health. So if I can actually motivate people to take the step in the right direction of health with a line of supplements that are driven for the everyday individual that may not know or be aware, but wants to engage. But you're not in it to look like all these different people, you're in it to be the best version of yourself. How can I do that? Teamed up with great people to create the best possible products that I want to do. I said I want to be patient. So it took me 4 years. 4 years to create Vita Hustle.
And how many different products do you have?
Right now, just Vita Hustle. Vita Hustle is my only one right now.
So it's just a vitamin.
Just a multivitamin. But it's an amazing multivitamin.
Is it a single pill or is it a packet?
But no, it's a jar. Oh, I should have fucking brought one. Good job.
A jar?
Jesus Christ.
So you'll mix it and stuff?
No, it's a jar full of like
pills.
Yes, pills.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you the dope stuff that's in it. Because I don't want to not see anything and have it to where it's wrong. So I always have shit on my
Got
phone.
it up on the screen.
Man,
Ingredients.
how good is he, man? Jesus Christ. I'm not kidding, man. Hey, you guys see it.
Yeah.
That's why you're here. I'm doing the same thing on my phone.
Blueberry fruit extract. Scroll back up there. Boron, biotin, beta carotene, vitamin A.
Mm-hmm.
That's all good shit.
It's all good shit. It's more than a multivitamin. Okay?
Vitamin A,
It's good.
D, E. What is that stuff? Tocotrienol.
Tocotrienols.
Vitamin E family. You ever heard of that, Jen? Vitamin K.
Look it up.
All right.
Look it up. And the good thing too is that everything that's in it, you know, it's not only is it researchable, but you'll see why. Like my biggest thing, like as a guy that's not as familiar with the space, I said, who are the people that are and do it at a high level that I can incorporate into helping me build this product? So I feel like you're never going to do it by yourself. You shouldn't try to do it by yourself. And you don't cut corners. You don't go the cheap route. You don't do it wrong. So then you have to go back and do it again.
Right.
So I went and I looked at the people that were involved with creating the quote unquote best market, the best things on the market, and I put that team together. I put the team like 4 to 5. I'm gonna tell you 4 years. I spent a lot of money developing this shit because it wasn't right in the beginning. Had to go back. Had to do it again. It wasn't right. Had to go back. Found out the other things that made other things better. Other things great. Had to go right. Go get it again. Go try it. Go do it again. Not right. What else is out there? What do we compare it to? Until I felt that now when I launch, there's going to be a place for my product in the market where people will understand that it's exactly what I said it was. There's no lying. There is no, false presentation behind the product. Kevin Hart's multivitamin is much more than multivitamin, but more importantly, it's something for everybody. And more importantly, it's to spark the hustle within all of us. And this is the first. There will be more, but it'll be after I've mastered done this at the highest level. And I move to product number 2. And I move to product number 3. Before you know it, you'll see a fucking whole line that Kevin Hart slowly develop. And that people can actually believe it because I'm going to be a product of my own product. That's the best thing in the world. You're a product of your product. It has to work for me before I say it's going to work for everybody else.
So you take this stuff.
Goddamn right, I take it.
How long have you been taking it?
I spent all this fucking money on it. I better take it. I've been taking the one that's launching now for about 5 to 6 months. I've been taking this one. I'm very happy because I actually feel the difference. And the difference is just in the energy that you have with them. It's not an energy fucking pill, but I do feel a difference in my ability to last throughout my day. Like I do a lot, man. I do a fucking lot. So I told you I'm starting at that 5:30, and I'm not shutting down till at 9:10.
I saw a video once where you were taking video of your train passed out.
Yeah.
And you were like, this lifestyle is for everybody.
Everybody around me shuts down. I'm very unattractive sleeper, by the way. Shouts out to Balls, Ronald Everline. One of the worst sleepers you'll ever see.
So you take him with you everywhere?
Yeah, my trainers with me everywhere.
Wow.
Everywhere.
So you train every day?
Every day.
Wow.
Every day. Sundays are light days. Light cardio, maintenance is what we call it. Not doing the same thing all the time. Switch it up. Love switching it up. Love finding new things within fitness to make it fun. You never want to get bored within it.
So your whole purpose is just to keep your vitality up, keep your energy up.
Just to keep it. It's if I don't do it, then there's a lag. I need to train. I need to do it because I'm mentally so invested in it now that when I don't do it, I feel like I've cheated myself in a day or a week that I've taken off. I feel like, yo, man, I'm not myself because when I am doing it, I feel like I'm committed. I'm committed to constantly building and reshaping and molding. I'm working on me. So when I'm not working on me, I don't feel like my day that's supposed to be about me is starting off with the biggest bang.
Right.
This is my advantage to start off like nobody else. My day starts off before fucking worms and birds get up.
What time do you get up?
5.
5, and that's when you start working
I'm
out?
at gym 5:15, 5:20.
Oh, yeah.
5:15, 5:20.
No food?
I don't eat before workout. I'm not an eater before I work out. Never have been. What I am now, because I'm getting older, I'm more conscious of my body. So I'm big with sports massages. I'm big with, making sure that I'm not putting myself in a position to get injured and overworked.
Right.
So getting stretched, trying to do as much movement that as I possibly can. Like when I say I'm a little walking muscle, I really am. So my flexibility is limited. So right now, that's my biggest focus. So I'm about to start yoga, trying to do that. Things that can just kind of keep me in position to not tighten up so I don't pull do so much.
You gonna do hot yoga?
Hot yoga.
Yeah.
Hot yoga.
I do that shit all the time.
Do you really?
Love it.
Amazing.
Do it every week. Yeah.
Only thing that's kept me from doing is the smell that's possibly in that. That's the only thing that's kept me out of it.
I was like, you gotta move past that.
Yeah, but I hear it get pretty bad.
Sometimes it can. I heard the place I go to is nice. You just gotta make sure that the people take care of themselves. You don't want to be around smelly people.
I'll be honest with you, I'm worried about myself. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Especially if you get there early in the morning, eat. You won't worry about farting.
Yeah.
But the people that eat breakfast,
they go there, they letting off and everything.
I explained that to Killer Mike. He was talking to me about farting and yoga class. Oh my God, you can't be eating. No, you can't be eating before that.
How early are you going?
I like to go either 6 a.m., which is rare. Most of the time 8:30. Depends on which place I go to too.
But you love it though.
Yeah,
you love it.
It's great for your head too. It's 90 minutes of suffering. It's hot as fuck, 105 degrees, 104 degrees. When you get out of there, you feel like you did something.
Really?
Yeah, and it just changes the way your body feels too, in terms of your range of motion, your flexibility. All those weird connecting knots and everything just get opened up. And
My question is, when you're just starting though,
yeah,
like I will be, is it extremely tough in the beginning?
Yeah,
you just
gotta bring a lot of ice water. Just bring a big old fucking 64 ounce, one of those thermal flasks of ice water. Make sure you have enough water and drink enough water before it.
Put me in the back.
Yeah.
I don't need to be people can see me. Just where we got like a section in the back.
Yeah, but you turn left, you turn right, everyone's gonna see you.
That's what I'm saying. Can I be in a place where they don't see me in the beginning? Like I don't want anybody to see.
You're athletic, man. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be tight. It's gonna be difficult for you to pull off certain poses, but you'll be fine.
I'm definitely gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna try.
Realize it's a challenge.
I'm definitely 100% gonna try.
You ever fucking jiu-jitsu?
No. That's next.
Yeah,
that's next.
I want to hear that.
That's next. Just to listen. This is where Rico was laughing because I say, yo, man, don't laugh when I tell you this. I've never thrown a kick. said, so whatever you show me right now, it's my first time doing it. I don't kick. I don't know how to kick.
Right.
So whatever you show me, this will be me processing it for the first time. And that day we did it, we worked on it. I think I threw a couple good kicks.
A couple good front kicks.
And I said, look, after I'm done with boxing, I said this will be my next task, to learn how to properly throw some kicks and to move with my bottom half now that I've worked on my top. And that's my next hobby.
That's your next hobby.
Yeah, you gotta keep
like jiu-jitsu. You know, jiu-jitsu is like
that's the tussling and chokes and throwing and stuff.
That's what you're talking about. You want to do that too?
This stuff. As you get older, you have to find shit to do.
Right.
If you don't find shit to do, you will lose your mind.
You get addicted to that.
I just want to learn shit.
You would like it because there's so much to learn. That's the thing about it. It's a long,
never-ending journey of shit.
There's so many different variations of each different individual breed and entries into new moves and defense. And the structure of it it gets so crazy. It's super complicated.
My son is heavy into boxing and karate. I got him into those, so he does them both. So the reason why we do it is like to keep up with him, so we can, do things together. I have trainers come to the house and we'll work out together. He loves it. So I just don't want to get left behind. Until I can't do it. Kick your ass. We get 17, 18. Would you say that?
Oh, yeah. You don't want that.
We'll back up.
Yeah.
When they start getting that much confidence, I just want to be able to keep up and maintain. So that's what I like to do it with.
Well, it's good for a kid to have that in your head.
It's confidence.
Defend yourself.
Confidence.
Yeah.
You need that for confidence.
It'll help you avoid things too.
Well, I tell my kids, your last name puts a target on your back that you didn't ask for. And we don't go and create problems. But you should always be prepared for problems if they were to occur. And if they do, I just want you guys to know how to defend yourself. So the things that I have my kids doing is just have the knowledge and understanding. The worst thing is just not knowing. They're growing up completely different than I grew up. Where I grew up, you had no choice but to know. You ain't know how to fight, that's your ass. Because you're going to get tested. There's no way around it. You're going to get tried. You're going to get robbed. You're going to get your bag taken. Somebody going to try to take your sneaks. It's the reality. It's not a false reality. That's real. So if you're not prepared for it, if you don't have any type of heart, you won't last from where I grew up. Heart was everything. And heart was sometimes saying, I don't care if I get my ass whipped. I'm not going to be a bitch. I'm not gonna allow y'all to think that this can't happen. So I'm gonna lose today, but tomorrow I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna tell you whatever that moment was. It was about establishing any level of respect that you could, and that respect eventually turned into friendship from all. So you have all the tools I can possibly equip you with, because my parents didn't have the ability to provide me with that. They weren't in the financial space to take me here and have this extracurricular activity, and learn this and learn that. It didn't exist.
That is the big conundrum of successful people. When successful people have kids, what made them successful is try. I grew up poor too. We were on welfare and food stamps, the whole deal when I was a little kid. And that always stuck in my head, this thought, we might not have enough food. I remember thinking that when I was little, what if we don't have any food? What if we run out of food? My kids will never feel that. They don't understand what that is. And everybody that I've ever met that's interesting came from some crazy struggle when they were young.
Yeah.
And that's the thing of you and I and most people that are doing well in life, you're raising your kids in a completely different way than literally what brought you to the dance in the first place. The hunger of not being one of those people that's left behind is what makes you successful in the first place.
And it's scary. It's scary because my wife told me, she was like, I love that you're not hard on your kids, but you always make sure there's a lesson within your conversation. I don't yell. I yell at my kids. Nothing's going to register when I'm yelling. So I try my best to talk to you. Even when I'm at my angriest, I'll talk to you so you can process this, because you need to understand what's the problem. You need to understand what's wrong. And what I had to really realize is they didn't ask to be born into this. You know what I mean? It's not their fault that they're coming up completely different than how we were raised.
Right.
And we can't have anger or frustration that's dedicated and thrown towards them because they got it so much better than what we had. How do we make sure we pass down the proper lessons so that they appreciate and understand and not take for granted what they had?
Right.
For me, it's tough because I got good kids, good students. They apply themselves in school. They listen. They don't do dumb shit. Yeah, they want to play video games and stay up like any other kid. But there's no signs of bad or crazy.
Yeah.
And the fear and panic is that you gotta know that bad and crazy exists.
Right.
This fairy tale that we're in isn't real. And at some point, when I'm not around, when your mother's not around, when your friends or other family aren't around, you may get tested with the other side that's out here that you've never seen.
Right.
So I gotta prepare you for the shit that you don't know exists. I gotta take you to Philadelphia so you can see. I try to show my kids where I grew up, thinking it's gonna be like oh my goodness, backfire. It's so cool. Can we live here? Shut up. Hey,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
fuck you talking about? Everybody in the car right now. Everybody, we talk about this when we get back. This is not going the way I'm supposed to. Oh my God, it's so cool, Dad. It's so different. Oh my goodness, walking around the neighborhood and it's like it's not a reality. You didn't have grass? Goodness, Dad.
Oh, that's crazy.
Where'd you play?
Wow.
Like it's when you hear.
Yeah.
When you hear these things, it's so different, man. These were your steps. The steps are broken. How did you even play? Oh my God, Dad. So wait, where was yours? We lived on the top floor. Not the whole thing? No. This is 3 separate units. So the top floor was me and Grandma. The middle, that was somebody else. That was a neighbor. And downstairs was somebody else. 3 different people lived in this one thing. Together, y'all were strangers? Hey, shut up. Everybody gets my own hands. Everybody in the car. Get in the car. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say at this part. Get right in the car. But when you see that, that's the reality that you get hit with. I got to make sure that I'm talking. I got to make sure that I'm constantly teaching.
Yeah.
If I'm not, then I'm not doing my part. I'm failing. You know, took them to the neighborhood and showed them how stores are in the neighborhood. That's where we got candy from. Here's where we get little sandwiches from. Y'all walk. We don't have no stores like this. We can't walk to stuff. It's a completely different world. It's a completely different world. See people standing on the street corners. What they doing there? They selling drugs. That's tough right there. Those are people that your dad still knows. They've been there forever. That's what you don't want to do. But they're forced with these decisions just because of what they have to do. You just need to see this. Dad is taking you here to see this. Drove them all around North Philadelphia, all around South Philadelphia. Make sure that they can see it. You gotta physically see it. We go out the country, we go to these resorts and islands. Before we go there, we're gonna drive around so you can see what exists. Before you get to this, this is why we have to be good people. This is why we treat everybody with respect. This is why your dad likes to give. Everybody doesn't have. I'm constantly beating my kids with that information. Because if you assume that everybody does, you come off like such an asshole when you're around people that don't. What? How did you know?
Also, the advantage that they had growing up the way they are now, it's such a rare thing. And they don't understand it. There's no way they could.
Small percentage.
Yeah.
A very small percentage. And that's something that I never want to let go of either. So I was in the back of my head, so how you talking about how, I'm going to have enough food when you come. Chris Rock's joke is so great. And he should tell how he keeps a bag packed at the front door because he don't believe that this shit is his. He said, I truly believe that at any point, somebody gonna go, gotcha. You thought you lived here, didn't you? This ain't yours. And I was like, it's so real because even though you have it, you can't lose sight of the reality of where you once was.
Are you comfortable where you are now, or do you still have those thoughts? Like, is this real? Because you're at this stratosphere of fame and success that's rare amongst the rare. You know, it's like David Goggins said, you are uncommon amongst uncommon men.
I will be 100% honest and say I'm comfortable with the understanding of hard work brings great rewards. This is a reminder of the hard work and dedication that I put into everything that I've done. I'm not content because I know where I came from and I don't ever want to go back. That doesn't mean I don't want to go back to the city. That doesn't mean I want to go back to the people. That means I don't want to go back to living like I once was. I want to go back. I want to help. I want to inspire. I want to motivate. I want to show people that there is a way out. That there is a way to do more, to get more, to obtain more. But I personally don't want to lose all that I've been able to get. So I need to make sure that I do everything to keep it. So I can't be content. So there is an understanding, but I refuse to click on the switch of.
So even if you have more money than you'll ever spend for the rest of your life, that's not what it's about.
No.
It's about the inspiring people and the influence and constantly giving back and moving forward in a positive way. And the only way you can do that is to stay active.
It's the story, man.
Yeah.
You know, we're all writing a book. What's your book look like? What does your fucking book look like? Like your life is a book. You got a bunch of chapters in your book, but when they close that book, how good was the book? How good was your book? What was the ending to your book? The ending to my book can be so amazing because of all that was done. Not the money, all that was accomplished. The first to do, the man that did this, he caused the merger between this. Because of his commitment and growth to this, the communities were then given this, made education this, changed the way the schooling was, blah, 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 gave books, gave computers, gave all of the things that can be associated with you and your existence become a part of the chapters in your book. So my drive is about my book. I was a New York Times #1 bestseller. People will be done. They did it. Writing another book.
You writing a book right now?
Yeah, what's it happen? What happens if you are 2-time New York Times #1 bestseller? If you get to 2, what happens if you get to 3? Hey man, how do books become successful? Who publishes them? I want to start a publishing company. Heartbeat Publishing. Why not? That's the thing. All I'm doing is sparking the awareness in others to go, why not? Why can't I create? Why can't I start? Why can't I be a business? Why can't I be a CEO? Why can't I be a tech guru? Why can't I fucking create cooking products? Lotion, scents. There's so much that some people just don't understand they can do. Let me be a spark to show how much, how many different things. You don't have to do just one thing. When it's all said and done, my book is going to be full of all the shit that Kevin Hart did. Because I never was content with doing just 1, 2, or 3. Why not? Kevin, why are you creating fucking health and wellness products? Why not? I'm big on health and wellness. Why can't I try to create something that I feel is fucking great and jump into a space that I'm already in? I already give 100% of me in this space. Why not? Why can't I talk about financial wealth? Why can't I go back and educate those that don't know? Why not? You don't got time. I make time.
Well, you certainly can, but it's just so unusual that someone dedicates that much energy and time to giving back and getting involved with the kind of projects that you're talking about, as well as being super ambitious with their own career.
It makes me happy.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm genuinely happy. Discovery makes me happy. Like when you find different things to be excited about, it makes me happy. And it's weird when it clicks. In school, they used to tell you all the time, information is key. Read these books. There's so much knowledge. Man, fuck that book. Got time to read that book. I want to go home. Goddamn Sonic the Hedgehog. I want to play. I'm at level 3. I ain't got time to read this book. The information and stuff that was forced down your throat at a certain age, you just may not be receiving it correctly, but then it clicks. You may gain information differently. What you do with that information is up to you, but people have different roads they can go down. The education wasn't my pick of choice. It didn't do it for me. But the knowledge and the common sense that I have naturally allow me to gain information, apply it differently. It allowed me to grow smart in so many different avenues to where I said, oh my God, I found my niche, I found my talent, and now there's other things that my talent can take me to. I don't have all the knowledge and awareness, but I can allow myself to people that can teach me. Because now, guess what? Learning is cool.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have to do it anymore, right?
It's all
when you're a kid, they force you to do this in school, you don't want to learn, but then when you get out, you realize, like, oh, this actually benefits me. This makes me a better person. This makes me wiser.
It's 100% reality, and it's weird how it happens. But when you go, oh my God, learning and knowledge is power. Fuck, they used to tell me this when I was 10.
And you're like, what?
Yes. Nonsense. 10, 11 years old, I heard that shit all the time. Now I finally get it. Damn, I'm about to be 40. It took me all this time to get the goddamn code, but I got it.
Yeah.
It hits you at a different time. And when it does, be excited about it, man. Be excited. I'm excited about what 50 is. I'm just now getting to 40.
Do you read books?
I don't read a lot of books.
Do you listen to books on tape?
I have listened to books. You know what I listen to? Tony.
He's great.
Tony's I like his approach to giving information. I like his attitude in general. I like podcasts. I like things that are real and that are presented in front of me. I like information that I can go to the source and touch and talk. So if I'm reading a book, it's a book that was recommended by such and such, and the person gave it to me. And after reading that book, I learned more about the individual that I thought I already knew, and now I gained more. Michelle Obama's book. Great book. Great fucking book. Met her. Talked to her. I've been in the same rooms. I've seen her success. What is her book going to be about? Go read her book. Wow. I get it. I get why it's moving all the units that it's moving. I get why women are reading this book and walking away feeling better. Feeling like they can. I get it. Oh, wow. Certain friends. Dwayne Wade wrote a book. Focus on being a father, his road to becoming a better father. What did we do with his kid's mother? How he developed the relationship and the bond with his sons like nobody else. Wow. Didn't know that, D. That's dope. I love how you put it on page. There's certain things that you just want to know. Certain books help. I understand why people read books. I get what the information does. You know, the book that I'm working on now is all about the mental approach that you have with life, and people not understanding that your biggest enemy is you. My whole book is about you battling yourself. People don't understand it's you against you. The only person that gets in your way is you. Nobody else. It's you.
Now, when you write a book like this, and especially about something like this is like the way you've managed to navigate through life. Do you write it out in essays? Do you have like bullet points that you think about, and then once you have those bullet points in your head, then you write on those? How do you do it? Or show you keep it on your phone?
It's all voice notes and transcripts. Okay, so because of your time, you don't have the time to sit and actually write. So you need somebody that you can talk to for hours on it. Hey, I need an hour. Block an hour for me. I got some stuff I want to talk to you about. Kev, what's that? All right. Book title ideas, subtitle ideas, my dedications, my introductions, within my introductions, these are all powerful paragraphs and things that I've just said that are now transcript. I can go back and read it. Let me see here. There's no conversation at all. I'll read one of them. No conversation at all. And that's what the internet has allowed people to do. The internet has allowed people to skip steps 1 through 30. It's allowed people to jump straight to 100. Fuck you. Cut your job off. Take him down. You should be dead. Oh, God. Fucking can't stand this. Whatever the hate or the anger is, when I listen, and I can change, I'm not that guy. We're doing these weird things now that people aren't taking the time to sit and think through. What I've understood is that what people are doing has nothing to do with me. I should always be a step ahead because I'm thinking differently, because I'm thinking about myself. Making myself better puts me in a position to make others better. Be the example, not the problem. The best way to take away the problem is to alienate yourself from it. These are just thoughts. Just fucking thoughts. I can go through and just read it.
So you just have these philosophies. This is the way you live your life, and you just speak it.
That's it. Just speak it. So now this is all transcript. Look, I'm almost silly.
That's incredible.
It's all fucking transcript. This is all. So I just go back throughout the day and I read it and I say, this is great. This makes sense. This did it. Let me reword this. And then make sure that it's all flowing together. And at the end of the day, what's my reason for the book? My reason for the book is to make people better. My reason for the book is to make people understand, yo, we all are great. We all should think that we're great. There's no reason for you to not think that you're great. If you don't think you're great, ask yourself why. Why don't you think the highest of yourself? When you do, people have no choice but to follow suit. They have no choice but to follow suit.
A lot of people that base it on their past, they base it on the life that they've experienced up until this moment.
Makes you better.
Yeah, it does make you better.
Makes you better. Makes you smarter.
Yeah,
Life
you need to hear a guy like you say it.
Yeah, man.
That's what's interesting about it. That's what's interesting about life. You can hear a guy like you say that, and it changes your perspective, and then you'll go out and take action that you might not have taken before.
I had a 585 on my SAT confessions.
I didn't even take my confessions.
They give you 400 for putting your name on the paper. It's a true story.
Wow.
I guessed ABACADA. I did abracadabra all over. It's a true story. I swear to God. And on my mother's grave. ABACADA. All the way down. I didn't care because it was a class trip that same day. I wanted to go Great Adventure. I was told that not taking my SAT seriously would prohibit me from furthering myself in life. That's what I was told. At the moment, I said, damn, maybe I should have applied myself. Maybe I should have did differently. When I saw all my friends get their test scores back and they were static, 800s, 900s, 960s, everybody's going to college. I felt like the biggest idiot in the fucking world. The biggest idiot in the fucking world. Because the same people that I went and rushed to go to Great Adventure with, they'd taken an SAT the week before. They already got their work done. They did everything they were supposed to do, so that moment of fun was real fun for them. I was the only dumbass that didn't prioritize and take care of my shit. So I'm the only one going to community college. Everybody else off to Villanova, Temple University, Drexel University. God damn. I just got left behind. Why didn't y'all tell me that y'all did it the week before? How come y'all ain't tell me that we was serious about the college shit? Y'all ain't tell me y'all was trying to go to Temple or Drexel? Oh, wait. It's because my life isn't their life. They're focused on themselves. Wow, they're doing what they're supposed to do. Hey, jackass. Go sit by yourself and figure it out, because it's where you should be. Lesson learned. Any opportunity given should be taken serious from this point. Because if not, you can find yourself feeling just like this. I gotta get down on myself for a fucking moment. I learn from it. Now, if I gotta take a goddamn test, you best believe I'm studying for that fucking test, because I don't want feeling like I'm the guy that didn't prepare. Now I got a story to tell my kids about what it feels like to be the kid in class that didn't prepare, that's got the worst grade when they give all those grades back. But it's because of my experience. I don't look down on those moments. We take those moments, we make the best of them, because they're life lessons. It's that simple. You're saying it's positive, but it's really just simplicity that's real. It's real.
it's real and it's your life experience and it's your life's lessons. But
100%.
the fact that a guy like you comes out and talks about it like that, that's where it makes it really powerful, because it's not just something that you learn from, but now other people can learn from your past too.
That's what I'm hoping.
And they look at themselves and they realize, like, we all start from a different spot.
You're not insane.
Yeah.
This is why I'm so candid. I'm so candid. I'm so open. There is no, like, guys, I'm fine with being an open book. I'm fine with the good, the bad, the ugly. I'm fine being flawed. I'm fine with all the things that have happened to me that have been exposed. I'm fine with it all. I don't hide from it. I don't run from it. I don't avoid any of it. I'm fine. It's all right. It's a bed that I made for myself. I happily lay in it. And I'll be fine figuring it out moving forward. The sun don't stop for nobody, man. The sun don't fucking stop. The sun gonna be up in the morning regardless. That sun is gonna be up in the morning regardless of how I fucking feel and how depressed I am. The sun is gonna fucking shine in the morning. And at nighttime, the moon gonna be there. You're gonna look up, these days gonna keep going by. So you let the days go by and look up, and you done wasted a year doing what? Well, you just pick it up. All right. You figure it out, made some mistakes. Life goes on. You figure out life from this point. I'm a life goes on type guy.
You're a bad motherfucker, Kevin Hart. Very, very, very inspirational. And I'm really glad you came down here and talked about it.
I'm more than glad. I think that it took too long, actually. And this is the first of what will be many, man. I'm
For sure. I'm a fan too. And I just think what you're doing is not just inspirational in terms of like what you've been able to achieve and who you are, but also inspirational in how you're so dedicated to helping other people. That means a lot to me. It's very motivating. It's very powerful.
Well, I want all your listeners to know that it's not for talk.
No,
This
there's no way it could be. If you were doing that just for talk, I'd be like, listen, just fake it and then become that guy, because you're on something. If you do that and just say it and talk, well, fucking forget about whatever it's fake or not. Just do it. Keep doing it. You're on.
I want you guys, trust me, you will be seeing more. The financial fitness is real. This relationship with Chase, and she's making sure you put me in a position to give the information that I have, and to the people that really need it. That's the priority. I will be sending more kids to college to share. Shout out to Tony Robbins, who's matching my donations. So probably having about a good $1 million to 1.5 where we just dedicate that money and we just provide free education. UNCF helps me as well. That's a priority. Like I said, this health and wellness side, you'll see more from me, lighthustle.com. Get a part of this hustle. Go get yours. Irresponsible on Netflix, Toronto, filming. We're about to come out with that in Christmas. There's so much shit going on, man.
Listen, if there's ever anything you want promoted, you want people to know about it, I'm your man.
I like this. I like this conversation.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you. Bye, everybody. Boom, and we're live. 12 rules for life. So without reading this, so what you're saying is,
There's only 12 things you need to know in life, right? That's it.
This interview that you just did with this woman, Kat Newman, was that in the UK?
It was Channel 4, UK.
I just went, I felt bad, but I was also laughing. I went to her Twitter page to read, and with each one of her tweets, no matter what she says, someone writes underneath it. So what you're saying is, and then some ridiculous, but by the way, so we're talking about losing eyesight. Yes. You actually take comfort in the fact that your eyesight is starting to dwindle?
you want to chase it. At first, I was like, I'm fine. Then I'm 42. Then let's try some ones. Then it's 125s. Then it's 15s.
What are you on now?
I stopped because I have so many fucking glasses. Some of them are ones, some of them are 25s. It's like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know.
But what I appreciate is you know where you're at by what you're able to retain if you fight for it, and the things that are going no matter what you do. Now I've heard there's some Israeli guy who's got this app, probably from Laird. Got this app, and you do it, you get your eyesight back. And sometimes it's about I don't need to try to use something to hold on to everything. I want to pick the 5 or 7 things that I definitely would hold on to. And I want to watch the rest of it go in and out with the tides.
I agree with that in some ways, but if there was a real thing where you could get your eyesight back, I would definitely be on that. I don't think there's
LASIK.
It's not real.
Okay.
Well, LASIK,
But I know
there's
people
several
do.
problems. You can get it if you have problems with your vision, but we have macular degeneration. It's coming from age-related macular degeneration. LASIK system fix that.
But I know people who are wearing glasses and then got LASIK and they don't wear glasses
Yes,
anymore.
that's a fact. But also,
But we never wore glasses.
They get one eye too close up and one eye for distance.
It's even more fun. Half the eye exams I've got wind up fucking me 2 weeks later. Like, these don't work.
Yeah.
What about the loss of a sense that you're accustomed to being fine annoys you?
What about it?
Yeah.
I like being able to see things. Read labels in particular. How many of these fuckers am I supposed to take? You know, and what's in here?
Yeah.
You know, like how many milligrams? What does that say?
Also,
this shit.
But it's also funny to go up to like a little Lutron pad and have to go like that. To me, it's a gas. Except the things you cannot change. Now, if someone comes in and says, Joe, Bob, I got it, we're done, come over here, it's easy, or it's a supplement, or do this for 2 weeks, or stop doing this, this, and this, then there's a trade-off.
Yes. Well, I'm down for anything that actually works to make your eyesight come back, but I've heard of nothing. Everybody that I've heard of,
This might be our project then, because you care and I don't, so we have a nice balance.
There's a guy named David Sinclair that I talked to. He's a professor at Harvard.
Yeah.
Is it MIT? Who the fuck is it? Harvard. They're doing some work with people that have serious eye diseases and serious injuries, and they're actually injecting some form of bacteria that has been encoded with some miracle cure for degeneration. Detach retinas, fix things.
Incredible.
Yeah. So they're working on some stuff. Yeah. So maybe in the future, we won't have 2 ones.
Yeah, what am I have alighted to greener pastures. I'm sure there's going to be other issues and hurdles that you're going to go eyesight.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I'm concerned about that. That thing that you're wearing around your neck?
Yes.
Being as you are obviously known as being Iron Man, are you concerned with wearing a large thing in the exact same spot? Did you ever think of that?
Life is funny because I was doing this before I ever got fitted for the RT, so it was more of art imitating oddball stuff I was doing anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
with Iron Man, it's even more interesting because maybe you were born to be Iron Man because Iron Man obviously had that from comic books.
Loosely prearranged destiny, and what's incredible is how far afield you can go from it and still find your way back.
Yeah. There's been the whole superhero genre thing is so interesting to me because there's so many reboots and there's so many how many fucking Spider-Mans have there been? How many Hulks have there been? There's only one Iron Man. You got that.
Thus far. What years?
Far the fuck out of here. You're Iron Man, man. It's
Okay.
just like there's certain dudes just on a roll, and if anybody else tried to be Iron Man, we'd be like,
Well, interestingly enough, East Coaster, the dad of some renown, very different. My dad was a kind of a filmmaker, auteur maverick. I grew up definitely being Bob Downey Sr.'s kid. Spent time on Long Island, which is, I think, where Tony was raised.
yeah.
But when Stan Lee was really thinking that through, it was the Vietnam era, and he was thinking about the military-industrial complex. He was thinking about if I can throw a little bit of not politics in here, but karma, it gets trapped on by the thing that it becomes, So, and then of course there was the whole demon in the bottle. I think he was the first superhero who ever had that, almost like hang up his jersey because he was hammered.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was obviously, but again, once something goes your way, you can draw all the parallels you want. You can call it destiny. But it was something that I definitely felt drawn to, and I definitely fought for. And looking back, I'm like, oh, why was I fighting for that? Because it turned out to be special.
Wow, it's an amazing thing. I mean, you embodied it in a very strange way. It's inexorable. Which is why I thought it was cool that you're going to do Dr. Dolittle, because I love the fact, I'm a fan of your work. You've done a lot of great stuff.
Likewise.
And you doing Dr. Dolittle is like a cool, I want to say you're not taking yourself seriously, but you're taking a
Trust that I'm not.
But you're taking, this is a fun kids movie about a guy who talks to animals.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great break. Because, if you're Iron Man, there's certain people that, for whatever reason, become a role, and that is it. That's what we will accept. You are that guy. And you're not doing that. You're able to, through your talent and through your ability to take chances, you're able to be a bunch of different things, as well as be the Iron Man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, if I'm noticing anything now, it's that we need to shift and we need new challenges. And just like MMA, society, and politics, things are moving and morphing, and the information age is making things so, everything's learning and growing from everything so quickly, and improving or disproving or discounting whatever's happening next. But for me, I heard that this was on the table. My missus, who's my creative partner in all things, said Steve Kagan. I was like, I know Steve Kagan's Syriana. Really? What did he do? He wrote, wow, that's a big turn for him.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, why do I want to? And I looked out, and we live on a rescue farm. We have alpacas and goats and kuni pigs, and it's just crazy. And I was like, okay, same way I did with Iron Man a little bit. I was like, all right, there's something here. And then before I signed on, I was just Googling like weirdest Welsh doctor. I just want to think of, I don't want to just do another English accent. So there's this guy, William Price. So nutty Welsh doctor. He was a neo-Druidist. He was some belief like we could communicate with nature. So I had sent a picture of this wild-looking guy wearing like a suit with stars on it, like a staff in his hand. I sent that to Gang, and he goes, that looks right to me. I was like, great, let's do this movie.
That's it.
It's always it, you know what I mean? It's always that thing of you click and you go, here's my sense, what do you think? And then the gal or the guy says, yeah, let's lead into that. And then you go, but do this and that. And hey, will you give me some of this? And you go, yeah, and all of a sudden you're in a synergy. It's like a good interview, a good fight, like a good dinner. It just kind of
the gentleman right there. That's a crazy look.
Yeah. To me, I just thought can Doolittle be like that? He goes, does he have to be that way the whole way through? I go, no. When they find him, he's a recluse, and then the animals like clean him up, and then he looks less unhandsome or less weird for the kids for the rest of them. Let's find him like that.
This concept of things just sort of falling into place. I'm a big believer in that too. What is that though? Is that you getting out of your own way? Like what is that?
Isn't that 70% of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's 70% maintenance of what can I do to do my part to stay out of the way. And then the other part, I always think of it as like this little super thin invisible thread where you can feel a tug. Just kind of, you have to be really gentle when you have to pause when agitated. You have to go for it. Like there's 4 walls here. Which one has the map on it? It's that. And you knock down the wall.
Yeah, what is that though? That's a
synchronicity.
Yeah.
Intuition.
But labeling it is very dangerous because it's so filled with woo. Yeah. So it's, there's so many people that are hucksters that have like made a career out of sort of like labeling it, defining it, or teaching you how to get to it.
It's great because it's the commodity that you can't capitalize on, and yet if you don't show proof of its existence, you shouldn't even be qualified to speak on it. I don't know.
Right.
It's the big I don't know.
But when it happens, whether it happens with love or with friendship or with a career or with a path you're taking, you just know there's a smile, there's an inner smile, like, this is it. Well, I found it. This is it. I'm supposed to be doing this. Here we go.
Yeah, and I really feel it's so funny at this point in my life, being, kind of middle-aged and all that. Well, I know I'm going to fly around the world. I'm going to sell some soap. And I know I have a new project, and I know I've just retired my jersey on this 12-year journey I've been on. And how do I want to start? And it came up, how would you like me to go? Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go have the Joe Rogan experience and kick off this year and this season and this new chapter by doing what I love, which is an interview as we're looking at each other. And there's a give and take.
Is the door to Iron Man totally closed? Because I don't believe it is. You guys can go through time now. You can go. There was, you already opened up that door.
Let me ask you the question. If I pick the jersey back up and put it on, wouldn't you feel a little bit like,
No. Here's what I do. They go through a few semi-lackluster Avengers movies without you. Ready for this?
I'm ready.
Here's a scene. There's a moment where the world's fate is at stake, and they realize they need a super genius. And then they figure out how to restart that time machine.
Is that you?
The audience sees you when you step out of that thing.
Is this your? And you want a little arc on it too? Because if this is your idea, then you got to show up for it too.
I'll do it. I'll show up. What do I have to do?
I don't know.
I'll do whatever I have to do.
We all have to do whatever given
I'll
5
hold the
cents.
thing. Hold the thing. So, do they still have that?
They do. They do. It's digital.
I'll hold that digital thing. I'll do it. But the way people would freak out if you came back. Come on. Think about it. Take a few years off. A few Dr. Doolittle, a couple more Sherlock Holmes.
It was interesting watching Eddie Murphy in this last little period of time. And I was talking to Colin Jost last night. We got to sit next to him at the Golden Globes, and he was there and on the show and writing for him with him. When he hosted recently, and he goes, it's just incredible. Our culture never encourages taking a break, never encourages saying, don't chase that thing because you've got it in your hands. And I love the idea that if you're good at what you do, then it's not about time. It's about, it doesn't matter when you decide to pick up the mantle again. It's just about, but it's scary, isn't it? Can you imagine? Like they just say, hey Joe, just don't do the show for 4 years, and then come back and do it again. You'd be like, it's a lifetime. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, with Eddie, what's interesting is he was arguably the greatest of his era and just stopped. Just stopped for 30 years. No one does that. No one was that good. And then when you see him, I don't know if you ever saw him, he received some award. He was on a panel and sitting in front of the podium rather, and he was talking about Bill Cosby. He was doing this routine about them taking away Bill Cosby's awards. And it was fucking brilliant. And the timing was so good, and all of us, comics were just sitting there going, he could do it tomorrow. He could just get up there tomorrow and he'd be fucking murdering.
Yes. But it would be different.
It'd be different. He's a different human. And, this is one of the more interesting things about it. It's him talking about some of the more homophobic stuff that he did in the past. Now it makes him cringe. And you just can't believe he was that person. When he did Delirious, I think he was like 22 or something. Which is just bonkers. He was that good.
Anyway, I've been thinking about him lately in relation to a bunch of things, but also just that, particularly nowadays, giving yourself permission to not have to jump because, strike the iron's hot, all that stuff. And maybe it's just as a bit of an anxiety to the times, which I remember too, speaking of past generations. I remember growing up in 1974, Nixon's black and white TV getting impeached. My dad and his buddies were whooping it up, but they're still pissed, and I'm going like, wow, it's not worse or better. It's different, but now it's on us.
Yeah.
So there's the bit of emergency, and that whole thing, just being able to say, like, so to answer your question, to me, starting up again is off the table. I feel like I'm on there'd have to be a super compelling argument in a series of events that made it obvious to. But the other thing is, I want to do other stuff.
Right, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, what you're talking about Nixon and people can lose themselves in current events. And what I mean by that, like, it doesn't necessarily completely. Your life is more than what's going on in Washington. You know, Hunter Thompson talked about that when he was running for sheriff in Aspen. He was talking about how local politics, like your neighborhood, that's real. You know, this actually can affect your life. Like what's going on in Washington, how much does that affect your day-to-day existence? It's very little. But for some people, it becomes an enormous portion of the real estate of their mind. It takes over most of their day-to-day consciousness, where they're consumed with it, and it becomes a thing they're cheering for or they're rooting against. And then, you know, your life revolves on something that you have very little power over.
Teams, turf wars,
Yeah,
interests.
yeah,
Think globally, act locally.
yes. It's a beautiful statement. It really is. It's one of those cliches that you don't even think about. And
I didn't know that was Hunter in that picture out there.
Yeah.
To me, it looked like Joe Walsh.
could as easily been Joe Walsh. Moved to Colorado too.
Oh,
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Way.
Yeah.
he once told me, I'll speak out of school, he said, "Man, you should just watch TV for a year, bro." I was like, thanks, Joe. And by the way, he's probably right.
Probably right. Look, if you just hung back and just did nothing but watch TV for a year, the fucking ideas you would have, you'd probably have a really rock solid idea of what's going on.
His was more trying to have enough things going on that I wouldn't have any ideas for you. And then I give myself a break for you.
Maybe that's good too. See, I think different. I'm thinking like analyze the landscape. I think Joe Walsh is one of the most underrated guys ever because he changed the fucking Eagles. The Eagles were one thing, and then Joe Walsh came around, like Victim of Love. That's Joe Walsh. He came around and all of a sudden there was a rock to it. It's like they were kicking down doors and lighting shit on fire. It was different. There was an edge to it, you know? He added crazy. He added crazy to this beautiful harmony.
And I love it when the guys that added crazy go up to the thin veil between dimensions and say, I think I'm going to stay put. And then all of a sudden, they represent stability. They represent being okay, hanging up your guns.
Yeah.
And just being, you know.
Well, that's everything. Everyone has to accept that at some point in time, right? Maybe that's human classes, right? Because everyone has to accept that at one point in time you're going to have to get off the ride, but when you're doing great and you're kicking, like boxers are a perfect example. They always last too long. There's only been a small handful, like Andre Ward recently, Marvelous Marvin Hagler in his prime. They just go, that's it, I'm done, and they actually are done. Almost every one of them comes back, and almost every one of them chases that dragon.
Here's why I love you. You're making an argument for and also the argument against me coming back and doing another
Yeah, listen, I'm not married to anything except my wife. But I'm not married to any ideas. All the ideas that I have are just like, maybe that idea sucks. I love you as Iron Man, so I would if they opened up this time machine and you popped out, I just imagine the moment where everybody goes fucking crazy. It would be amazing.
It'd be great.
I would love that, but I would also love you hanging it up.
Yeah, it's just, first of all, it's 2020, and I'm not an OCD guy, but I keep thinking, see clearly. See clearly, even if your vision is going. And it's difficult because I feel like we all just get buffeted by feelings and ego or fears or, you know, chips of resentments or intuitions that are tied to something maybe higher, but you think is out of your reach or whatever. So it was a perfect time, and I got to go have dinner with a bunch of the Marvel folks last night and kind of have just a little bit of extra closure because the movie came out. Bananas, and the directors are sending me pictures of like people flipping out in theaters when Tony snaps, and I was like, "Whoa, this is kind of like a really big cultural thing." But then like Victoria Alonso, who's the head of VFX for all these movies, super genius, or Kevin Feige or Favreau, Scarlett, or some people that I've just been there with it for a long time. We were there experiencing it all when it came out, and then we see each other on a red carpet, and it's not intimate, and then we kind of haven't really had a chance just to do nothing, just hang out, have some crudité and kind of talk shit. So it's really interesting being here today, because yesterday was this good, last night was this good, I felt like closing my circle.
That's got to be bittersweet.
Yeah.
But I like that you want to move on, and I like that you want to, and I like that you're doing something like Dr. Doodle. Because you've done a lot of wild shit in your life. You've done a lot of wild shit in your career, but you sort of embody every new chapter with the same kind of energy. Although there's a different result, a different piece of art, it's all the same you. And that's one of the more interesting things about people, and in particular actors, because actors get to be a bunch of different things, and it's one of the weirder things about that craft. Like when you see, a guy who's like Daniel Day-Lewis, like embodies these different humans, like literally becomes different humans. But it's always Daniel Day-Lewis. You know what I mean? Like even though he plays these the There Will Be Blood guy and all these different psychopaths and various fascinating characters, it's always the enemy. Like you're pumped to see him do it, right? And I think I feel the same way with you. It's like I know you're an interesting guy. There's a lot of shit going on in your head. So when you dive into something, whatever it is, whether it's your character from Tropic Thunder or whatever it is, like it's gonna be Robert Downey Jr. diving into something. So I would imagine it'd be kind of annoying, even though you were brilliant at Iron Man, to stay Iron Man.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I don't have to find out, right? It's just interesting too. Life is doing something, and at this place, it's also it baffles me. Confidence. What does it really mean? There's a period of time where I felt like I did first Iron Man, and then I went to Tropic Thunder, and then I was doing the first Sherlock, and I was shirt off and was in martial arts. Like I was all over the place, and it just felt like I was hitting triples no matter what I did. And then people are like, "Are you really as confident as you seem?" And I was like, "I guess right now I am, yeah." And I think this reminds me. We were just talking about the McGregor cowboy fight coming up. It's like
You gonna go to that?
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it. Two brilliant souls who cannot lose. Neither one of them can afford to lose this fight. That is magic.
Yeah, particularly the cowboy doesn't want to lose.
No.
But there's this guy who's the poster child, the guy who's the one, right? The chosen one. That's Connor. And then this cowboy who's like, I think I can fuck that guy up.
The journeyman.
Yeah.
So confidence, there's been times when I felt I'm in possession of it, and then you want to let go of it because it's only ever a moment in life guiding you. The wind is so at your back, and you're like, wow, were you just jumping over the waves and all that by yourself? And you're like, you bet I am. But there's a physics to the moment, man, moment, machine, whatever, and the wind's at your back. And then the wind does what the fucking wind does, and it changes. Because you're left there thinking, what, so I think it's great to be in full possession, what you would call supreme confidence, and then see what happens if you don't hold on to it so hard, because it's great, but it is a bit of an illusion, because like everything else, it's always changing. And every day, the reset button, the space bar gets pressed, and it's no.
Yeah.
Lisa.
Yeah, you kind of have to have a confidence to jump into some of the roles that you take. But I see what you're saying. That you don't want to hold on.
Because it can come and go. I remember Warren Beatty, who I learned so many amazing things from. I was doing a movie called Pickup Artist with Molly Ringwald. Okay, and he was kind of the de facto producer of it, credited, and talking a lot about just acting and what it was. And he said, "What's your action?" My action. I'm picking up girls. What's your action? You see. And I was like, I'm driving a car. And he asked me, like, you know that thing sometimes when someone asks you a question and just you get caught flat-footed. He goes, no, your actions, you're trying to work, you're being distracted by this addiction to trying to get laid. So your action is you're trying to get to it. And he said, always know what your action is, because then when you come in the morning, confident, or when you come in the morning, you can't get your ass whooped. So to me, one of the great lessons I learned from him was just boil down what it is you're doing, whether there's a camera around, just what you're doing. Today I'm showing up and trying to be honest and also to listen and learn. But really my action today is I'm beginning the process of promotion.
Warren Beatty's another guy. I remember watching that with Donna. Remember when he was dating Donna?
Truth or Dare.
Yeah. And he's hanging around with her. And she's in the throes of fame and everything. He's like, fuck this.
He's like he's never seen it.
Yeah, but he's an older gentleman now. You know, he's hanging out with her, just shaking his head. And, that kind of marked it for me. When Warren Beatty just realized, all right, let's step away real quick. If I had to talk to him, one thing I would ask him is, what was it like when Carly Simon went to song play? That's got to be a trip.
So many. I mean, we should do a whole session just about things I learned from Warren Beatty.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
I would imagine. He's a brilliant guy. Clearly. Do you think that you could do Tropic Thunder today? Would that be possible?
Well, you could do it. And again, like Eddie, I look back to me, that movie to me was a circle back to my dad's movie called Puppy Swope, which I highly recommend anyone who has to see about a black guy who takes over an ad agency in the 60s because everyone votes for him when the head of the company dies because they think no one else will. And it's about what happens when someone who's free-spirited takes over essentially corrupt endeavor. And then he realizes and confronts his own corruption. But I remember I was probably 2 or 3 when I was being shot when it came out, and it was so hard of my upbringing, and I just remembered some of the folks that were around my dad at that time. And so when Ben called and said, hey, I'm doing this thing, and I think I'm sure we had passed on it or something like that. Possibly wisely. And I thought, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that after Iron Man. And then I started thinking, this is a terrible plot. Wait a minute. And I thought, well, hold on, dude. Get real here. Where is your heart? And my heart is, I get to be black for a summer. So there's something in it for me. The other thing is I get to hold up to nature the insane self-involved hypocrisy of artists and what they think they're allowed to do on occasion, just my opinion. And also Ben, who's a masterful artist and director, probably the closest thing to a Charlie Chaplin that I've experienced in my lifetime. He writes, he directs, he acts. If you had seen him when he was directing this movie, it would have been like, I'm watching David Lean, I'm watching Chaplin, I'm watching Coppola. He knew exactly what the vision for this was. He executed it. It was impossible to not have it be an offensive nightmare movie. And 90% of my black friends are like, that was great.
say?
You know, I can't disagree with them, but I know where my heart was. And I think that it's never an excuse to do something that is out of place or not of its time. But to me, it was just it was a blasting cap on. And by the way, I think White Chicks came out pretty soon after that.
Yeah.
I was like, I love that. I was like, that was great.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Well, it might be the last time we see them. Unless things change, it seems like no one can really. I don't think you can do blackface anymore. I mean, we almost lost the Prime Minister of Canada because he did brownface. He pretended to be Saudi Arabian, right? He did Arabian Nights in high school or something like that.
It's an interesting and necessary meditation on where is the pendulum. Why is the pendulum right?
Yeah.
Where is the pendulum maybe cutting a little into what could be perceived as heart in the right place, openness of its time. But again, I mean, you know, there's a morality clause here on this planet, and it's a big price to pay. And I think having a moral psychology is job one. So sometimes you just got to go, yeah, I effed up. Again, not in my defense, but Tropic Thunder was about how wrong that is.
Yes.
So I take exception.
No, I think you could do it today. I think you could. I think it could be done today. There would be so much outrage, but there would also be people cheering. And if we boiled down all the bullshit and got to the actual result of what the film did, it's fucking hilarious. To this day, I watched it again about a year and a half ago. It's a great movie. It's a great, fun movie. It's ridiculous, over the top, hilarious, and it worked. And your portrayal, I mean, it wasn't egregious. It was necessary. It made sense. All of it fit. There's square pegs and square holes.
I was just thinking square peg. I don't know why I was thinking about Surge's Park. I don't know. Am I crazy? I think I drove by that Warner Park near here.
Yeah.
I think she went to school over there when she was doing the show. Anyway, interesting.
Yeah, it worked, but it might be the last time we'll ever see the studio take a chance on a guy wearing blackface and the prolific use of the word retard. Those are two things.
And by the way, that's what Ben. But the funny thing too was all the heat got deflected to Ben and Simple Jack.
Yeah,
that's what people were pissed off about. And I go, great. But you never know when it's going to be your time in the barrel. You know, sometimes life just says, you know what? And I've been on both sides of that coin. Sometimes life just says, you're simple now.
Did you have anybody that was telling you not to do it? Were there like agents or anyone who was like,
my mother was horrified.
Really?
Rabbi, I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling. I was like, yeah, me too, Mom. But anyway, how are we?
First thing that's happened, they put the makeup on you. How are you sweating?
There's been a couple times. I was all the night before, and we were in Kauai, and I was like, well, here we go. And I was just running. I think I had 6 lines that day. But I knew that there was going to be choppers, there was going to be squid fire, there was going to be choreography, there was going to be, it was going to be cacophonous. And the only thing that mattered to me, again, what's my action? My action as an actor in this movie is to know what I'm doing, even if what I'm doing is insane. So I ran those 6 or 8 lines I had 1,000 times, lying in bed over again. So the next day, I was free to enjoy myself and not be struggling to wonder what it was I was supposed to be doing. And then that's what it is. It's just, it was one little mosaic after the next. And by the end of it, I had some pride that I had made it through. Forget that it was blackface. It was just special effects makeup, day after day after day after day after day after day after day, except for the odd times when I would have my bleached hair and blue contacts in my eyes. characters. And it was just it was a piece of work mostly. And I cared about doing this profession, and that's how those things like.
So when you memorize the lines, that's interesting. You said that you're free to do it. Like when you memorize lines, is there ever a part like when you're acting where you have to think, what am I supposed to say next? How much does that get in the way?
I have a very broad band of tolerances. I don't care if the people I'm with happen to not know what they're doing, don't know their lines, or stepping on my lines, or whatever, or want to change their lines and my lines. And it's always a different thing. It's like reading the room. It's like, if I was a fighter, you want the octagon, and they go, you ready? You ready? And you go, and then you just do it. You go in. But so I've had it where I would try to be off book before everyone else. I would get it down to an acronym. So if there was 1,000 words I had to remember, I would just remember the first letter of each, and I would put it on a piece of poster board, and then I would stand away from it, not as far as your archery center over there, but far enough away to where I can see it. I kind of can't see it, but my vision was clear. And I would just run it. When I did the first Sherlock, we were rewriting it so much, and I did pages and pages of stuff. I was like, give me your week. And it helped me with my accent. And then I started getting into like, what's so great? I can finish work, go hang out with my kids, do their train. And in the morning, they can change it all they want. I wouldn't have to trip unless it's something on log that they want to really be committed to. That's not going to shift.
So you'd put one of those little earpieces in, they would feed you the lines. Yeah.
And now I've kind of gone as far as you can go with that, and I'll probably go back to a new method, or a new version of the old method.
So it's basically improvisational. Like you, in the moment, like you decide with whatever preparation you do for each role, how you're going to do it. Whether you're going to go and memorize everything obsessively, or whether you're just going to be a little bit more loose and free with it.
Yes, it depends on the script too. Like Tropic Thunder, Justin Thoreau wrote that script with Ben. It was a really good script. I mean, my missus, next to my mother, more so, was the opinion I was really waiting on. She was reading in the kitchen, laughing her ass off. She goes, this is so wrong. And she goes, and it's so true. If you do this right, you're doing something it's about a bunch of self-involved idiots somehow are becoming heroes. She goes, I love that. If that's what it's saying, it's going to be good. And so, like, for instance, the, never go full blah, blah, blah. No. By the way, I guarantee you, I'm getting out of here. My stock is not plummeting when I leave here. I'm not smoking dope. I'm not doing a musk. I'm going to do everything right.
Stock went up the next day.
All right.
Drop 6, went up 9. I don't know. I don't understand it.
I love that you now have it. It's a piece of art.
Yeah. With 6% of the smoke.
God bless his heart. Yeah, it just changes. And I also know that I don't really know that much, and it's different every time anyway. But I really like when you have a loose concept of what you're doing. There's certain parts that aren't going to change much, and the rest you discover. So the first Iron Man, John and I, and the writers, or John and I, we write line by line. We were literally watching the puppies be born, and so we did it. Frustrating for people who, not Gwyneth, because she can look at a piece of paper and then go, okay, I get it. And she's got it on memory, because she's amazing. But what's for the highest good? Sometimes it's very self-indulgent to come in and hand out new pages or say, oh, I'm not saying that, so feed me that way. You know what I mean? You need an environment of respect, but I like discovering things.
How much of acting is managing those weird relationships that you have with these other people that you're acting with? Like you've made some references to people changing other people's lines and not being prepared. I got out of acting for that very reason. That was the thing that I went from a world of stand-up comedy, which are just a bunch of crazy people, to actors, which are a bunch of crazy people, but in a different way. And managing all the different characters and all the different personalities, how hard is that? that seems like that could really get in the way.
Well, yeah, sure it can, and it's like thumbprint. Every time you're on a new project, it's a completely different fingerprint. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes projects seem blessed, and sometimes you could say they're cursed. But again, my Susan Downey Esquire was talking about this yesterday. She goes, "It's the only thing you can overcome as a creative producer, big movie, anything is." In principle, no matter what happens, you can fix it up. We lost the light. Oh, the weather came in. Okay, he got sick. Oh, she's pregnant. Okay, great. Let's change the costume. You can't overcome personalities.
Yeah, the relationships that people have with each other. Do you meet up before you commit to a role? Do you ever say like, I want to meet Kathy Graham from Final Fuck that guy's really like?
By the way, I mean, I love that you think I'd have the authority. Did you cast this guy? Hurry, let me get a taste of him. I'll tell you, think stick around.
I'm really interested in doing that, but can we all have a group dinner or something like that?
Yeah.
Can I meet these guys?
My MO is always let's mind meld, let's get together, let's work weekends, let's spend time together, because you can't replace that familiarity. But so you have to try to build it, and sometimes it happens very naturally. Like I adore Chris Evans. I can't even tell you why. He's a Boston guy. He's technically and such a brilliant actor, but he also doesn't take himself seriously. He's flaky, but he's the first guy you would want to have your back if something like that. He's and yet we're different enough where I feel like by being who we are and then both having those characters, we were able to. I think I thought Civil War was a special moment in the Marvel films, turning one against the other. And so sometimes you just get lucky. As a matter of fact, the whole Marvel universe, possibly without exception, just happens to be really well put together, something curated group of songs.
Well, it's interesting because people take superhero movies seriously. Like now, superhero movies are films that happen to be about superheroes. Whereas, you know, for the longest time, superhero movies were bullshit. You know, the TV shows were kind of clunky, they were campy. You know, it's Batman with the silly pants on and Robin. And
I bought it.
everything was bang, boom, boom, bang. Remember, you'd see the big boom.
Absolutely. And yet, who was in the first Superman? Brent.
Yes, right.
So there was always a seed of an attempt to legitimize something that was otherwise two-dimensional.
Superman was probably the first film that really did that, right? And then Batman, and the Batman series. But again, how many goddamn Batmans?
Right. I want to see what Pattinson does.
Oh, that's right. He's going to be Batman now.
I like that.
How many Spider-Man? That's the most, right?
Three.
Only three? And three Hulks, right? At least. 1, 2, 3. Not counting the TV show.
Well, counting the TV show.
4. Counting the TV show.
Oh, you're right.
Eric Bana.
You're right.
Yeah. Norton.
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo, who I think is my favorite.
He was just born for it.
Yeah, it's perfect. You believe it.
And again, his whole thing was, what's my action? It's like,
how do you guys manage this giant CGI thing? Like, how does that work? Like, when you're on the set. But that seems like one of the weirdest parts about acting in some of those adventure films is how much of it is actually digital.
Yeah, you just kind of get used to it. I'll digress. In a movie with Richard Linklater called Scanner Darkly, and it was rotoscoped. So I love that movie. Love him. And Keanu and I, Woody and Nona, and it was this cool thing. And we would shoot these scenes, and he would say, "Oh, you can just leave your body mic on the outside. You can just paint the thing." So that rotoscoping is a great metaphor for essentially what the Marvel movies became. When sometimes you would even go and I'm supposed to come in throw something. It was off camera, but everything else was great. Oh, we'll just move your arm later. You go. So you never want to rest on your laurels and say, but after a certain while, I was like, why am I wearing this football suit? Just put some dots on my shoulders so I can move. And be like, honestly, what are you really using all this stuff I'm wearing for reference? I go, great, so I'll wear it for one take and I'll take it off. And I'll relax a little bit. Then the people will be like, or Ben would be like, I'm stuck in this fucking thing, dog. You know, it's purple. So everybody got to join in on the joys and the miseries of the technical challenge. And speaking of Rabbi, by the end, because he's a smart Hulk, he literally, they're just making big wherever he was. They put a piece of PVC with a big Hulk head up about 5 feet over where his head was. And he was just there in a green suit. So in a tracking suit with like his package out, you know, and he'd be like, let me just at least tie like a little sarong around my, come on guys, whatever, you know. And so I think Mark went about as far out into the ionosphere of CG as you can.
I didn't get the whole smart Hulk thing. Didn't get how he figured that out. Wasn't really. Hulk is supposed to be Hulk.
Right.
It's supposed to be the alter. It's like one you can control, one is one of the genius scientists,
exactly.
One is the beast.
But after so many times, and again, this is the genius of the people who break and shape stories over Feige and his teams. They go, oh, he's Hulk, then he's not Hulk, he's Hulk, it's a big battle, oh, he's so conflicted. What if he could meet himself in the middle? And then what corner have we painted ourselves in by having him meet himself in the middle? Because then you can't, if that doesn't work, you can't go back to the way it was. You've done it, where you can go back to the way it was. So I just think that the real genius of the Marvel creative team is and the Russo brothers in the last Avengers Infinity War and Endgames, they go, we love writing ourselves into a corner. I love it. Because then it activates all of those. How do we get out of purgatory juices and then you get the next one?
Now, when you guys sit down and when you first receive a script for one of these things, do they consult with you? Do they discuss this with you? Do they just lay it out and say this is the character arc? How do you feel about this? What do you think?
Yeah, but it's changed over time. I think if you're one of the folks who has their standalone movies, like Scarlett has Black Widow coming out, I think you take a bit of a different tack in how much meaningful. I think the legal phrase for actors and studios is meaningful consultation, not script approval, because then anybody could hold a studio hostage because I don't approve this $30 million that you're trying to spend right now. So you're just going to
when you say I don't approve, I picture a bathrobe and I picture fine china and teacups. That's a picture I don't approve. Storming off.
I've had my moments too because I'm so passionate about story. But again, after more seat time with the same people and new people coming in and getting a pretty brutal education on what kind of process these movies require, you just start trusting more that they're thinking on your behalf. And also, little things are easy to change. Big things become a inconvenience to the higher good. And at what point do you want to pull the air brake on something where the trains, are leaving the station?
Well, I would imagine it would be a fine line that they want the actor to be comfortable with the character, and they want maybe some feedback would be beneficial. They have a path, a vision that they've created. They would like to see you somehow or another at least morph slightly, get on this path.
Yeah, and by the way, after I had my second round of kids with Susan, I became both artistically, I had a bit of a renaissance when I was doing the third Iron Man. And then after that too, I was like, well, now I'm going to do this Avengers, and there's so many moving parts, and it's so difficult just to get all these schedules to coincide and get everyone together. And then I'm going to be like, I'm not feeling it. So again, it's that thing. It's sometimes what did they say? Faster alone, further together. Sometimes you can only think about further because you gotta get downfield. Other times you're thinking, hey, this is my moment to run, and I need help, approval, anyway. But that's any creative.
I would imagine when you're involved in something that's so epic, when it's actually over, it probably almost seems surreal because the production is so massive. There's so many moving pieces, so many special effects, so many things that you have to sort of visualize while you're doing it. And then after it's all over, you're done. And what is a big Avengers movie? How many months are you involved in this film?
Well, I mean, it could be some part of 18 months to 2 years, depending on how far out you are, and then 4 to 6 months of principal photography, and then additional photography, and then post, and then I always include promotion. From soup to nuts, I think is the phrase.
Soup to nuts?
Yeah, that's a Joel Silver phrase. My great friends, probably the greatest people we produced of all time. Sherlock's and Matrix series, Nemesis was company for 2 years. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which is, I think, in some ways the best film I've ever done, wound up being a calling card. It came out, it bombed, but John Favreau saw it, and he said, this guy can do action. And so that wound up being my calling card to the Marvel universe. But to answer the question, it can be anticlimactic like anything. I mean, this is surreal. You know, I've maybe seen you around a little bit, but I feel like I know you because I see you all the time and I listen to you, and I'm like a martial arts nut. And yeah, isn't it? Sometimes when you get outside of the fortunate, interesting, creative experience you're having, you kind of go like, it's very dreamlike.
Yeah, my whole life's a dream. Yeah.
Except for the ramifications. The ramifications are right.
Back and bite you in the ass. You're like, guys, this isn't a fucking dream at all. This is dangerous. Yeah, I used to. I remember the first time I met Phil Hartman. I was stunned that I was actually like sitting. We were at a skateboard reading. I was sitting across from him, and I'm like, how the fuck? You're a famous guy. Like, you're a really famous guy. Like, I've seen you in movies, man. You've seen you on television. Here you are, right there. How weird. You know, and it seems it's very hard to be normal. And then after a while, that becomes normal. And then the fact that it becomes normal becomes surreal. And then it really feels like a dream. Like, when I meet people like you, like, we just met an hour or so ago, and yet instantly I feel like I know you. Yeah, it's very strange. But also, you're not full of shit. You know, when someone's not full of shit, it's pretty easy to get to know them. You say something, I say something back, go, oh, I know how he works. I see what's going on in there. This is an actual human. Here we go, talking.
It's a good litmus, too, because you watch your show pretty quick, and I just love it, too, because in your show, you start, it's a rolling start with you every time. You come into the show, and you're already kind of thinking about stuff. So it feels very organic. And part of me even this morning was like, I hope he looks into my eyes and doesn't see a complete foolish fraud, because I would probably believe him if he mirrored that back to me.
Oh no, that's a danger, right? Yeah, if you respect someone, they think you're a fucking idiot. Like, oh no, I might really be a fucking idiot.
But there's been times when it just being myself, someone who I respect has looked at me and said, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
What do you even say?
Sure.
And you remember that because it kind of it stiff arms you.
But part of those are good because you realize, well, you're probably off on a fucking stupid tangent. That's part of being a person. You know, part of being a person is like, I don't know what the next word out of my mouth is going to be right now. No one ever does. Unless you do, and if you do, it's kind of weird.
Some people are poker players. I respect some people that are that because there's an ability to, maybe it's fear-based, but I always appreciate people who, those people who, like, their icons or big shots or that they hold certain esteem, and all of their texts are very simple. It's like, yes, we should fix that. Sure.
Yeah, sure's my favorite.
Sure. Okay. On it.
Yeah. No periods either.
beats the all caps text.
Oh, I don't like those at all. Those people are weird. Oh, C.T. Fletcher, he says child protect. I love him. He's shouting at everything. Everything is a shout.
But yeah, the surreal part is, I think part of the reason I'm still so interested, not just in life, but also, getting to do what I do, is I'm a thing. I love movies. I love creativity. I love music. I love culture. And the fact that I actually have a place in it while I'm absorbing it, digging it, is like it's not.
Well, that's a beautiful perspective, and that shows in how you carry yourself. It shows in the work that you do, and you do appreciate it. One of the saddest things is someone who's in an amazing position doesn't appreciate it. And that drives other people crazy too. Like prima donnas drive people crazy for a variety of reasons. One of the big ones is you don't appreciate how fortunate you are. And people love when people appreciate good fortune, appreciate a well-earned position, and are engrossed in a beautiful life of something that they really enjoy, something that really inspires them.
Well, I need to be kept right-sized, because I can easily fall into self-seeking and depression and self-pity and judgment and all that stuff. It's kind of it's a bit of a default, but I spend enough energy. I've had enough help over enough years to actually just say, well, that's just awful, destructive. You're entertaining in your head.
Bad patterns, just bad thought patterns. Yeah, I think we could all fall into those. I'm ruthlessly self-critical. For me, sometimes it's very hard to step outside and just take a pause and recognize that not everything's going to be right the first time you try it. I think that a lot of people that are really great at things, it's one of the things about them is that they're not very satisfied with their work. They're always looking to improve it. They're always looking for it to be better, and then that can start that cycle in their head of self-loathing, anxiety, and anger at their performance or their work or whatever it is, and then that can lead to depression. That can lead to just self-hate.
Yeah. And what are your tolerances? Like, I'll be the first to tell you, like, do certain movies or moving in Tropic Thunder, one of the first, Iron Man movies, I was like, I'd go to monitor, I'd be like, play that back again. That was so good. Dude, let me see that again. I need confirmation.
Yeah.
Because it's always a miracle. You stayed in frame. You got the line right. Your eye line was right. The lighting was right. The sensibility was right. And you just look at it and you go, it's like, I don't know, for me, it's like the playback of the perfect Superman punch KO. You just go, show me that again.
Yeah.
Or when we were shooting Tropic Thunder, I had a little teaser clip for Iron Man, but it wasn't coming out until the next year. We were going to Comic-Con, so I got to see it and show it to people. Like, I think that movie's going to do pretty good. And then we went to Comic-Con, we saw it, but it used to be like that with music too. Like, I write music, I haven't for some time, but you would write something and then you just listen to it because wow, that's not. I know that I was here and I did that, but it feels kind of inspired.
Yeah.
But yeah, self-critical is important as long as it doesn't bleed out into